Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 5 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 6, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Ground so hard he made an outline. Izuku could tell what Mineta was thinking about, noticing how he looked distracted ever since they revealed the Sword of Omens and all the perverted looks he had. From drooling to nosebleeds, it was only worse off for the purple bald-headed teen when he was so deep into his thoughts that he took a page out of Izuku's book and started whispering them out loud, to which Izuku heard and did not like, if his hard, cold gaze at his friend was anything to go by. Rather than being stunned by Izuku planting Mineta into the ground again or bother hearing 𝐸mentos silently whine about having to fill that hole again, the sisterhood girls grinned and smiled pleased. Obviously for the purple pervert being punished, but because of Izuku being the one to do it, and his angry look and obvious sense protectiveness towards them falling in line with their plan from last night. Flashback. After Yui asked her question, about if Midoriya had feelings for them and if he would be willing to share all of them, the girls went rigid and silent. Fear resurfaced back up, clinging onto their hearts like a coiling snake. Breath hitched in their throats, and Mai even stopped fiddling with her device, frozen in fearful thought like the rest of them. However, the part of Yui's question that had the 10 girls afraid was whether Izuku actually had the same feelings for them. As emotionally obvious as an angry bulldog, they truly didn't know what was going on inside the mind and heart of the green-haired teen, and the possibility of the answer being no terrified them. Itsuka gave a slight glare at the usually silent girl. She wasn't truly angry at her friend but was annoyed that she had to say such a question so bluntly. Then again, I think they needed to hear that. Itsuka thought. But she could have phrased it a little less blunt. Nope, it wouldn't be Yui if it wasn't blunt. Itsuka looked at the girls who were currently struggling on how to answer the difficult question, seeing looks of uncertainty, vulnerability, and even denial. She sighed and thought, well, I guess we should uphold our end of the deal and help them out of this. Talking over with her fellow 1B girls, all except the currently frozen Setsuna, they nodded. Itsuka quickly enlarged her hands and loudly clapped. Hey! She exclaimed, bring them out of their thoughtful stupors. Look, I wish there was another way of asking that question that didn't have you look like you got frozen by Todoroki, but whatever. Look, I know you girls may not like that question, but it needed to be said. You can't exactly plan on building a HM for a guy who might not be romantically interested. And you can't force it on him either. We wouldn't. Mina yelled, sounding offended. Itsuka raised an eyebrow at her. Maybe it crossed my mind. Mina admitted, sheepishly and guiltily. Regardless, we said we would help you with your Midoriya problem and we thought of an idea. Itsuka said. The girls leaned in to hear, expectantly. Try to make him show it. Kinoko revealed. Excuse me? Momo asked, taken aback. If you want to uncover the truth behind Midoriya's heart, then you must stir and awaken those feelings through outside stimuli. Leiko clarified. Simply put, interact more with Midoriya, either by communication, romantic teasing, and I can't believe I am indulging this, with physical contact even. Ibara simplified. And then compare it to how he interacts with each other and other girls, even ourselves. Of course, we aren't going to come on to him, but think of it as tests to see if Midoriya has feelings for you all. Itsuka finished. Yeah, it might sound a bit simple, but you won't know unless you try to get closer to him and find out for yourselves. The girls of the sisterhood looked at each other with thought and apprehension before agreeing with nods and thumbs ups. All right, we will try. Momo said for the girls. And I believe I know a perfect way already to elicit Midoriya's feelings that would be tied to love. And what is it? Pony asked. Momo smiled. Jealousy. Flashback over. During the morning, Momo, with help of Ibara's expertise with herbs and Mai's and Melissa's smarts, created and pierced that they secretly poured into Mineta's morning coffee. It was just enough for the purple pervert to start feeling the effects around the time for the videos and just enough for the purple perv to act more perversely and more unhinged, to express and try to attempt to complete his perverse desires more openly for all to hear and see. including Izuku, who would jealously and protectively defend them. The benefits would include to see how fiercely Midoriya would act to Mineta's advances towards them and tell if they were based on gentlemanly courtesy and friendship or something romantically protective. Alongside their usual interactions in the videos, to which they would amp up with more conversation and intimacy, and it was the perfect conspicuous plan that didn't involve putting the pierce on Izuku instead. Although, they agreed for that to be a maybe. A plus side would include if the other boys had feelings for the rest of the 1B girls, to which was how they convinced Ibara to this devious plan, no matter how much the blushing vine-haired girl tried to hide her enthusiasm. The downsides, however, included getting hounded by Mineta. Of course, this was already a common occurrence, but it would be a pain to have to stomach more of his lecherous looks, thoughts, and words. And of course, it would also be of detriment to Mineta. Despite his perverseness, he was still a classmate, and so they felt slightly guilty at putting the short teen into a game rigged in favor of being met by Midoriya's fist, but that was why they only put a little. And why they didn't go all out on the piece like Mai suggested. They wanted to gauge Izuku's feelings, not get Mineta killed by him. So, seeing Izuku react, Setsuna, with her great observation skills, started to write down the information on a notebook from Midoriya. They labeled the love book. They blamed Hagekyu for the unimaginative name. It wasn't the most thought over or wisest of plans, given the time constraint, but Momo was already thinking of other possible plans. Sending a final look of apology towards Mineta, knowing this was just the beginning of a painful ordeal for him, the girls continued on, and Mai pressed the button to proceed to the next video. All the while not knowing the real truth of what happened. Third POV, Mai pressed the button, the device playing the next video, with the dark music and bloody title of Death Battle starting it off. The final boss, the final hurdle, a nightmarish foe meant to test your skill to the fullest. Wiz began the video. So, this must mean that these fighters are like the big bad guy in a video game. Asui figured. All Might and Deku felt uneasy. If their lives were a video game, then they felt that Shigaraki and All for One were their final bosses, and was claiming them as nightmarish foes was a fairly accurate statement of the two. And sometimes they are just plain cheap, like Shao Kahn, the conqueror and ruler of Outworld. Boomstick said and introduced the first fighter. Or Mr. Bison, criminal mastermind and dictator of Shadaloo. Wiz introduced the second. Outworld. Setsuna repeated the name. So that first guy is another guy from that Mortal Kombat universe. The one with Shang Tsung and Raiden. Indeed. Ibara nodded. And since he labeled the ruler of Outworld, he is clearly the ultimate villain of that universe. Wasn't he the one that almost won and that Raiden had to mess with time to fix? Nejaya pointed out. All Might narrowed his eyes at the image of the Conqueror of Worlds, and given his counterparts, Raiden's, animosity with him, Toshinori had a sinking suspicion of who Khan really is. And then there is Bison, and I think he is from the same world as Chun-Li, Blank, and Zangief. Izuku stated, flipping through one of his notebooks, reaching the page with Chun-Li's info. Yeah, from Chun-Li's video, Bison was the one that killed her father. Miruko perked up her ears, remembering how her counterpart's dad was killed by the guy with the very same name. Now seeing that BSDRD's smiling face in front of her, Miruko felt her BLD boiling for what he did to her father from another life, her thighs and legs practically bulging with fury and strength to jump and kick the man's teeth in, if it weren't a video. His Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick said. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. The first fighter's appearance brought two things the minds of the group, intimidating and terrifying. The fighter was massive, as tall and as muscular as All Might's buff state, but that is where the comparisons ended. He wore a reddish-brown leather HNS across his muscular chest, silver spikes or armor across the straps, with the center adorned with skull-designed armor plate. His shoulders held leather armor with clawed spikes shooting upwards, and his wrists braced with metal, spiked wrist guards. He wore a red, gladiator-styled loincloth with a silver skull on the center and his legs strapped with leather armor up to his ankles, clawed spikes on the kneecaps. He was shown wielding a mighty warhammer. But most of intimidation came from his obscured face. His head sported a silver, often gold, warlord helmet, 2 demon horns sticking out and his upper face covered in a silver skull, the upper jaw ending above his sharp-toothed mouth. And peering into the eye sockets of the skull-faced helm glared out 2 yellow, glowing eyes that looked like those of a dragon. The man, or whatever he was, his presence made the students, and even pros, squirm in their seats. Even Bakugo, who would have approved of the design of villain in other time, felt uneasy, a familiar feeling of dread and terror welling up at the build and presence of the warlord. Deku felt the same, though in his case, it was multiplied by other feelings that he registered as the vestiges of one for all, though one of them felt more sadness and disappointment, to Deku's confusion. Shao Kahn is the evil ruler of Outworld, conqueror of worlds, and owner of one of the most badass voices ever. Excluding yours truly, of course. Boomstick began the analysis and ending with a not-so-humble brag. Ah, too easy. Shao Kahn's deep, reverberating voice mocked as he took down a fighter. Jesus, even this guy's voice is unsettling. Kyoka shivered. Background: full name, Emperor Shao Kahn the Conqueror. Age, over 10,000 years. Height, 218 cm, 7 feet 2 inches. Weight, 181 kg, 400 pounds. Occupation: Emperor of Outworld, former ambassador of Elder Gods fighting styles. Taizu, Luihi, though it didn't start out that way. Wiz pointed out. Oddly enough, in a manner similar to Raiden's assignment to Earth, the Elder Gods personally selected Shao to protect the rather bleak realm of Outworld. So, Shao Kahn was like what Raiden is to Earth? Kaminari asked. So, he's also a demigod or something? Most likely. Tokoyami replied. Though, it appears that rather than act as protector of this world, he sought, and succeeded, in ruling over this world instead. Turns out it didn't really need protecting. Boomstick retorted. And if it did, it would need protecting from him. Shao Kahn, formerly just Shao, became the chief advisor to Outworld's ancient ruler, the Dragon King. Oniga. Wiz revealed, showing Shao's former boss, Oniga, in all his glowing-eyed, wingspan terror. If Shao was already intimidating for the group, Oniga practically had them fear-stricken. The Dragon King made the Dragoon hero, Ryukyu, narrow her eyes, imaging a fight between the two of them, and dreading the most likely outcome. So, that dragon guy was the first big guy to rule Outworld. Setsuna asked. Let me guess, Shao betrayed him. I'm betting it was through poison. Yui replied. Together they began a war spanning the multiverse, conquering the other realms of existence, one by one. Wiz continued. The group perked up in dread at the idea of these two going into other worlds and conquering them. An actual threat that can cross through the multiverse through other realms. Endeavor narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Like our own. Which means that we pay all the more attention to their strengths and weaknesses, for if our world is next on their menu. Ryukyu responded. Good choice on that one, gods. Boomstick mocked. And why did they even think this guy needed a bodyguard? He has an undead, unbeatable army and is motherfucking dragon. Unbeatable undead army. Leiko widened her eyes at the sight of an army of undead warriors. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami and Koroiro muttered. Let's see how unbeatable they are when I blast them into pieces. Bakugo roared challenging. But Shao does not like sharing power, and soon poisoned Oniga, taking the Emperor's throne as his own, claiming the title of Shao Kahn. Wiz stated. Mhahahahaha. Shao Kahn laughed maniacally, fists at his sides and throwing his head back. Here. I stand corrected. Boomstick chuckled out. Knew it. Yui simply stated, holding out her hand for her money. Yeah. Setsuna rolled her eyes and placed the yen in the usually silent classmate. Wait, why did he name himself Khan? Uraraka asked. What does it mean? While spelled incorrectly, Khan is a title given to rulers and officials, usually in areas such as Central Asia, Afghanistan, and several other Muslim countries like Turkish or Mongolia. Ida answered. Think of Genghis Khan, for example. If this Shao can live up to that title like Genghis, then he is truly a dangerous threat to all life. Momo said. Arsenal Roth Hammer can be summoned from thin air far larger than real Maul's, requires superhuman strength to wield, sometimes used as throwing weapon. Sword of Shao Kahn only seen in the crappy Tio. He now rules Outworld with an iron fist and a giant maul, the Roth Hammer. Boomstick introduced his arsenal, the Roth Hammer shown to be long-staffed maul, the hammer's chisel almost bulkier than Thor's Mjolnir, with a spike protruding out the top and the Mortal Kombat symbol of the side. A weapon far longer than regular Maul's and so heavy that only someone of Kahn's immense strength could wield it like he can. Wiz added. Sounds like an evil metal Thor. Soto muttered. The rock and roll kind of metal, not actual metal. Tetsu lowered the finger he was about to raise. He can summon this monstrous sledgehammer out of thin air to finish foes in seconds or decimate whack-a-mole and strength testing records. Boomstick said menacingly, showing Shao Kahn summon the Roth Hammer and, with a swing, turn a fighter into splattered bloody pieces. And he can even toss it at his foes and summon it right back into his hand, like an evil, spamming Thor. I guess I was right. Soto said again. Izuku narrowed his eyes at how Kahn used his hammer and his strength. As far as I can tell, Shao Kahn seems like he's a dangerous threat from wherever you are on the battlefield. Izuku muttered, and he wrote in his notebook. With the Roth Hammer, he has a deadly long-ranged weapon that could fatally wound anybody with just a swing, and close-ranged is a bad idea. With his strength and likely high durability, if he grabs you, you could be done for instantly. And even if you were to back away from the range of his hammer or even disarm him, he could simply toss that hammer at you, which would surely hurt or stun you enough for him to reach you. Todoroki jumped into Deku's train of thought. And if you disarm him, he could simply recall his hammer easily. And then turn you into paste with one swing. Kossi sweated profusely at the sight of one hammer swing from the Outworld tyrant turning a guy into pieces. Sorcery minor telekinesis brainwashing teleportation can summon weapons, create energy weapons, soul manipulation. He is a MSTR of the dark arts and often uses his magic to enhance his lethal attacks. Wiz said. So, he also knows magic, which makes him not only a physical threat but also mystical threat. Mirio said, seriously. Like Shang Tsung. Ojiro commented. Like that cheap, constantly spamming shoulder spike of his. Boomstick groaned and growled with annoyance, showing Shao Kahn's shoulder charge his opponent. Or create energy constructs of weapons, just as deadly as the real thing. Wiz jumped back in, showing the Emperor creates spears of green energy. He has even used his sorcery to manipulate and erase the minds of others. It's like Magic Vegas. Boomstick simplified. Shinsu frowned at the once again evil use of brainwashing from a villain. Looks like he uses that shoulder spike move to rush his opponents quickly and pin them against his sheer size and strength. Tiger analyzed. Highly effective given his size and power. And those spears and weapons he makes could help in long range or hard to reach areas, along with his hammer throw. Snipe added. He can also access his inner beast to transform into this thing. Wiz said, showing Shao Kahn transforms into a very poorly CGI multi-headed dragon. He can turn into a hydra. Setsuna shrieked. And an ugly one at that. Yui said. Ryukyu narrowed her eyes again, wondering how she would fare against an opponent with a similar transformation to hers. Quick! Make me forget that a Boomstick groaned in horror. Right, never happened. Wiz agreed and whited out the monstrosity of animation. I guess they were just as grossed and weirded out that they want to forget it ever existed. Sen said. Would you want something that horrendous looking to exist? Rin asked. Good point. Sen replied. Now, despite living in a completely separate dimension, Shao Kahn is well versed in two variants of Chinese Kung Fu, Tai Tzu, the traditional long fist, and Lui He, aka the six combination boxing, which generally focus on powerful strikes and solid defense. Wiz explained. Both Rin and Itsuka watched carefully on Shao Kahn's moves and martial arts, hoping to perhaps adapt his fighting style for good use. Rin felt he would do well with Lui He, his scales quirk giving him more powerful strikes while good defense, while Itsuka felt that both Lui He and Tai Tzu would work well for her, the long fist technique's complete system of many martial arts and the mix of powerful and defense of 𝐻𝐻 perfect to complement her big fist quirk. But how did he learn that? Kaminari asked, confused. Did he sneak to Earth to spy on some kung fu MSTRs and copy them, or is it just a coincidence? Probably the later. Zero shrugged. He mixes these arts with his magic for a move set that's all about absolutely obliterating his opponent. Boomstick jumped in. Despite his misuse of power, it is wise to mix and fuse your quirk abilities with your own martial arts skills. Itsuka said, like my quirk and my martial arts. Momo nodded, fully remembering how backed into a corner she was in during the joint training class, forced to hide under her shield while Kendo unleashed massive punch after punch with equal amounts precision and skill of a martial artist. Move set charging spikes upward shoulder light spear explosive ball mystic choke emperor's shield I beam 𝐒𝐿. He rams people with charging spikes that can also go upwards, grab foes with the mystic choke for a deadly combo, and even shoots fireballs from his mouth and laser beams from his eyes. Boomstick listed. He can shoot lasers from his eyes, like that Superman fellow. Snipe pointed out. Or X-less from our own world. And he can grab hold of people from long-ranged like a telekinesis quirk. 13 added, worried. Or like that force choke from Luke Skywalker. Either way, it would give Khan the perfect advantage for deadly attacks. Ooh, talk about bad breath. Mina joked, waving her hand over her face at seeing Xiao shooting out fireballs from his mouth. This drew chuckles from the students. And if his foe does get the upper hand, he can deflect any kind of projectiles back with his mystical Emperor's shield. Wiz added. And he has a deflector. Izuku muttered as he wrote in his notebook. Given how it's performed, it seems to block mostly short to medium time lengthened projectiles, so it could deflect my air bullets, a short blast from Nejaya, Snipe's bullets, if he is fast enough, Mineta's ball, and Rin's scales shots. Unless he can hold the shield for longer, then Kaminari's electricity, if he can hold it for long enough, could outlast and shock him, and Bakugu's explosions could be large and strong enough to break through. Bakugu was about to yell for the green-haired nerd to shut up, but the final comment praising his explosions to be able to blast through Khan's defenses made him hold his tongue, for now. And of course, he always finishes his fights with a brutal fatality and an epic one-liner. Boomstick said, showing Shao Kahn ripping Raiden's head clean of his shoulder and lifting it up as he continued spewing BLD. Shao Kahn laughs, before moving his hand into Striker's bloody chest, and slowly but surely ripping the cop fighter clean in two. Is that your best? Shao Kahn mocked another fallen foe. Stomachs churned and were nearly released from the student's mouth at the over-the-top gore performed. Meanwhile, Kuta, trying to pry Deku's hands off of his face, was getting sick and tired of Deku and Mirio covering his and Eri's eyes whenever something gross happened. All Might and Gran Torino flinched, recalling All for One and how he would constantly mock and belittle them with taunts and insults, the former of whom fell victim to them, and it caused him to lose his stomach. He's a living tank, bulldozing down anyone dumb enough to get in his way. Boomstick continued, showing Shao Kahn get a fiery fist through the chest by Liu Kang only to then see him up and kicking just fine. He's taken deadly blows time and time again and keeps getting back up, more sessed off than anything else. He just got a fist-sized hole through the chest, and he's still kicking. Mineta yelled in horror. The most dangerous of foes are often the most resilient and determined. Fat Gum, but while his tenacity may be his biggest strength, his arrogance is easily his biggest weakness. Wiz countered. You will die. Shao Kahn tried to mock before Liu Kang interrupted him with a kick to the face. Something to keep in mind, students. Aizawa spoke up. Even when you are baiting or taunting an enemy into a trap, remember to keep your guard up and don't lose yourself in your arrogance and premature victory. Pride comes before the fall. Tokoyami nodded. Shinsu nodded as well, finding the tip much more helpful for him, given his quirk requiring most times to egg an enemy up. Monoma, meanwhile, felt somewhat attacked, realizing why as he remembered his many taunts and insults directed at Class 1A, only for the times he fought against them to fail and make him look the fool. His endurance and longevity stems from his ability to steal the souls of others. Wiz revealed. What? Uraraka exclaimed. like his failing number 2, former death battle fighter and loser, 𝐭𝐚𝐲. Boomstick pointed out, showcasing footage of 𝐭𝐚𝐲 in his fight with 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Devouring a soul grants him longer life, and where 𝐭𝐚 can transform and use the victim's abilities, Shao Kahn just gets the inherited power attributed to the victim instead. Wiz explained. In fact, he can create a unique phenomenon called a 𝐒𝐿𝐿, which can grow to an extent that can harvest and consume the souls from an entire city to an entire realm. So, while 𝐭𝐚𝐲's soul manipulation abilities grant him the power to transform into his victims and use their skills and knowledge, Shao Kahn just gets the raw power of his fallen enemies. Endeavor summarized. Either case, to manipulate the soul is disgusting. All Might and Deku clenched their fists, the horrifying possibility of Shao Kahn defeating and stealing Deku's soul coming up into their minds, and how such a horrible action would most assuredly have the ruler of Outworld gain the power of one for all, far easier than all for one ever could. And with hundreds of worlds and their fighters under his belt for over 10,000 years, that's a lot of power. Boomstick pointed out. He legitimately is like a one-man army. 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐴 commented, frowning in distaste. With that kind of power, he's almost invincible. 𝐿𝐴 muttered, afraid. Though, he is not a perfect conqueror, as he is restricted to the rules set by the elder gods. Wiz also pointed out. In order to invade a realm and annex it into his own, Khan's chosen warriors must defeat the realm's defenders 10 times in a row in the form of a tournament of mortal combat, held every lifetime, or 50 or so years. So, they leave the fate of an entire world and millions of people's lives on a fighting tournament. Itsuka asked. It's actually pretty humane. Kaminari commented. When he noticed everybody looking at him, he defended himself with, well, I mean at least they don't have to cause a war where thousands of people would die, and instead only a few dozen. It's just math. As wrong as it feels to agree with you, you do make a point. Kyoka sighed in reluctance. Which he was doing pretty well, until he came to Earth. We stated, Shao Kahn falling from Liu Kang. Isn't that your counterpart, Deku? Uraraka pointed out the shirtless fighter. It is. It's Liu Kang, from what I recall. Melissa said, looking to Deku with a proud smile. It looks like you're an amazing hero in Otherworld. Not that I'm surprised. Izuku smiled gratefully and warmly at Melissa for the praise. He felt his heart beat wildly and his face heat up so much that Deku felt like overheating. What is with me today? Izuku thought as he tried calming himself down. She just complimented me, so why does it feel like I was just made king of the world by her? But even after losing the battle for Earth, he just outsmarted the elder gods and eventually outlasted every other combatant to achieve the power of Armageddon, becoming the one being and seconds away from taking over all of reality. Boomstick said. Until Raiden reverse time cause his a sore loser. Hey! Melissa exclaimed in offense. That's my Uncle Might you are talking about. Or rather Uncle Might's counterpart. And he saved all of reality because of it. Calm down, Melissa. All Might tried calming the angry girl. I'm sure that Boomstick was just making a light-hearted joke. His sense of humor is just a bit different. You mean rude and perverse? Momo commented. You mean hilarious? Bakugo laughed. But his proudest accomplishment is his takeover of Ednea, the most powerful and respected realm of all. Wiz revealed, Shao executing Jared, king of Ednea, and taking over the once peaceful, appealing realm in darkness. And as trophies for this victory, Khan took Ednea's queen, Sindel, and their princess, Kitana, as his own wife and daughter, brainwashing and raising the latter into believing he was her father. Hee, nice. Boomstick chuckled perversely at seeing Sindel and Kitana. Before Mineta could slobber all over Kitana and Sindel, he received a chop to the back of the neck, courtesy of Black Tendril using Green Bean. And though Sindel ended the marriage with a suicide, Shao Kahn simply had her resurrected and brainwashed into serving him faithfully, even using her to attack his traitor of an adopted daughter, turning her mother against her. Jesus! Setsuna cursed. Not only do you have your home destroyed and your father killed, but your mother also commits suicide, only for her to come back after but that thing everything resurrects her just to kill you. That's about as low as it gets. Talk about petty, Boomstick said. And that's after the whole creating a hot clone of her with a not-so-hot chomper. Everyone jumped or scooted back in their seats at seeing the half-targeted Melina reveal her mouth. Only Mineta overlooked the mouth as his eyes zeroed in on her side melons and barely concealed melons. He received another smack to the head by Black WHP. Deku shook his head, looking confused. Just goes to show you that to cross the Khan is a fatal mistake. Wiz ended the analysis. I am Shao Kahn, conqueror of worlds. Shao Kahn declared, you will taste no victory. 2 words best describe the group's thoughts on the Outworld Khan: disgust and fear. The man's intimidating presence, strength and powers, and feats of conquering numerous worlds was a certain cause of fear and worry for the group, the students shivering at the thought that such a threat was somewhere out there in the multiverse. The tyrant's cruel actions were likewise a cause of disgust among the audience, especially the somewhat kidnapping and brainwashing of Kitana, the resurrection and brainwashing of Sindel, and the creation of the half-Tarkatan abomination known as Melina. The girls shivered in fear at whom among them had the unfortunate fate of being Kitana's counterpart. Even Deku was so disgusted and enraged by Shao Kahn's acts that he wished to commit the same chest-caving act his own counterpart did. The second fighter held an imposing presence of his own, one that screamed dictator and evil. The man that seemed to stand around 5 feet 11 inches was clothed in a tight-fitting red suit, black boots and belt, with silver armor for shoulder and leg guards. He is often seen wearing a red navy-like cap with the insignia of a golden-winged skull, a lightning bolt on the skull's forehead, and, less often, with a flowing black cape. His jaw is chiseled and square, his eyes pure white, and his sinister smile screamed evil. Mr. Bison is the psychopathic founder and leader of the Shadaloo criminal regime. Wiz introduced the man himself, seen sitting on a throne, flanked by Balrog and Vega. He is incredibly wealthy, socially powerful, and public enemy number 1 of the allied nations. An international supervillain, here. Ryukyu crossed her arms. Must be quite the scumbag. And he leads a criminal regime too. Edgeshot said. It also must be quite the formidable force if they can avoid capture or destruction. Oh, so the M means MSTR. Boomstick exclaimed, like it was a question that long confused him. Well, yes and no. Wiz replied. Here. Kaminari said, scratching his head in confusion. In Japan, M. Bison is really named Vega. Wiz tried to explain, showing the 3 Street Fighter villains and their Japanese names. Our Vega's name is actually Balrog. And Balrog the boxer goes by the full name of Mike Bison. So, they're just mistranslations. Hagaku questioned. I get it. Like Mike Tyson. Boomstick said. Why was that a big enough deal to change all the names to? Oh. The screen showed that the Street Fighter game was released in 1991, the same year as Mike Tyson's RPE scandal. Oh, I remember that. Soto perked up. I was researching boxers and I came across that Tyson guy. Guy did. That to some girl and gotten 10 years of jail. Got the last 4 years off. Always said he didn't do it. No wonder they might have changed the names. Honinuki muttered. Background: full name, unknown age, 59 years height, 100 cm, 5 feet 11 inches weight, 70 kg, 154 pounds. Occupation: dictator fighting style, shadowism raised by gypsies trained in soul power anyway. After murdering his own parents at a young age, he was found and raised by a tribe of nomadic gypsies. Wiz revealed. Wait, are we still talking about Tyson? Boomstick joked, asked. And we start this whole thing off with him killing his parents. Sen groaned in disgust. I wonder how much worse a scumbag he is. Given what he becomes in the future, it can only get worse from here. Awase replied. Wait, are we still talking about Bison? Kaminari asked. The gypsy leader took Bison under her wing and trained him in the art of soul power, an ancient art of utilizing the very essence of one's soul as a tool. Wiz continued. Oh well, teaching a child that murdered his own parents the power to harness their own soul as power. Surely nothing will backfire from that. Kamakiri sarcastically said. I don't think the gypsy woman knew about that. Bondo defended. Perhaps she just wanted to save the boy without knowing the darkness inside of him. So, Bison's powers revolve around his soul. Momo muttered as she analyzed the screen. Then the reason for this fight is to pit two tyrannical, evil rules of their factions that both H and assess the power of souls, whether their own or others. Don't forget about 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿, who were likewise Evilders who focused on the power of the soul. Jirota pointed out. And both those fighters exist in the same world, respectively, as both of these two new fighters. But since Bison's kind of a prick, he quickly mastered soul power and began developing his own, much better version. Boomstick said. See, Bison realized his soul was composed of two halves, one good, one evil. Wiz explained, an image of Bison shown with one half of him in white and the other in black. He forcefully dispelled all the goodness from his soul, thus pioneering one of the most destructive energies in fictional history, psycho power. This place shall become your grave. A reddish-purple glowing bison yelled as he stomped a foe into the dirt. He tore away the goodness of his own soul. Kinoko squeaked in fearful horror. Wow, what a way to truly show how much of an evil but you are by literally removing everything good from you. Setsuna clapped her hands mockingly. The most and truest form of pure evil. Ibara muttered, disgusted. Yes, he literally weaponized his soul. Wiz confirmed. And weird little thing, that good part of his soul, it physically manifested into a woman named Rose. What? Boomstick said, flabbergasted, unknowingly voicing the flabbergasted thoughts of the MHA cast. Don't question it. Why, I'm not touching that thing with a 10-foot pole. Kyoka raised her hands in surrender. From the looks of Izuku, Ida, and Momo, the former looked like his brain was trying to rationalize what he was told to a failing degree, while the latter two's faces showed utter and complete defeat. Even Mineta was completely unsure whether to gawk at Rose, or just decided to throw in the towel. Bison quickly built his criminal empire, with the intent of taking over the world, one day at a time. Wiz continued. The day Bison graced your village was the most important day of your life. Bison said to a woman as he brought 2 glasses of wine. But for me, it was Tuesday. Ha, fan service. Boomstick laughed. For pure evil megalomaniac, I have to admit that was a pretty sick but line. Kamakiri admitted. But it turns out his true motives are not even close to what you would expect. Wiz stated. The governments of Earth are polluting the planet and obliterating its natural resources. Bison declared. Shadaloo will step them out and rule this planet. So, his true motive to conquering the world is to stop the destruction of the planet from greedy, corrupt governments. Zero questioned, utterly flabbergasted. Ibara had no words or thoughts come to mind, feeling like her world just flipped on its head that a man of literal pure darkness and evil desired the safety and health of the planet, just like her. Mstr Bison, he's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to 0. Boomstick sang, pasting Bison's head onto Captain Planet's body. I guess they also have Captain Planet in their world. Was what Kaminari's mind could brilliantly say. Miruko burst out laughing like a maniac while Ryukyu just sighed, handling her disbelief and ridiculousness of the situation with just go along with it. Edgeshot sighed deeply, too, rubbing the bridge between his eyes to ease his insufferable migraine. Endeavor took a deep breath, while the inside of his mind was full of longing to just snap and burn everything around him in madness. His psycho power dash gonna help him conquer the world. Are a group of guys who like to kung fu, beaches. Wiz was interrupted by more of Boomstick's terrible singing. MIC and Midnight had to physically restrain Aizawa from strangling himself with his own scarf. Ida and Bakugu began slamming their heads into their armrests. Momo and Kyoka were saved from doing the same by Izuku wrapping them up in a hug, the two momentarily stunned before actually tearing up and trying to preserve their rapidly deteriorating minds. Aries and Kuta's laughter were what gave all of them the strength to continue their, what they felt, miserable existence. Psycho Power Soul used a destructive energy uses only negative energies telekinesis flight brainwashing teleportation soul transference destructive to user's body. His psycho power is immensely powerful and adaptable. After a moment of silence, Wiz continued. Bison can use it for flight, telekinesis, teleportation, and even psychic brainwashing, which has become quite a hobby of his. He can fly and teleport, giving him a range of different escape methods from attacks and reaching fleeing or escaping foes, telekinesis for long-ranged attacks by throwing projectiles, grabbing enemies to his hands for combos, like Shao Kahn, and brainwashing to convert enemies to his side, forcefully, manipulate government figures into doing his bidding, and build his 𝐻𝐻𝐿 regime. Deku said, writing the possibilities in his notebook. ☆Shin-Su frowned in distaste at yet another malevolent use of brainwashing. With psycho power, he developed his own unique fighting style, 𝐻𝐻𝐿. Boomstick tried pronouncing the dark fighting style. Moveset Psycho Cannon Psycho Field Scissor Kick Head Stomp Somersault Skull Diver Bison Warp Teleport Psycho Crusher Slide Kick 𝐻𝐻𝐿 focuses on speed and destructive force over all else. Wiz corrected his co-host and continued. Made possible by such moves as the Psycho Cannon, the Head Stomp, a Scissor Kick Dash and that cheap butt slide kick. Boomstick yelled in a rage. Over and over and over again. I guess that it's as infuriating as Shao Kahn's shoulder spikes, by Boomstick's reaction. Itsuka figured. Shao Kahn and Bison both share a similar level of telekinesis to hold their or pull their enemies towards them for combo and deadly attacks. Todoroki said. And both of their fighting styles seem tailored to overwhelming and crushing their opponents with brute force. Shao Kahn could have an advantage with his Emperor's Shield if he can deflect Bison's telekinetically thrown projectiles. Melissa pointed out. Though Bison also could have the advantage in mobility given his ability to fly and teleport out of harm's way. And if Shao Kahn throws his weapons and own projectiles at him, Bison could stop them with his telekinesis and throw them right back. Jirota added. As well as his deadliest attack, the Psycho Crusher, which at full power can kill a normal human being in one shot. Wiz revealed. Helpful advice, don't get hit by that. Pixie Bob cheekily said. Mandalay and Tiger sighed, the former tiredly while latter fondly, and Ragdoll just laughed hysterically. Bison is extremely cocky, considering himself no less than a god, and for good reason. Wiz said. He has been impaled, electrocuted, shot point blank, crushed underneath a building, yet could resume the fight like nothing happened. Shown on screen to prove his words was Bison removing a spear stabbed into his chest and then the hole magically healed in an instant. Great, there goes my chances to just fry the guy. Kaminari threw his hands in defeat. I guess he and Shao Kahn also have ridiculous and absurd survivability to their comparisons. Mount Lady grumbled. Every major villain seems to have that. All Might thoughts, regarding All for One surviving the former symbol of peace when he turned his head into squashed watermelon. The only Street Fighter who was able to pretty much put him down single-handedly was 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Boomstick revealed, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 popping out of nowhere before Ryu and Bison could fight, destroy him with the Raging Demon and begin to fight Ryu instead. But the Raging Demon is supposed to destroy a person's soul, yet Bison's soul survived to fight another day, somehow. Makes sense that the fighter who could destroy a person by the weight of their own soul's sins could destroy the madman whose soul is nothing but darkness. Ryukyu said. And that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is a monster himself. Miruko added. Psycho power only has one major flaw. Wiz pointed out. Bison's human body cannot contain its full potential and will eventually break down. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Tokoyami sagely said. What does that have to do with this? Zero asked. He means to say that the sheer, absolute power can come at a price. Koroiro answered. At times it is your humanity, other times it's your life itself. All Might frowned, remembering what he found out about the past users of One for All and their own deteriorating bodies from both their original quirks and the power of One for All, especially the fourth. Looking to Midoriya, All Might could only hope that just as he survived, the same will be true for the boy. Fortunately, for Bison, He can transfer his soul into other compatible bodies once his current one is used up. You mean that he has a closet out there full of actual human bodies that look like him somewhere? Uraraka cried out in horror at the sight of Bison holding up an open-stomach naked copy of his own body. They maybe are synthetically made to replicate a human body. Asui figured. But even if that fails, Bison says, screw caution, and busts out one last trick. Boomstick jumped in. His ultimate form, Final Bison. Final Bison aka True Bison, Shin Bison accesses the full potential of Psycho Power Unlimited Super Meter in-game. Little physical improvement, no measurable time limit, somehow changes clothes, will eventually destroy Bison's body. The Final Bison form unleashes the Psycho Power's full potential. Wiz explained, showing some forms of Bison wearing all black, but all practically bursting with energy and destroying foes. Sure, it completely mutilates his body, but its sheer power practically guarantees victory. This Final Bison functions similarly to my own Flashfire technique. Endeavor explains to the pros near him. It increases my flames and their power higher than normal, but if I use it for too long it rapidly dehydrates my body and burns my lungs. Endeavor gained a guilty look on his face as he peered down towards his son. It's why I believed a union of my fire and a cooling ice power combination would easily surpass myself and All Might. He left that part to his guilty mind. Though, the guilty look was enough for some of the pros, mainly All Might, Nezu, and Edgeshot to notice. So, who gives a 𝐒𝐻𝐿? Boomstick said. Especially since he can always possess some other helpless victim's body when he has done. Wiz agreed with Boomstick. Told you. He's a prick. Boomstick said. Yes, I killed your father. Bison said as he fought Chun-Li and Cammy. What is it with you, women, anyway? I killed my father too, and you don't hear me whining about it. Remember, students, that this is something that you will face a lot when you become pros. Nezu spoke up to the students. While we heroes usually hold back and use lethal force as an absolute last resort, villains and criminals will not hold back one bit when cornered and will use every last means at their disposal, even if it means the harm of themselves and others around them. However, it is our duty as pros to take anything they have and hold strong in defense of this, for the safety of those they would harm without care. All Might buffed up to deliver this speech. And as our alma mater states, we strive to go beyond theirs and our limits. Plus ultra. The students proclaimed, to the satisfied, proud grins of the adults. All right, the combatants are set. We said. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick roared. As the screen paused for the device to scan, the voting and betting began. Though, it was more difficult for the group to vote for either fighter given their despicableness and ruthless evil acts. In the end though, Shao Kahn's most prominent voters ranged from Miruko, determined to see the but that murdered her other life's father destroyed, Itsuka and Rin, both, begrudgingly, for the Khan's Taitsu and Lui He techniques, Ojiro, who likewise preferred the more traditional martial arts to supernatural ones, Bakugu, who, while knowing the man was a ruthless BSTA, could understand and acknowledge the strategy of pinning and brutalizing their enemies as quickly and efficiently as possible, Momo, who felt his long-ranged weaponry and deflector defenses could give Shao Kahn an advantage, Ryukyu, for no other reason than the fact than Shao being able to turn into a Hydra, Mirio, who found the sheer durability and resilience of the Outworld ruler to give him an edge, Mai, who appreciated the strength and power behind the Wrath Hammer, Kaminari, who felt that the boss of Xiong Tsung could defeat the guy who was defeated by Akuma, who defeated Xiong Tsung, Kyoka, who while she felt that Kaminari's logic was stupidly simple, it made begrudging sense, and Nezu, who felt the tyrant's power to consume souls could to be an important factor. Deku, despite almost every part of his body feeling like wanting to hell doing it, also voted for his otherworldly nemesis, for his sheer strength, magical soul powers, and determination to not stay dead. Bison's most notable votes came from Nejaya and Uraraka, who thought that Shadaloo leader's more long-ranged abilities and flight gave him an aerial advantage, Ibara and Kinoko, who, even though they knew the man was truly pure evil, at least had some goals to protect nature, Shinsu, who found Bison's brainwashing feats not as deplorable as the Khan's, but not by much, endeavor. 4. Bison's similar ultimate form similar to his flashfire technique, 𝐿𝐴𝐼, who though that the Shadowluism MSDR's body swapping could possibly let him take over Shao Kahn if his body fails, 𝐸, feeling that the psycho-powered tyrant held a greater advantage in speed and evasion, Tokoyami and Koroiro, who voted for the one whose soul was truly reveled in the dark, whatever that meant, Setsuna, seeing Bison's regenerative and durability to be possible reasons for him to win, and 𝐼, who just liked Bison's cape and style more than Kahn's. All Might also had to vote for the leader of Shadowlu, if only because Shao Kahn reminded him too much of multiversal counterparts detected. The device said, Shao Kahn, multiversal counterpart, all 4-1. All Might narrowed his eyes hatefully. I knew it. He muttered, hatefully. Eyes of hatred, fear, or disgust were shown at the potato head and skull-like mask images of the true leader of the League of Villains. Meanwhile, Deku's decision to vote for the evil warlord was more painful than before. Bison. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐂𝐸𝐲 overhaul. The members of the Hisaikai raid glared hatefully at the image of the de facto leader of the Shy Hisaikai Yakuza, especially Deku and Mirio, who placed their arms protectively over Eri, who was shivering in fear again at the sight of the man who tortured her for most of her life. I suppose that those two make sense for their counterparts. Ryukyu muttered, distastefully. Both are leaders of villainous, evil groups, with Shadowlu's criminal regime fitting more with the Yakuza group. Maybe you could even count those undead warrior army guys as that world's version of the Nomus. Miruko replied. Additional multiversal counterpart detected. The device said. Oh, so we have more counterparts, too. Midnight hummed. I wonder if one of them might be that Kitana or Sindel. The girls froze, fearful of which one of them was unfortunate enough to be the suffering princess. Kitana. Multiversal counterpart, Kaina Tsutsumi aka Lady Nagant. The girls collectively sighed in relief. Wait, Lady Nagant. The sharpshooting hero Lady Nagant. Deku asked with wide, amazed, yet sad eyes. Oh yeah, she was a super cool hero and had a cool rifle quirk. Uraraka said with amazement, that quickly morphed into sadness. Until she was imprisoned in Tartaros. Why was she imprisoned again? Pony asked, confused and unaware. Snipe sighed regretfully. The Public Safety Commission never shared many details about what happened, only that she got into an argument with another hero. Snipe explained. And then shot him in cold blood. Nezu frowned, always finding the situation of Lady Nagant's crime and incarceration a peculiar mystery. While the Commission had closed the issue of the tragic event, even revealing the name of the hero that she killed, the rodent principal smelled something fishy. For one, despite the fact that it was all a recent development, the hero was actually reported missing a few weeks ago before Nagant's supposed murder, and the hero's body was quickly cremated, despite the family's wishes and the police and coroners wanting to examine the body. Secondly, and most suspiciously, at the time, president of the HPSC was also tragically killed in a car crash, with the body likewise disposed of and cremated rather quickly. Deku frowned as he remembered one of his most favorite heroes, outside of All Might. He always admired Lady Nagant for her skill with her rifle quirk, because despite having a quirk, all it did was morph her elbows to protrude a sniper-like rifle. The skill and precision she showed in her time as a hero was just that, pure skill and training. It encouraged the teen that if she could become such an amazing pro with nothing but skill and training, then he, a quirkless kid, could too. Not to mention that, aside from Miruko being his first, Lady Nagant was also among one of Deku's female hero crushes. It's also a shame, because she is super hottie. Mineta exclaimed, his face once more perverted and his eyes clenching and moving in the air as if he was 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐺, an imaginary image of Lady Nagant. She has like the perfect hourglass figure. Her melons are almost as big Miss Midnight's, and she has a killer butt and thighs almost like Miru Dash. That was as far as he got until a Mineta's shaped crater formed in the ground. Deku's dark aura and sparking bioelectricity made all those who had problems with the sudden, yet justified, act wisely shut up, including the adults. Rose. Multiversal counterpart, Nana Shimura. Cool. It's Uncle Might's teacher again. Melissa fangirled over All Might's MSTR. Although, it is quite a shame that she has to be related, soul-wise, to such a monster. Momo frowned. All Might's eyes flinched in emotional pain at once more seeing the smiling face of his mentor and mother figure. He also frowned at the idea of being somehow the good part of the soul of some evil dictator. Or the irony that she is technically now a spirit tied to the quirk he once possessed and now bonded to his successor. 𝐒𝐽𝐻. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴. At the revealed image of the colossal monster of their world, it sent shivers of pure dread and fear among the group. At the sight of his destructive power that he left in his wake in the forest, mountain region, they knew that this was no hero or good guy. Mount Lady shivered in fright, easily seeing that 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴 was just as tall, if not taller, than her in her giant state. 𝐺𝐻𝐿 growled in anger. That huge but bestiality. He growled, drawing the attention of the pros. When me and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 captured 𝐿, that giant was the monster that attacked us. That destruction you see is what he did before he managed to escape. All Might narrowed his eyes as he realized what 𝐺𝐿 was secretly implying. This is another one of All for One's warriors. All Might thought, remembering the army of the madman's followers that he fought and defeated single-handedly. But if All for One had a follower with this kind of power, why did he never use him? All Might frowned in confused thought, failing to recall any of AFO's followers that he defeated that matched the monster's unmistakable appearance. If not to defeat me and gain one for all, what more important task could this behemoth have been tasked to do? Deku shivered in pure fright at something that felt was something straight out of one of his nightmares, suddenly, recalling one nightmare he had as a kid of a large, spiky monster, his appearance obscured in the darkness, looking at him from outside his window, but weirdly never made to grab and eat him like he thought, but just looked at him, like some kind of vigilante statue. Kirishima's and Mina's eyes in pure horror, their skins paling horribly. This hero agency. Tell me where it is. Kirishima found himself back to that day in junior high, when his hair was still black and hardening weak. He remembered the large villain covered in a large cloak, threatening and demanding 2 girls from his school for information. It's a simple question. Why won't you tell me? Kirishima remembered his deep menacing voice, his large, hardened hand that cracked the building it rested on with a simple push. He remembered the radio boombox hanging around his neck. Just like the one hanging around this 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴. Mina shivered in fear, her mind taking her back to when she gave the false directions of that hero agency the villain was demanding. She remembered the fear that gripped her very being while she put up a brave front. She remembered his deep voice as he left, the one that woke up at night, sweating. Thank you very much. Everything is for my MSTR. She remembered his face underneath the cloak. The very same one as 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐴's. Mina began to hyperventilate, gasping for breath she couldn't find. As her vision began blurring, she could hear the faintest sound of someone calling her name and their touch on her shoulders. Then a hard body pressed against her own, their strong yet soft and kind arms wrapping around her. She blinked and shivered at the soft and slow rubs on her back by the person's hands. Breathe, Mina, breathe. The voice spoke, Mina's eyes snapping fully awake as she realized who it was. It's okay, I'm right here, everything is fine, no one is going to hurt you. Just breathe. Midoriya's warm embrace, his soothing words that whispered into her ear, it broke the bubbly pink girl. Tears welled up in her eyes and she latched onto Midori like a lifeline. Her Midori. Mina thought lovingly, melting into his embrace. Her hero. After she eventually calmed down, and after Kirishima stopped fussing over her like, what Mina thought was like a worried little brother, Mina and Kirishima both informed the group about seeing the giant before back in junior high and what he wanted. After Mina managed to keep a very upset Deku from throttling Kirishima for not protecting her, and Deku severely apologizing afterwards, to Kirishima's insistence that it was okay and he would have throttled himself if he could, the heroes frowned, extremely concerned that such a massive, and clearly powerful, villain was somehow wandering somewhere in Japan, unnoticed, especially in a suburban area. 𝐺𝐻𝐿, All Might, and Nezu made a note to discuss the giant and his connections to All for One with Tsukochi and the top pros in an effort to find this behemoth before this threat acts and destroys countless lives. But before that, they had a video to watch that just unpaused. The video of the fight began with Shao Kahn sitting on his throne in what looked like a brightly lit catacomb. Before the Outworld ruler, two Tarkatan warriors were about to duke it out with mortal combat. "Oh man, what the heck are those?" Mineta exclaimed in horror at the two monstrous-looking humanoids. "I'm not sure," Deku muttered. "But it could be what that clone of Kitana was combined with. They do appear to have the same mouths." Asui nodded, noticing the signature Tarkatan mouths that Melina shared. Bison, suddenly, teleported out of nowhere, standing between the two Tarkatan warriors. "Kneel before my psycho power," Bison demanded, teleporting behind and grabbing one of the Tarkatans. The Tarkatan, in his hand, futilely screamed before disintegrating, in a puff of blue smoke, by Bison's psycho power. Shao Kahn jumped from his throne, landing and, consequentially, smashing the second Tarkatan into pieces upon impact. "Whoa, hey, wasn't that one of his own?" 𝐒𝐻𝐼a cried out, confused and horrified. "It's not like he would care." Magiki muttered. "Oh yeah, right. I forgot." 𝐒𝐻𝐼a perked up in realization. "Evil BSTRD warlord. Sorry. Prepare to die." Shao Kahn pointed and proclaimed at the leader of Shadaloo. Bison merely chuckled evilly, as the two took a fighting stance. "Fight." Bison attempted to start things off with a quick scissor kick, but was blocked by the Khan, who took the advantage and punched Bison straight in the ball. The men hissed in the phantom pains, some of them hovering their hands over their crouches, as if they felt the pain. The girls all rolled their eyes in exasperation. "Boys!" they all thought. As Bison began flying back from the punch, Shao rammed into Bison with a rising charging spike that sent Bison flying further away. "Too easy!" Shao Kahn taunted as Bison rolled on the ground. Khan capitalized on his opponent's stunned state and took the advantage for an extra hit for more damage. Aizawa commented. "Smart." Soto began wondering if perhaps he could perform the charging spikes as well. Granted, he would have the shoulder spikes that the Khan had, but with his quirk and using his full body weight, he felt he could definitely deal some damage. Khan summoned and tossed his Wrath Hammer towards the rising regime leader, only for Bison teleport away, the maul landing in the ground. As Khan tauntingly laughed, Bison reappeared behind him, the warlord too busy laughing to notice him. In response, Bison charged up and launched a powerful psycho-powered fist and punched Khan in the face, knocking him backwards. "His arrogance!" Endeavor grunted in response. He was either too sure of the Wrath Hammer landing and killing Bison or taunting Bison for running away, that he didn't notice he teleported behind him. Yeah, don't let our guards down or get too cocky," Miruko said, bored. "Let's just continue watching this bloodbath." Ryukyu and the other heroes sighed, both used to yet worried about Miruko's nearly insatiable bloodlust. Bison capitalized on his own stunned opponent and performed a slide kick, sweeping the warlord of his feet, but before he fell, Bison did another slide kick, striking Shao again before he hit the ground. Khan quickly got up and retaliated with a green fireball, shooting out of his mouth, at the evil street fighter. Unfortunately, it missed as Bison ducked but misses and charged into him with the Psycho Crusher. He pushed back the Khan a bit before grabbing onto him and flipping and slamming him onto the ground behind him. "Worthless!" Bison, this time, mocked. Clearly, Bison has more speed and agility to evade Shao Kahn's attacks and land more hits before Khan can recover. Ida stated. Bison's more of a fast, hard hitter, while Shao Kahn is slower, yet likely hits harder. Itsuka figured out. Bison levitated backwards, away from Shao Kahn. "Just try to withstand my psycho power," Bison proclaimed. A purple aura began surrounding Shao Kahn, his field of vision around him grew brighter. He's trying to brainwash Shao Kahn with his psycho power. Shinsu pointed out. "Are you frightened?" Bison taunted, the pitch of his voice altered and distorted. "Grovel before me. I'll scar your soul." However, as it seemed like he was about to succumb, Shao Kahn spread his arms and dispelled the psycho power, laughing. Shao Kahn charged at the still bison saying, "You are nothing." Shao struck Shadaloo's dictator into the air with a powerful uppercut. He dispelled the brainwashing. Pony exclaimed. Shao Kahn was said to be a MSTR of the dark arts and brainwashing himself. Momo pointed out. It would be highly unlikely for one MSTR at brainwashing to be susceptible to another's. Shao continued to attack MSTR Bison, slamming into him twice with 2 rising charging spikes. "Fut, he's juggling him." Sen laughed. "Juggling?" Ibarra asked, confused. "It's a fighting game thing." Kossi explained. "It just basically means keeping your opponent in the air with as many hits as you can, so you can get more damage on them while they are helpless." On the 3rd attempt of the upward charging spikes, Bison teleported away. As reappeared behind him, Kahn formed and throws an ethereal spear at him. Bison dematerialized and phased through the spear, then reformed, jumped and slammed onto Kahn with a head stomp, which also got blocked. Bison tried to strike with a skull crusher dive, only to be struck and knocked away by the Wrath Hammer. "Ooh, that's got to sting." Soto flinched at the hit. Bison's teleporting and phasing through Shao Kahn's attacks, yet that warlord is able to defend and catch Bison's attacks for a counterattack. Ectoplasm stated. "Yeah." Snipe nodded. Bison's clearly deciding the flow and speed of the fight, but Kahn can clearly keep up, probably warrior instinct from all those souls he consumed. As he flew backward, Bison spun and teleported back before the Outworld ruler, quickly resuming the fight with 2 jabs that Shao blocked, but the latter was unprepared for the leg sweep that threw him off his balance. Defenseless, Kahn was struck by 3 scissor kicks. "Nightmare booster!" Bison yelled, slamming into the warlord with a powered-up Psycho Crusher. In the process, Bison smashed Shao Kahn through the walls of the fortress, then ascends upwards, sending the Kahn up with him. Bison teleported mid-attack, appearing above the approaching mortal combatant. "This place shall become your grave." The Shadalooism MSTR declared, falling and slamming his feet downwards, stomping Shao Kahn into the ground. "Jesus!" Awais exclaimed. "That was quite the killer combo." He leg swept Kahn to throw him off balance enough for him to strike fast and hard. Ojiro stated. "Come on, you emo evil bastard." Bakugu yelled at the downed Kahn. "I already feel sick rooting for you, don't make me regret it anymore." "At least he has his priorities." Zero snickered, a sweat drop over his head. "I always have my priorities straight, weird arms." Bakugu yelled back at Zero. Says the guy more focused on beating All Might alone than as a team. Izuku muttered. "What was that, you nerd?" Bakugu roared in challenge. "I'm saying that you were so focused proving you were the best and you could defeat All Might by yourself, during the final exams, that you refused to work together until we had no choice, and your pride was wounded." Izuku fired back, uncharacteristically angry as Bakugu. Bakugu, and the others, were caught off guard for a moment, only for the spiky blonde to regain his fire. Okay, break it up, you two." Mirio warned, keeping the 2 back from each other. "Let's not get all swept up in this, alright?" Silence met Mirio's pun, though thankfully it managed to snap Deku out of his sudden rage episode and weakly apologized. Bakugu raised an eyebrow, realizing something was off about the nerd, so he decided to show mercy and let it slide. The adults looked at Deku with concern, knowing the boy enough that the episode was highly unfamiliar to his personality. All Might and Nezu looked at each other, both of them wondering if perhaps Midoriya was experiencing another side effect from the multiverse energies, like back in Kratos vs. Spawn. Momo and the girls were shocked at Midoriya's sudden and uncommon rage, and looked to him with concern and worry. Momo likewise was suspicious and felt like she knew what was up but couldn't put her finger on it. Back in the fight, Bison jumped far away. "Utter some." He taunted at the arrogant warlord. Shao Kahn got up and simply asked, "Is that your best?" "Wow, he looks almost uninjured," Kaminari said, amazed. In anger, Bison sent a volley of psycho cannons at Kahn, but the warlord threw up his mystical emperor's shield and the purple orbs bouncing off the shield and reflecting back towards the international criminal with green energy. The entire reflected volley struck 𝐵ison and sent him crashing into a pillar. Smart. Nezu nodded in approval. Shao Kahn's taunt provoked 𝐵ison into acting rashly and firing numerous projectiles at him, knowing full well that he could easily reflect and damage 𝐵ison instead. He let his anger get the better of him, which led to a foolish mistake. Hound Dog growled. Remember, students, to control your anger before it controls you. Bakugo winced, remembering his first battle with Deku, where he let his petty anger and longing to destroy the nerd leave himself predictable to Deku, nearly obliterate Deku and the building with the weapon he was safeguarding, and play right into Deku's plan that cost him his victory. Kahn jumped forwards, forming and impales 𝐵ison onto the pillar with an energy spear. He then proceeded to beat Shadaloo's MSTR up with incredibly vicious and powerful punches, one after another, after another, after another. Feel the wrath of Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn proclaimed as he continued beating up the impaled foe. On my god, he's ruthless. Setsuna winched and flinched from the ever-increasing blows. I can't watch this. Hagekyu covered her eyes from the sight, growing a bit uncomfortable at the string of attacks. Eri buried her face in Deku's chest. While the little girl clearly held no love from her former tormentor, the kind girl's mixed feelings still didn't make the ruthless attack any more difficult to watch. Kahn kicked 𝐵ison straight through the pillar, which crumbled in his wake and sent 𝐵iso flying into skittering through the floor, before crashing onto another pillar that crushed and buried 𝐵ison underneath the rubble. Geez, he just Sparta kicked him into oblivion. Mount Lady exclaimed. Flawless victory. Shao Kahn declared. Do you think it's over? Pixie Bob questioned. Not by a long shot. Ragdoll replied. She may not have her search quirk anymore, but Tomoko still had an analytical enough eye to realize that 𝐵ison was not finished. Suddenly, the rubble of the pillar began to rumble. My psycho power knows no limits. 𝐵ison's voice broke free before himself, blasting out and floating in the air, covered in ghostly blue flames, the red of his attire turning black. It's the final 𝐵ison mode. Asui spoke the obvious. Actually, now that I think about it, Shao Kahn doesn't have any ultimate mode or final gambit transformation that matches final 𝐵ison. Uraraka pointed out. True, if 𝐵ison was powerful enough to fight Shao Kahn in his regular mode, then final 𝐵ison could be the trump card 𝐵ison needs to win. Mina said. Death awaits. 𝐵ison declared, falling to the ground before smashing into Shao Kahn with another, more powered-up version of the Psycho Crusher, knocking the warlord to the ground. As he got back up, 𝐵ison unleashed a series of teleporting attacks all over Shao Kahn that the warlord could barely withstand or block. His speed and teleportation have severely increased. Ryukyu noted. Shao Kahn can barely keep up. Finally, Shao Kahn managed to throw a perfect punch that struck 𝐵ison and sent him back. How? Kuta exclaimed. He was so fast. Yet predictable. Deku pointed out to the kid. Shao Kahn is smart and has thousands of years and souls worth of experience and battle knowledge. He could have predicted where 𝐵ison was going to be and struck before 𝐵ison could realize. Shao Kahn then slammed into 𝐵ison with a barrage of charging spikes over and over again, until, eventually, 𝐵ison was brought to the ground. Yep, they were right that Shao Kahn is a pretty cheap son of a bitch. Gran Torino muttered, recalling the warlord's counterpart and his final fight with Toshinori, where he constantly spammed that air cannon attack that put Toshinori in a corner. Shao Kahn jumped and landed roughly onto 𝐵ison, his boot on the criminal mastermind's heel, pinning him. The Outworld ruler summoned his hammer and began smashing it onto 𝐵ison's head once, then twice, then thrice. Goddamn dude, chill. Setsuna exclaimed, feeling rather queasy at the hammer strikes that spilt Bioli. Just like that. Squash his head into paste. Bakugo roared out with bloodlust. Turn that Soviet-Russian knockoff into a game of whack-a-mole. Kamakiri cheered as well. Should we be concerned? Itsuka asked, a nervous sweat drop over the two bloodthirsty students. Normally, I'd say that's just them, but now. Maybe. Kyoka responded, her own sweat drop over her head as well. Upon the fourth strike, Bison reverted to his regular form. "Oh." Kinoko said, worried. "Oh yes." Bakugo cheered. Shao Kahn then picked up Bison over his head and ripped him in half. Cheers and groans alike were raised at the finishing move, with others trying to keep their stomachs from spilling out their mouths. "Fatality!" Shao Kahn laughed out. "Well, I guess that's that." Honinuki said, disappointed at Bison's loss. However, Bison's soul materialized overhead, floating upwards. "What?" the students exclaimed in surprise. "Bah! Puny garbage." Bison mocked. "Oh right." They said that even when his body was destroyed, his soul continued to live on and possess another body. Melissa said, "He could possess Shao Kahn's body as it is a suitable replacement." Tokoyami said, "Come on. Come on." Uraraka cheered, begged. Unfortunately, Shao Kahn, suddenly, created a 𝐒𝐿, which covered and dragged Bison's soul towards him. "No! It's a 𝐒𝐿!" Setsuna cried out. Shao Kahn can consume souls, and Bison's, no matter how tainted, is no different. Ibara said, "Come on, you skullface FR." Miruko roared out, "Consume that BSTRD. Make him pay for what he did to other Ms. Dad." "No!" Bison cried out as he was consumed by Shao Kahn. "Mwahahaha!" Shao Kahn laughed in flawless victory. KO! The groans and cheers of victory that were silenced by Bison's soul appearing were revitalized with a sense of finality, including Bakugo's triumphant laugh and Miruko's own laugh, satisfied with revenge, even if it was all a simulation. "Oh! Wait a second." Everyone turned to Deku, who froze in realization. If he can gain the powers of those he consumes in the aftermath, Shao Kahn began testing his newfound psycho power, floating up into the air in fiery green aura. He then fired multiple psycho cannons of his to his left and right, one of which he fired at Bison's corpse, vaporizing it. "Oh!" Miruko paused, realizing that Shao Kahn just became stronger with the father-murdering BSDRD's powers. "Essachi language." Ida yelled back. "That can't be good." Boomstick muttered. All Might couldn't help but frown and compare such a scene to All for One stealing the quirks of others and using them for himself. While Bison is one of the deadliest street fighters and surviving the raging demon proves that he can protect his soul, Shao Kahn's thousands of years of combat experiences, combined with his brutal tenacity, ultimately triumphed. Wiz explained. "Hard to beat a guy who has literally thousands of years' worth of war and conquest under his belt." 13 said, worried again of the slaughter that might occur if this monster were to visit their own world. Also, Kahn's otherworldly makeup means it's extremely unlikely Bison's soul could possess him if given the chance. So, not only are there different levels of biology and makeup of a body depending on different universes, but Shao Kahn's eyes, teeth, and those spikes that are protruding from his arms must mean that he is of an entirely different species. Melissa stated. He also was, or perhaps still is, a demigod like Raiden that was tasked to look after Outworld, so that could have also been something that would make possession impossible. Asui added. And Kahn is no stranger to brainwashing. Boomstick jumped in. Hell, he used it on his own wife and daughter for years. Not to mention Bison's soul-fueled psycho power isn't the best weapon against somebody who eats souls for breakfast. Nezu simply tapped his gigabrain to the eye rolls of the teachers. Shao Kahn has gained power from every soul he's devoured. Wiz began showing mathematical equations drawn up, showing how long it takes to conquer a realm by mortal combat, from least of 500 years to most of 1,000, and divided by how long Shao Kahn has spent conquering realms which, at most, rounded up to 10 realms conquered and their souls consumed. By the rules of mortal combat and assuming the possibility of losses, Kahn has consumed at least 60 billion souls over 10,000 years. Eyes widened to new levels that many felt like their eyes were going to pop out of their souls. So many lives lost. Izuku muttered, feeling untold depths of sadness and fury well up in what this monster has done. I guess that just shows just how powerful your own counterpart is, Midoriya. Hagakure's bubbly voice drew his attention. After all, your counterpart did defeat Shao Kahn, multiple times really, so your counterpart must be so strong to do that. That's so cool. Izuku was taken back by 𝐻𝐻𝐽 managing to bring a bright side to this. Then again, that's what 𝐻𝐻𝐽 does. Izuku smiled gratefully, his cheeks pink. Thank you, 𝐻𝐻𝐽. Though he couldn't see it, 𝐻𝐻𝐽 blushed bright. Toru. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 said. Remember it's Toru to you, Midori. Looks like Khan had a solution for Bison. Boomstick punned. Hey, not bad. Nejiya shrugged her shoulders at the not-so-terrible pun. The winner is Shao Kahn. Wiz declared. Claps, however reluctant they may be, rang for the end of this death battle video. While I didn't like rooting for those scumbags, their fight was still awesome. Kirishima admitted. And we have useful information on them should they cross the barriers of reality pose a threat to us. Tokoyami added. Ooh, and I think I have an idea for a new move. Nejiya said, excited. Like my own Psycho Crusher with my wave motion quirk. That would be useful if you are placed in a close-quarters fight. Izuku said, immediately drawing up Nejiya's idea. Although, you would have to work on your own physique or work this idea around your body type instead of copying the Psycho Crusher full-on, given you and Bison's different physiques. I can help with that. Ryukyu spoke up. Perhaps one final lesson for me to impart to my protege before you graduate. Nejiya smiled brightly and immediately hugged Ryukyu and Izuku, the latter lasting noticeably longer and stronger, given Izuku gasping for breath by the end of it. And Izuku trying to bring down the red on his face for having Nejiya's large cannons pressed tightly on his chest. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced. Classic retro music played as the screen showed a colored pixelated grassy field, the bright yellow moon lighting the night sky. Two robed individuals, one orange and the other dark, faced each other from across the field. The feet of the figures were shown running swiftly towards each other. Before they jumped into the air, their swords raised high as they sailed towards each other. The image paused and the image of a black-clothed and silver armor-plated ninja was shown with the name beside him reading, Ryu Hayabusa. Holy 𝐻𝐻𝐽𝐿 Kaminari cursed in excitement. It's a ninja. We're getting a ninja fight, aren't we? Presumptuous of you, but I hope so. Mineta replied. As the image turned black with the VS on screen only shown, it cut to black as sharp slicing noises sounded. The screen came alive with color again and a new cool music with a new fighter shown, this figure also looking like a ninja but in a more colorful blue getup and red scarf, with a tonfa that was also a sword in his hand. His name was shown beside him, Strider Hiryu. It is a ninja fight. Kaminari cheered in elation. Strider Hiryu. Itsuka said, looking towards Rin. Is he related to you, Rin? No, at least I don't think so. Rin Hiryu said, scratching his head. I don't recall anyone in my family being some super cool ninja, or with the first name Strider. Ryu Hayabusa. Edgeshot repeated the first fighter's name. Translated the name spells Dragon Falcon. That's a sick butt name. Setsuna exclaimed, grinning ear to ear. Come on, Mai. Play it already. With no words of opposition, Mai nodded and proceeded to click play on the next video. Meanwhile, as she was doing this, Mineta yawned. I hope we get through these fights quickly. I'm so tired and getting blown up and punched into the floor isn't helping. He muttered. Wait, how are you already so tired? Zero asked, confused. I mean, training today was no joke, but I don't see anyone else wiped. I stayed up a bit too late doing research. Mineta lied, choosing to omit a looking at rather XPLCT videos and magazines, thinking about the lovely ladies from the previous death battles. Given how protective Midoriya was with some of them, mainly the girls those fighters were counterparts to, Mineta didn't want to admit and be punched legitimately 6 feet under. Didn't you have coffee this morning? Kaminari asked. What? No. Mineta replied. I tried to drink it, but Soto gave me black and not a latte. I told you I did. Soto exclaimed. You said it many times. You like your coffee in a latte because it helps burn fat and relieve muscle pains. Well, you sure didn't remember that because my coffee definitely tasted like a bitter tar pit. Mineta yelled, still angry. And I keep telling you I did. Soto replied, getting more zest off. Someone must have swayed them or something. Okay, enough you two. Eraserhead spoke, wrapping the two in his scarf, glaring at them with red eyes. You're disrupting the video and giving me a headache. Calm down and be quiet before I put you both on cleanup duty. The two of them, not wanting to clean up the living room, did as were told, though left things off with a glare, and an I got my eye on you expression from Mineta. As for the girls, as they overheard with the rest of the group, they all paled drastically, and cloud of fear hanging over their heads as they realized their mistake. Mineta did not drink the 𝐻𝐸𝐷s-laced coffee like they wanted, to stir Deku's jealousy, and now someone else in their classes has drunk that coffee. The girls had only one thing on their minds, third PV panic. That was what was running through the minds of the girls as they overheard Mineta's argument with Soto, and the revelations that occurred. The girls whipped their heads towards 𝐻𝐸𝐷s's frozen, invisible form with panicked glares. What the hear him? Mina corrected her loud before she brought the attention of the others. She spoke again with a quieter voice. What the he double hockey sticks, Toru? You were supposed to put it in Mineta's coffee. What happened? I don't know. Toru whispered back. I put it in the coffee cup you told me to put. Did you put it into the black coffee one with the purple M on it? Momo asked further. How? Many times will I have to say that I did? Toru snapped at her. Did you double check? Uraraka whispered worried and in a panic. I couldn't. Toru whispered yelled back. Even while invisible, the guys will notice if they bump into me, and I had to do it quickly because Soto came back sooner. What happened to my distraction, Melissa? Sorry. Melissa apologized. Me and my tried to get his attention away with one of our inventions, but Ida took it and rushed it outside so quickly, yelling for everybody to go about their day. He must be paranoid after all the times Hatsume had blown both him and Midoriya up. Asui figured. That sounds accurate. Mai admitted. Besides, I was also distracted by Midori. 𝐻𝐸𝐷 continued. He noticed me when I was invisible, cursed those lovable, analyzing eyes of his, and chatted with me, so I had to do it as sneakily as I can without him noticing. Well, Setsuna's disembodied head cursed quietly. Hey, is everything alright, girls? The girls of the sisterhood quickly turned their heads to meet a confused-looking Midoriya. You girls look worried about something. Is anything wrong? It took everything the sisterhood girls had to not coo and blush at Midoriya's sweet, innocent eyes and frown. Yeah, Greenie. Kyoka lied through her teeth. Everything's cool. It's just that, we were talking about training. Nejaya jumped in quickly, her perky smile as bright as ever. We were talking about training together on some new moves that we wanted to make based on the information on the fighters. Oh! Izuku's worried look quickly vanished and flashed a blinding smile. Well, if you girls want, I can help you all with that. I got most of the info on my notebooks. We can go over them and I can help figure out a way to change some of them for you guys. And I have some notes on some inventions that Mai and Melissa can look over. That would be wonderful, Izuku. Momo replied. We can discuss it more after the videos, if you like. Sure. Izuku nodded and smiled before turning back to the screen as it came alive for the next video. The girls all sighed in relief. For about a few seconds before their eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Did Midoriya just unintentionally ask us all out to a training session date? Izuku's face turned into a tomato. Did I just unintentionally ask them all out to training session date? The 1B girls, Setsuna, looked on with amazement. Wow, he's good. They thought, impressed. Meanwhile, the rocking music and the death battle logo appeared as the video began. Ninjutsu. Wiz began. Originally created by farmers to kill their oppressive samurai lords, the ninja has become one of the deadliest killers in history. So, it is a ninja fight. Miruko grinned. I guess you are happy about that, Headshot. I am pleased with every video, as it provides us pros and these youthful prodigies the opportunity to grow stronger and prepare for such multiversal threats and our own worldly ones. 𝐻 responded, plainly. Although, a look into my fellow comrades, across the universes, in the ways of the ninja, preferably heroic, is most agreeable. Miruko chuckled and rolled her eyes. Never change, Shinya. Never change. Miruko replied. Like 𝐒𝐬𝐽, the ultimate, dragon ninja. Boomstick first revealed. And Strider Hiryu, the high-tech, A-class mercenary. Wiz revealed the second. Mai and Melissa perked up at the mention of the high-tech ninja, the former of whom was already bouncing with anticipation. Dragon ninja, here. Setsuna grinned wide. Color me intrigued. Count myself among the intrigue, as well. Ryukyu nodded. Me too. Kaminari exclaimed, his hands raised in a gesture including pointed fingers to the sky and, somehow, grabbing Aizawa's scarf and wrapping it around his head to look like a ninja. I love the way of the ninja. At the last word, he moved his fingers up into the air twice. Ninja. Zero and Mineta followed his lead, although they were covered by Zero's tape. Whack. What happened was the sound of Kyoka knocking Kaminari out cold, with a Momo-created frying pan, and Mineta and Zero throwing their hands in surrender. Kyoka returned the scarf back to Aizawa. Thank you, Jiru. Aizawa thanked the girl, gesturing to both his scarf and the sound-asleep Kaminari, who had comical Tweety birds circling above him. Please, it was my pleasure, sensei. Kyoka replied, grinning pleased. His Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced the both of them. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills, to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. The first fighter pretty much fit the bill for the group on what a ninja would look like, a present-day ninja at that. One outfit showed the tall ninja garbed in an all-purple to blue-colored ninja suits, while others showed the warrior dressed in black ninja clothes mixed with designs and gear of a modern special ops agent. The most prominent of the warrior's gear was a pair of tabi boots, a ninja headpiece that resembled a falcon, mask, and scarf, and shin and forearm guards. Some iterations of the suit were without sleeves, showing his muscular arms, but all showed his vibrant green eyes with a golden hue, their piercing glare giving him an intimidating look and presence. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, his name literally meaning dragon falcon, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was born in the dragon lineage legacy, and trained in the ways of the ninja from the moment he could crawl. Wiz began Hayabusa's analysis. Like Goku with his adopted grandfather, right? Soto asked. Yep. Zero nodded. And I can't believe I'm so jealous of a baby. Background height, 179 cm, 5 foot 10 weight, 78 kilograms per 172 pounds age, 25 aka Dragon Ninja and MSTR Ninja occupation, antique shop owner animal spirit, peregrine falcon hobbies, mountain climbing, fishing, eating sushi, kicking butt. How are you supposed to keep a baby in their crib when they can freaking backflip out of it? Boomstick chuckled, showing a baby jumping into a crane pose in the air. The girls all thought about being put into such a situation, those imaginary children suspiciously having a mixture of green hair, eyes, and diamond-shaped freckles. They at first blush at the fantasy, before shuddering in horror of backflipping and being tiny ninja terrors. A prodigy in the art of combat, Ryu far exceeded his clan's expectations. Wiz continued. When he turned 18, he donned the traditional blue garb. Then single-handedly defeated both the criminal doomsday cult of Nostradamus and the army of Emperor Garuda from taking over New York. Now that's awesome. Sen cheered, excited. Nostradamus. Itsuka questioned. You mean that French astrologer? Yes, though he was also famous for being a reputed seer of the future. Momo explained. He made a book full of prophecies and poetic quatrains known as the Les Prophéties. It would appear that this cult might worship or adhere to these prophecies and perhaps sought to enact them to bring about Armageddon. Ectoplasm figured. Goes to show how prophecy mumbo-jumbo can really screw some people over. Snipe shrugged. Snipe didn't know his comment made the former symbol of peace flinch. He recalled his fight and broken partnership with Night Eye over his grim prediction that he would die 6 or so years later in the future. He ignored the prediction from the seer, despite his injuries sustained by All for One, and it drove his trusted sidekick away. Though Toshinori was under no delusions that he was entirely in the wrong, for Night Eye himself was just as, if not more, overtly paranoid over his prediction. All Might was sad that he was only proven his sight was not so infallible upon his deathbed. True Dragon Sword 𝐒𝐲 clan heirloom carved from a dragon fang. Eye of the Dragon unleashes sword's full power. Divine blade practically indestructible. Weak-willed cannot wield it. True power is said to upset the balance of a peaceful world, and that was before his father gave him the dragon sword. A single-edged katana carved from the fang of a dragon which, when combined with the mystical eye of the dragon, becomes a divine blade of ultimate power. Boomstick revealed, showing a sharp katana, that when Ryu placed a gem on the bottom, it glowed with mystical energy. Bakugu's grin became wider and more maniacal as he gazed at the shimmering blade and its origins. "Man, they have dragon everything, don't they?" Zero said. "Next thing we know, they will have dragon underwear made from the scales of a dragon." Mineta joked. "That would actually sound very uncomfortable." Soto muttered, disturbed. "But manly as hell." Tetsu argued. "It also has one serious security system." Wiz pointed out, his voice sounding impressed. "If someone other than a strong-willed 𝐒𝐲 attempts to wield it, the true dragon sword will feed on and eventually devour their soul." Bakugu cursed, disappointed. "I need that kind of tech for my car. Teach those DMN caddy-smashing raptors a lesson." Boomstick grumbled, an image of Riptor, from Yoshi vs. Riptor, falling into his car displayed. "He's still umming about that." Setsuna pondered. "Kid, trust me, nothing is more annoying and infuriating when someone messes up your car." MIC grumbled, still sessed off that someone had recently keyed his car. In addition, Ryu has an enormous arsenal of various weaponry. Wiz jumped back in. Arsenal Lunar Staff Falcon's Talons Kusarigama Shurikens Regular, Explosive, and Windmill Fiend's Bane Bow Smoke Bomb Vigurian Flail Eclipse Scythe Tunfar's War Hammer Howling Cannon Dragon's Claw and Tiger's Fang Spear Gun Nunchaku Bare Fists including the Lunar Staff, Falcon's Talons, a Kusarigana, basically a chain sickle, numerous types of shurikens, bombs, bows, etc., etc. Wiz listed the displayed weapons, one after the other. "Wow, that's one hell of a list." Setsuna muttered. "Think you can write those fast enough? You're already done." Setsuna looked over as she spoke to her crush, already having written down the entire list of weapons, and already began listing the uses and benefits of all those weapons. In just a few seconds. "Good old Greenie." Kyoka shook her with fondness. "She messed with Deku's hair. Never change, man." Izuku blushed and involuntarily shivered when Jiru's hands roamed through his hair, his heart beginning to P&D rapidly. "Get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself." Izuku thought, chanted to himself over and over with increasing determination. And the Eclipse Scythe, a weapon forged by werewolves and quenched in the blood of living human beings. Because some people just have to do things the hard way. Ahem. The badass way, Wiz. Boomstick corrected his co-host. Bakugu actually drooled as he saw the weapon and began slowly walking to the weapon on screen like a zombie. Kirishima's and Tetsutisu's attempts to put Bakugu back in his seat were met with hissing and explosions from the blonde in protest revelry in the dark. Tokoyami and Leiko said at the same time. As the two noticed, the two looked at each other with amazement before quickly looking away from each other. What was a source of amusement for the boys and girls was the bright pink, obvious blushes on the pale ghost girl and the raven-headed boy. And if that wasn't enough, he's also a magician. Boomstick exclaimed. But instead of pulling rabbits out of a hat, it's a fire dragon. Ryu, on screen, waved his fiery hands around and summoned and unleashed a fiery dragon. No, though that would make one impressive party trick. Wiz denied yet admitted. Ever tried performing that kind of party trick before, Endeavor? Miruko asked. No. Endeavor replied with a gruff. My hellfire can only be projected and condensed in size and heat, not shaped. The true power of the dragon is a fierce and legendary power. Tokoyami said in awe. Yeah, that dragon is dragging that guy around like a ragdoll. Sen exclaimed. Do you also know what else is dragging? Mineta questioned, a sick, ear-splitting grin on his face. No. Zero replied back. What else do you think he is dragging his nuts on your face? Mineta shouted and laughed like a maniac. The results were silence, mixed in with several of the guys trying their best not to crack a smile or chuckle from the cringe joke. Momo breathed in deeply, pinching the bridge between her eyes. All right, who wants to toss him out? Momo asked. Mineta usually dreamed of having to run from the attention of the girls, his preference being rabid fangirls and the girls of his class and 1B. Now, he came to regret his wishes, running for his life from annoyed, angry girls wanting to launch him back to the dorms on a 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cannon. It took a few minutes to calm the girls down and get Mineta out of his fetal position. Ninpo art of the Inferno, art of the fire wheels, doppelganger blink teleport, art of divine life, art of substitution, art of piercing void, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐳 torn sky blast. Ryu channels the energies of his unusually strong spirit for mystical techniques called Ninpo. Wiz explained. So, just this world's version of magic, here? Mount Lady said. Pretty much. Pixie Bob replied. Well, this ninpagician can summon fireballs, create a fighting shadow of himself, blow SHT up with his own version of the torn sky blast, and even seems to be able to teleport short distances. What the F, did he just turn into a bird? True to Boomstick's exclamation, the screen showed 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐳 enveloped into wind-like magic and took the skies as a spiritual falcon. That's so cool! Coda exclaimed, who always wanted to have the ability to transform into animals, not just talk to them. A fighting shadow of himself. Shoji muttered. Sounds an awful like yourself and Dark Shadow, Tokoyami. Indeed. Tokoyami nodded. You got that right. Dark Shadow squawked. Though I do most of heavy lifting in this relationship. Tokoyami responded to his quirk's diss on him with a simple flick to his shadowy bird head. Ryu's spirit is so unnaturally strong he can manipulate that spiritual energy to perform supernatural feats. Wiz continued explaining. Like the bird thing and surviving fatal wounds. Ryu was shown being slashed in the back and front by a teleporting opponent in black samurai armor. Granted, this pseudo-healing factor requires a lot of time, rest, and meditation to pull off. Interesting. Edgeshot muttered. This survivable feat is actually a technique many masters of ninjutsu and swordsmanship are taught to survive fatal wounds like sword stabs. Requires having complete concentration and control of your lungs and breathing. Izuku's ears perked up at this and quickly wrote the information down, if in case in the future he were to get stabbed or shot. A video of 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐳 falling from the sky played, descending to the ground fast as the wind rushed in his ears. As he closed onto the ground and his target, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐳 grabbed onto the armed goon with one hand, his other on his drawn katana, landed with a flip and subsequently flipped the goon onto his awaiting katana, stabbing him. Ryu then removes his sword from the goon's body, splattering it as said goon's body was slashed in two. That was so manly. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu roared out so loud that Kyoka had to resort to using her earmuffs made by Yarozu. Screw whoever the next guy is, I'm voting for this badass. Bakugu proclaimed. Ryu is fast enough to deflect automatic fire, tough enough to land a 300-meter drop and has developed a ninja sense, which anticipates danger. Boomstick revealed, showing the ninja dodge bullets and missiles from a copter and Fall said described tall drop to catch a woman with seemingly no injury. Like when a chick asks if she looks fat in a new outfit. Deku didn't know why, but he wrote down that helpful tip of information, though he felt he may already have such a sense because he tried to write down that feat as slowly and inconspicuously as possible, like multiple eyes were staring at him. What are you writing there, Deku? Midoriya froze still, craning his head to look at Uraraka and Melissa smiling at him. Except while their smiles seemed sweet and innocent, Midoriya can feel a wave of danger spike in his head, like a jolt of lightning. And nothing. I was just, writing Ryu's feats and itch. Izuku cried out, clutching his head in pain. "Izuku?" Melissa asked, her terrifying smile instantly suching in worry and concern. "What's wrong? Papa, are you okay?" Eri asked, worried as well. It's nothing, Melissa, Eri." Izuku reassured them, rubbing his head to relieve himself of the spike of pain. "It was just a bit of a headache." "Really?" Eri and Melissa nodded, still looking worried. Eri, unconvinced, sat up to Deku's seat and reached out, placing her hand over her papa's head. "Heal, heal, Froggy Band-Aid. If not healthy today, be healthy tomorrow." Eri sung as she slowly rubbed Izuku's head, to his amazement. As she stopped, she asked again with a smile, "Are you feeling better now, Papa?" Izuku blinked in surprise at Eri's actions, more so of how it actually seemed to work, and his headache faded away. Yeah, actually." Izuku replied, smiling proudly and lovingly at his daughter. "Thank you, Eri." "You're welcome, Papa." Eri hugged Izuku. Cuteness overload. Mina and 𝐒𝐻𝐽 finally squealed, unable to hold how adorably cute the father-daughter scene in front of them was. They were not the only ones. All the girls looked either close to crying or breaking their faces with such wide smiles. Most of the guys looked like they were trying to restart their hearts after such a heart-clenching scene of love. Asui looked close to crying too. One day, while Izuku was out jogging, Eri had stubbed her toe, and Asui was there to heal her up. She soothed and rubbed the young girl's toe and placed a froggy band-aid on her toe while singing that song. Asui told Eri that her mother sang that song whenever she was hurt. Seeing Eri do it for her papa made Asui ribbit in pure joy and pride, feeling like a mother herself. As Eri was being tackled into a hug by the two squealing girls and even Asui, All Might frowned. While he was of course incredibly happy and proud that Midoriya and the kids were raising Eri to be a wonderful person, All Might was concerned over Midoriya's sudden flare of pain in his head. Was it danger sense? All Might thought, thinking over what he knew of the fourth wielder of One for All, Hikage Shinamori, and his quirk. He also knew of the wielder and his unfortunate fate, a fate that after seeing Midoriya's perhaps reaction to the danger sense quirk was worried might repeat itself with Midoriya. And despite mastering the ninja art of stealth, he tends to just rush in, sword swinging. Wiz pointed out. Every single time. Wiz's point was shown in Ryu haphazardly rushing into combat over and over. Hey, whatever works. Boomstick defended the ninja's antics. And it works every time. Rather UN ninja-like, edge shot. Mount Lady teased. While I longing not to reply to your rather obvious attempts to irk me, Takeyama, I will admit that recklessly charging into battle is unlike the ways of the ninja. Edgeshot replied. Ooh, you're no fun. Mount Lady stuck her tongue at her boring teammate. Feat's 1-second DOA tournament survived the grip of Murder Land's 300-meter drops regularly, has slain demons and dragons, defeated Dark Dragon, Uku, Tengu, Jakyo, and the goddess single-handedly battles demons, monsters, robots, and armies for a living. His destroyed entire armies of fiends and demons, killed the Dark Dragon, twice somehow, won the second Dead or Alive tournament, and avenged his father's death. Boomstick listed Ryu's impressive feats. Impressive. Nezu complimented the ninja's feats. He has survived being afflicted by the grip of murder, an ancient Slavic curse that imbues the victim's arm, and over time the entire body, with the pain and suffering of all those who the victim has cut down. Wiz exclaimed. That's like hundreds of demons, dragons, and other ninja goons he sliced in half, all coming back to literally haunt his bones. Boomstick pointed out. And by haunt, I mean suffer excruciating pain till over time the curse covers his entire body and kills him. Jesus! Sen cursed, rubbing his arm where Ryu was afflicted with the curse. How the hell is he even alive after that? Perhaps a mixture of both his ninpo and sheer willpower. Itsuka responded with a possible answer. So manly. Tetsu roared out. It is unlike All Might to wish for such negative things to occur onto others, but the former symbol of peace couldn't help but longing such a curse to be inflicted onto All for One, and for the more than 200-year-old madman to feel the pain of all those he was tortured and killed, including his MSTR Shimura. He, however, endured and even used the grip of murder's effect to his own benefit, making him temporarily invincible when activated and stronger. Wiz added. He would ultimately have the curse removed after slicing through the guy that inflicted it on him. When the same guy removed it because he truly wanted Ryu to kill him. You would think that would have been easier to achieve if he just said that. So, basically an elaborate, unnecessary suicide attempt. Setsuna shrugged. And he finally annihilated the devil himself. Boomstick listed Ryu's impressive feats all just to get himself laid. While Ibara did not appreciate such a vulgar summary of his feats, the vine-haired girl was positively awing at the high abuser for slaying the devil in the name of love. She felt it was like something out of a romance fantasy novel. Such selfish arrogance. Ryu said, striking a battle stance. I cannot allow this. Sounds an awful lot like you, Kamihara. Ryukyu smiled amusingly at her fellow pro. The way of the ninja does not approve of arrogance or ambitions driven of selfish, immoral gains. Edgeshot replied, sagely. I am sure that whatever he is speaking is of good reason to react like that. The overall reception to the black-robed ninja was positive. While Edgeshot and the heroes would prefer non-lethal, less gory means that the ninja partakes, he and the rest realize the stakes and dangers the ninja must face and mostly agree since he is fighting against clearly evil demons. The students also like the ninja, the guys loving his sheer badassery and the girls liking his selfless and heroic actions, such as saving the woman he loves. Meanwhile, Kaminari was still passed out during the video. Mineta and Zero snickered and nodded, the former bringing out a marker and prepared to perform their prank. Only for the markers to blast away by Bakugo. Hey! The two exclaimed, but Bakugo just flipped them off. The next fighter was shown flying through explosion in the sky on a robotic hang glider. If that wasn't cool enough for the group, the man himself solved that problem. Garbed in a bluish-purple, sleeveless uniform, resembling ninja gear, with the kanji hei imprinted to his chest and red face mask that covered half of his face, leaving the rest of his tan skin, awesome brown hair, and his fierce eyes, that changed from brown to blue and finally to BLD red. He also sported a single shoulder pad on his right shoulder, fingerless gloves, shin and wrist straps, a loose metallic belt over a red sash, and, the coolest part, his red scarf that flowed in wind. Though where a few showed the scarf to be a normal scarf, others had the scarf instead be what looked like a scarf made of red energy. That's some cool but music. Kyoka nodded in approval. Fits with how badass this guy looks. Strider Hiryu background height. 179 cm, 5 foot 10 inch weight, 85 kilograms per 187 pounds age, 2021 years rank, special A-class Strider occupation, retired superhuman sense hobbies, peace, seclusion, boring stuff his name literally meaning flying dragon, Hiryu was orphaned at a very young age. Wiz started. I guess that name was rather fitting for you, Hiryu. Itsuka said to her scale quirk classmate. I just take it as a bit of a coincidence really. Rin replied, honestly, rubbing the back of his head. He was put through the intense Strider program, a training school for high-tech ninja mercenaries. It's so hard to find a good cyberninja school these days. Boomstick said in a lamenting tone as a drawing a regular school had black silhouettes. Of ninjas jumping out. Sounds awfully like Mr. Chief. All Might said. A boy taken into a training program at a young age to become a warrior. At least, this Hiryu's parents did not have to go through the supposed death of their child. Midnight pointed out, remembering Chief's parents believing that their son had died when it was actually a clone made to replace the future Chief. Seems whoever put him there made the right choice. Wiz commented. Hiryu far exceeded his teacher's expectations, and soon became the youngest student in the organization's history to reach the highest rank of Special A-Class Strider. And like Mr. Chief, they both are youthful prodigies. 13 added. And I'm assuming that this Strider rank is highly coveted and respected. What does that mean? Boomstick asked, showing the 3 classes of Strider, A, B, and C. Well, even a C-class Strider has the strength and skill of a whole team of special forces, so just imagine what a special A-class Strider can do. Oh wait, you don't have to cause we're here to tell you about it. Eyes went wide at the information. They all knew that a country's special forces teams were no joke and were by far the deadliest and most hardened and dangerous soldiers on the planet. Aizawa and Fat Gum recalled some operations they performed with Japan's own special forces teams on dangerous arms and drug trafficking rings, like Trigger. David Shield recalled his own dealings with the US Special Forces, too. They all agreed that they were efficient and dangerous, some of them didn't even have quirks, and they were just as deadly as the rest of their peers. So, to hear that this Strider Hiryu was 2 ranks above a Strider that could take on an entire team of special forces was a remarkable and shocking comparison and achievement. After reaching this remarkable rank, Hiryu was sent on a mission to kill a rogue Strider, who just so happened to be his own sister. Wiz said, Hiryu shown facing against a blonde Strider, and looking none too pleased. Naturally, sessed off at the Striders manipulating him and his sister, he immediately retired. After killing her, of course. Boomstick pointed out at the end. What? The group exclaimed. Oh, but don't go what just yet, because he tried talking to her and it turns out she was brainwashed by a secret project that destroys the mind and turns people mad. Boomstick quickly pointed out. Got payback for that too. Oh okay. MIC breathed out relieved. Phew, he me in the first half, not gonna lie. I swear. Aizawa muttered and groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Even with Kaminari unconscious, there was no feeling of relief that the insomniac teacher could find from meme-referencing idiots. Hiryu wields a deadly light sword cipher named Falchion. Was revealed, the sword looking like, and wielded by Strider, a tonfa, the blade sharp and silver, while red down the middle and glowing with plasma. It generates a blade of high-voltage plasma energy which can slice through almost anything. Today, plasma cutters can reach temperatures over 2 million degrees Celsius, cutting through steel and other metals with ease. Wiz showcased a plasma cutter slicing through metal like hot knife through butter. So, it's like a tonfa lightsaber. Itsuka said. Mai and Melissa looked at the weapon in awe as it seemed to slash cleanly through some kind of ship's artillery system. Mai immediately snatched up Deku's notebook to write down the cipher before the green-haired protagonist could. Not that David or Power Loader were willing to allow her to make such a thing. At least not without a lot of protection and safeguards. Falchion extendable through plasma charging boost plasma wave projectiles plasma arrows deflects projectiles shape-shifting properties can destroy projectiles incinerates enemies. It's basically a super long, extending lightsaber with a greater chance of accidentally cutting your arm. Boomstick simplified. Kind of like actual lightsaber tonfas. To prove his point, he showed a pale white, black-haired, horned, alien girl, in skimpy clothes, with a pair of red-bladed lightsaber tonfas. Mineta, Kossi, and Awase were quickly shut up from their drooling by a smack to the head by their nearby, respective classmates. Meanwhile, Mai was also smacked from her daydreams of making such a weapon by Melissa, who at least had some restraint of her creative drive. Well, kind of, it's a sword with a plasma aura that leaves a trail of death. Wiz admitted. It can also fire plasma arrows and counter projectiles. I'm pretty sure from what we saw that lightsabers don't fire plasma arrows. Jirota said. At least, I believe so. All with an incredibly satisfying ching sound. Boomstick added. Strider swings his cipher, the resulting ching sound playing. That's the one. It does feel oddly satisfying. Kamakiri hummed. Says the guy that constantly brings his blades out and sharpens them because he likes the sounds they make. Setsuna teased. Shut up. Kamakiri roared out over his class's laughter. Apart from the cipher, Hiryu wields a large arsenal of sci-fi gear and weaponry, including the Vaga, a teleporting device. Wiz began listing his other gear, Hiryu teleporting around his enemy. A ninja with a teleportation device. Setsuna asked. Wouldn't that be, I don't know, redundant? Try badass. Tetsu replied. Gear tricks climb sickle medical trick Vaja boots attack, aqua, and magnet jump trick increases jumping height. He uses his medical tech to heal wounds, the climb sickles to, well, climb, the jump trick to jump higher. I guess they don't have a thesaurus at the ninja school. Boomstick commented. What is the need? It perfectly states its purpose and use. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 questioned. Maybe you should give that kind of advice to 𝐭𝐬𝐽. Mount Lady joked, referring to their teammate that had a penchant for making his moves sound too dramatic and long. He also has a device that can cause earthquakes, shoot fire, and launch big ball of electricity. Boomstick added. He has what now? Soto did a double take on the first of those last few devices. It's sort of like a device version of the quirk of that third-year student from Ketsubatsu. Uraraka hummed in recognition. You know, the one that looks like Deku only with dark brown hair and Mina. You mean Yoshindo? Izuku asked, thinking back to the vibrate quirk user and imaging the both of them. I didn't really see it at first, but we do look quite alike. I'm surprised that with such a concept, you girls didn't go gaga over him too. Itsuka asked, whispering it to the girls. He is from Ketsubatsu, so we haven't had any interactions with him other than the licensing exam. Momo stated serious-looking. He was nice at first, but he had this tricky, mean look and attitude to him. Asui added. And see, they look alike, but his no Deku. Uraraka finished the discussion of that last point made all the difference. Which it kind of did. Man, they sure have it down bad for Midoriya, here. Itsuka thought, a sweat drop over her head. But I did say I would help them, so whatever. Options. Option A. Satellite drone but laser guns can power machinery. Option B. Robotic panther fiercely loyal. Option C. Robotic hawk bladed wings can drop grenades, and last, but not least, he has 3 types of cybernetic drones at his back and call. Was revealed, Hiryu first summoning 2 spinning bots that circled around him, firing lasers at Felicia and Spider-Man. Option A are twin satellite bots which shield Hiryu and shoot wave after wave of deadly laser discs. Option B is a Robo-Panther. Boomstick revealed a robotic panther, multiple actually, charging at enemies. It's like a giant death cat that doesn't need a litter box or scratch the SHT out of your furniture. The group could practically see the light bulbs that flickered on for both Mai and Melissa, both of whom liked the idea of a robot pet they didn't have to clean up after. Power Loader already felt dread over the idea of a robotic panther dragging away students to maim. Finally, option C is a robotic hawk with bladed wings and oversized grenades. Wiz revealed the last drone option, striking combatants and tossing grenades and bombs onto them. Ah, I hate birds. Boomstick groaned. Now they have grenades. Yeah, like Imagine Pigeons, but instead of CRP they dropped bombs instead. Kossi said. If that was case, New York would have been wiped off the map. Melissa replied, leading to laughter from the teens. Hiryu's speed and agility are off the charts. Wiz continued. Fortunate, since he also doesn't seem to ever use his ninja stealth skills. What's the point in being a ninja if you aren't going to ninja? Zero asked. I quite like their approach. AMR commented, posing and looking to the readers. Their Topega approach has a certain 𝐂𝐸𝐸 about it. Ah, we get it. You're French. Shut up already. Bakugu roared, annoyed. He's even fast enough to dodge shadow tag bullets, highly advanced ammunition designed to track supersonic targets, like Striders. Wiz continued. Basically, anti-aircraft rounds for people. What a flex. Pixie Bob smirked. He can dodge bullets that were literally designed to shoot him. Think you could dodge those kinds of bullets, Ida? Uraraka asked. Heavens, no. Ida shook his head. While I'm confident in my speed, not even Tensai at his best, when he could run, could go at such supersonic speeds. He's also strong enough to slice clean through the human body. With a karate chop. Boomstick exclaimed, Hiryu chopping through an unfortunate soul in half with just his bare hand. That is rather quite impressive. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 nodded and looked in awe of the Strider. Hiryu has somehow been in retirement for over 2,000 years, likely because of the advanced medicine of the future. Was revealed, with awe of the total time. 2,000 years. Soto exclaimed in eye-bulging shock. Incredible. Recovery Girl said in amazement. Thinking of snagging that future medicine for yourself, Chio? Gran Torino chuckled. From what I see, you need it. "Silence, you old coot!" Recovery Girl yelled back, smacking the old speedster with her cane. "Frankly, I cannot bear to think of spending another 2,000 years healing up idiots like you and this skeleton." "Oh!" All Might flinched, both at Recovery Girl poking at his wound with her cane and her diss at him. Yet despite distancing himself from the Strider program, he has been pulled out of retirement more times than John McClane. Wiz commented, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Boomstick cursed referenced. I'm getting too old for this. FC made a Roger Murtaugh impression. Aizawa and Endeavor groaned, feeling like they of all people should be the ones saying that. Feats avoided shadow tag bullets has slain armies and dinosaurs. Setsuna did a double take on that is over 2,000 years old, destroyed a moon-sized space station, slices people with bare hands, defeated Matic, Facia's Clay, Striders, and Grandmaster Mayo. His fought dinosaurs and giant robots, went Luke Skywalker and destroyed a moon-sized space station, and is so badass he considers huge flying warships mere toys. Boomstick listed the Strider's feats. He even slew the magical creator of the world. Twice. Apparently, God is no match for this future ninja. The students didn't know who looked more offended, Setsuna, myth that he killed dinosaurs, or Ibara, for either the blasphemous in thinking that what she saw was her Lord Father, or the blasphemous idea that God could be slain by a ninja, even if it was 2,000-year-old cyber ninja. No place for amateurs. Strider Hiryu taunted as he defeated Akuma and rode off, posing like a ninja, on top of his Robo-Panther. That is one of the most badass things I've ever seen. Hiryu Rin nodded in approval. The more technological-based ninja also received looks of approval and awe, mainly from the technological and scientific among the group. Alright, the combatants are set, let's end this debate once and for all. We said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick exclaimed. As the video paused and the device scanned, the votes came in. From the group on who would win. Among those voting for 𝐒𝐬𝐽, those most notable included Edshot, finding the magical ninja more comparable to himself and his traditional style of ninjutsu more appealing, Ibara, both for the ninja who slayed the devil and in spite of the other ninja for claiming to kill God, even if she is still unconvinced, Bakugo, who, true to his words, still liked and voted for the demon-slaying, badass ninja more than Strider, Koda, who liked 𝐒𝐬𝐽's ability to turn into a bird more than Strider using robotic animal drones, Endeavor and Shoto, for Ryu's pyrokinetic abilities like the Fire Dragon, Tokoyami, Leiko, and Koroiro, all three preferring the more supernatural, demon and werewolf-slaying ninja, Kirishima, for Ryu's badass feats and weapons, Ojiro, who, like Edshot, liked the more traditional ninja over the high-tech one, and Ryukyu, who liked 𝐒𝐬𝐽 having more references and ties to actual dragons than Strider. Meanwhile, Strider's most noteworthy voters were Mai and Melissa, who liked Hiryu's tech-based weaponry, drones, and Cypher, Kamakiri, who also liked the Cypher and its ching sound, Setsuna, who despite not liking Strider killing dinosaurs still found it badass that he interacted with dinosaurs, Aizawa and Fat Gum, both who liked Strider's skill above Special Forces, David and Power Loader, the former for the same reasons as previous two, and both for Strider's technology, Momo and Ida, who found Strider more rational to their brains than magical, dragon-summoning Ryu, Izuku and All Might, for Strider's thousands of years of experience and skill, and Hiryu, both because they shared the same name and just because he found the ninja awesome. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device exclaimed. 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Multiversal counterpart, Shinya Kamihara Edshot. Knew it. Miruko bragged smugly. Rather obvious really. Ryukyu stated with a nod. Obvious? Mount Lady questioned. That's the understatement of the century. I swear if our ninja guy was not counterparts to either one of these ninja guys, I would demand my money back. But you aren't being paid. Midnight said as a matter of fact. You know what I meant. Mount Lady yelled back. Edshot sighed at the antics of his teammate and his fellow pros but relented and felt honored to be the counterpart to a great, powerful, and honorable ninja. Strider Hiryu. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Tokomi aka Hawks. Hiryu Rin snapped his fingers and cursed quietly and lightly, not letting the outcome to be too disappointing. I mean, if just because we have the same name doesn't mean we would automatically be counterpart, right? Rin rhetorically asked himself. At the sight of the grinning, winged pro, Miruko laughed hysterically. Oh, I can't wait to tell Bird Brain about this. Miruko continued to laugh. Oh, he's gonna hold this over your head for weeks. Miruko, please, lay off of the man. Ryukyu playfully chided her fellow pro and friend, while patting the deadpanned Edgeshot. He's already suffering as it is. Edgeshot was pale white and sweating, already dreading the number of annoying teases and smug grins the cocky number 2 pro will have over him for this. The number 2 pro had made it a running GG to the current number 4 pro hero that he could be just as good as a ninja as he was, something he disagreed. If Hawks were to find out about this, there would be no end to Shinya's mental torment. Endeavor was of the same mindset of Kamihara, likewise sweating in dread of how much the pro was going to torment his eardrums with his smug praise of himself. The students watched this all with amusement, enjoying watching the pros' interactions with each other. Many found it oddly comforting to see the pros interact this way, making them seem more human and real than the heroic idols that they saw them growing up. This odd comfort made their goals to become as great of heroes as they were, and better, to be more realistic and obtainable. Meanwhile, with Nezu, the rat principal was busier analyzing Hawks as Strider Hiryu to notice this positive impact on his students. Nezu recalled quickly that the young Kigo Tokomi was never a pro-hero graduate of any particular hero school but was instead taught and trained up by the Heroic Public Safety Commission themselves as a government-sponsored hero. The pro's familial connections, however, were never clarified to the public. To Nezu, given how both Tokomi and Hiryu both have similar circumstances of being adopted into and trained by an organization for the purposes of becoming a warrior for them, made Nezu rub his chin. He thought back to how his first A-class mission was to kill his own sister, who was brainwashed by presumably a sect of the same program or organization. Additional counterpart detected. The device spoke up with more, showing the image of the Hiryu's sister, the one he was forced to kill. Strider Maria. Multiversal counterpart, Kaina Tsutsumi aka Lady Nagant. The face of the hero-turned-murderer brought the light-hearted mood down quite a bit. Another counterpart to Lady Nagant. Why? Izuku questioned, his brain trying to figure out why the former pro was shown again, and why she was being related, in a multiversal sense, to two rather tragic characters. Nezu's frown only deepened with this information, helping to highlight under important the reason why Nagant was related to the Strider's sister, and a point of similarity between her and Hawks. She too was another government-sponsored pro-hero. And now, she is counterparts now to two women who had an unfortunate history of betrayal and rebellion against the individual or individuals that they once served. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence. Nezu thought, the three individuals painting a rather unflattering picture in Nezu's high-specs mind. Should another with a similar fate appear though? Nezu thought of the HPSC and the shady painting that they were being drawn in, and the shady painting that Nezu already viewed them with before. Then questions and investigations must be made. As they all settled down, the video began again. Playing the fight. The video began with an armed soldier standing in a building under construction, looking around for something. As he did, he was unaware of both Hayabusa and Hiryu peering down from above. In a near instant to the man, the two jumped down, Hayabusa in front of him and Hiryu behind. The two instantly sped forwards, reappearing on the opposite sides of each other, their weapons drawn. The soldier was still and frozen before letting out a Wilhelm scream and exploding a shower of BLD Jesus. Sen exclaimed. There's nothing left of that guy. Well, they are ninjas that cut people with a simple slash or chop. Setsuna shrugged. I guess if both attack him at the same time, there really won't be much left of the guy. Hayabusa and Strider turned to face each other, jumping back into a fighting pose to face their new adversary. So, what would be the reason for these two fighting? Ojiro asked, scratching his head. They both seem to want to kill the man. They both probably have some sort of contract to kill the soldier and don't know who made the true killing blow to obtain the prize money. Momo rationalized. Because they can't decide, or they believe they both killed him, they could longing to eliminate the other to obtain the full bounty. Or perhaps they feel their honor slighted by the other for killing their target and wish to destroy the other as recompense. Ida argued. Or this is just an excuse for these two to fight and to stop trying to overanalyze it like the shitty nerd. Bakugo yelled out in annoyance of the two supposedly smartest students in his class. While slighted themselves by Bakugo's comment, they had to admit that he was right and just move on with the fight. Fight. Ryu jumped backwards, throwing 3 shurikens, while in midair, at Hiryu. The A-class strider quickly rolled into a slide under the weapons as they sailed and landed right behind him. Such impressive speed. Snipe remarked, eyeing the 2 ninja warriors. I'm sure that my bullets couldn't be able to tag either of them, but I'm not so sure even Lady Nagin's could have either. They are both capable of evading automatic fire from higher levels of artillery than standard weapons. Power Loader pointed out. As Hiryu slid into another roll, he jumped forwards and slashed at Ryu with his cipher. The Hayabusa ninja landed onto and bounced off the wall, hitting Hiryu with his true dragon sword, stunning and backing the high-tech mercenary momentarily. Most astonishing resilience from these two. Nezu commented. Yes. All Might nodded. Both have been struck by each other's weapons that could easily destroy surely tougher opponents and objects but remain intact. Oh yeah, I almost forgot this was another sword fight. Kamakiri perked up in realization. Awesome. Kaminari's snores reached a high pitch, the electric blonde still unconscious and snoring. Are we gonna wake him up at all? Please. Let us enjoy this moment. Kyoka shushed Momo into silence, happy to not listen to 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽's annoying memes and exclamations for once. Ryu bared down on Hiryu with several strikes from his swords, legs, and fists, Hiryu managing to block most of them, with a final lucky blow to the head knocking him back a few feet. The strider cartwheeled over Hayabusa, before slashing at him from behind. But Hayabusa blocked it with his own mystical sword, countering by throwing a boomerang shuriken at Hiryu, who cartwheeled over it and him again. Man, he sure loves to cartwheel. Hagekyu mentioned. Midori. Please write this down for me later. Please. Mina begged and pleaded excitedly. Sure. Midoriya, both blushing from close contact from Mina, and the fact that he was shaking him around so fast and much, he was starting to get whiplash. Hiryu dodges the boomerang shuriken flying back towards him with another cartwheel, proceeding to slashing at Ryu a few times, the last of which slashing through him with a lucky graze. Hayabusa this time jumped away as the shuriken came flying back towards Hiryu. Time seemed to slow as Hiryu readied his cipher and sliced the flying shuriken in half. So manly! Tetsu screamed out. What you say br? Kamakiri exclaimed too, permanently searing the image in his mind to use himself later. Hayabusa slashes at Hiryu multiple times with the dragon sword, all of which were blocked by the strider's falchion, before landing a successful kick him that launched him to same wall. Hiryu bounced off the wall as well, but Ryu, jumping after him, caught him in midair and performed a spinning pile drive, slamming Hiryu into the ground. Ooh. That was just like Zangief's from that fight with him and Haga. Soto brought up, still working on incorporating that into his moveset too. He learned from when Strider knocked him into the wall and knew how he was going to bounce off of it and the angle to which to catch him. Todoroki analyzed. He learned from his own recovery for a further devastating follow-up. Ryu pulled out his Eclipse Scythe. Oh yeah. Now we're talking. Bakugo exclaimed, excited, hoping to see his fighter slash the high-tech mercenary with the werewolf BLD-drenched monster killer. He attempted for a killing swing at Hiryu with it, for Hiryu to vanish out of sight, reappearing over him and cleanly slicing the scythe's blade from the handle with his cipher. God damn it. Bakugo cursed loudly in anger. Honestly, how much is that guy going to experience some form of karma from the universe? Itsuka questioned. With him, probably till the end of his days. Setsuna shrugged. Ibara didn't know why, but that statement from Setsuna unnerved her, giving her a rather bad feeling about it. Hayabusa jumped back and pulled out a WHP chain. He swung it towards Hiryu with swift, accurate precision. However, Hiryu's completely decimated it into 24 embers of metal, with a likewise swift and accurate combo of slashes. Kamakiri's grin only grew wider and the images of moves he wanted to copy from the strider likewise grew vaster. Ryu charged his ninpo, creating an ethereal shadow of himself to appear beside. The two versions of Hayabusa rushed and unleashed a flurry of attacks on Hiryu with their swords, the A-class strider trying to block as many as he could but was quickly being overwhelmed by the increasing swift strikes. He's using his shadow form to overwhelm Hiryu with two equally fast opponents and their attacks. Tokoyami said, taking note of Hayabusa and his shadow. Oh, yeah. Dark Shadow called in cheer. That's how shadow power rules. Leiko giggled, which drew the surprised gazes of her classmates towards her. Tokoyami shivered at the creepy, yet also heavenly giggle from the ethereal beauty. He looked to Dark Shadow with barely concealed gratitude. Dark Shadow replied with a thumbs up like the literal wingman that he was. Back off! Hiryu yelled, backing the two with a threatening slash. The strider jumped into the air and summoned his satellite drones, firing a flurry of laser discs towards them from midair. Ooh! Those wonderful babies are finally put into action. Mai exclaimed in awe. Oh, those wouldn't just be useful support gear for future heroes like Muscles but could also serve as helpful babies to help regular police forces and raid teams. Izuku's writing skewered through the page he was writing in on accident, both blushing from my calling him Muscles again and something else. Why am I so flustered with her calling me Muscles? Mai always calls me that. Izuku thought, trying to shake of the blush and ill feeling in his chest. And why do I feel so mad about my making items for other people? Is this feeling possessiveness? Jealousy? But why? Ryu and his shadow jumped and spun forwards through the air and hail of laserdiscs, dodging most of them, with one lucky laserdisc landing and destroying the shadow clone. Awai, in retaliation, tossed shurikens and destroyed the drones. Ah! Mai cried out in horror. Don't worry, Mai. That just shows that if we are going to make those kinds of drones, then we will have to make them more resilient. Melissa eased the pink-haired inventor. I'm suggesting a sturdier, but lighter metal that won't interfere with the levitation and speed of the drones. Also, perhaps making few lines or possible weak spots that precise weapons like those shurikens can't land and destroy them. If we are to make these for law enforcement and heroes, then we'll have to fix that mistake so they can't be easily destroyed by bullets either. Mai was taken aback for a moment when Melissa said we, as if suggesting that she would help her in making these babies too. With the same look of drive, passion, and ideas that she saw in Melissa's eyes, Mai smiled wide, feeling her friendship with the fellow inventor grow further, to her delight. Meanwhile, while he enjoyed seeing the two inventors bond, the ugly feeling of jealousy, overhearing Melissa say to make stuff for other heroes and people, resurge in his stomach. To his still confusion, Ryu landed on the ground, pulled out his Fiend's Bane bow and fired a wave of high-speed arrows. Hiryu managed to dodge the arrows with even faster evasion that after images of himself seemed to appear where he was. Ryu prepares to fire another arrow, this time with a bomb attached to it, but Hiryu's plasma cipher hummed as it was charged and he slashed forwards, the far longer blade of plasma slashing the bow and bomb destroying Ryu's bow, while also damaging the Hayabusa ninja from the explosion and blade. Whoa, what was that? Pony exclaimed in shock and confusion. It was way bigger than before. The information on Strider says that the plasma blade can be extendable if he charges it up. Izuku answered, reviewing his notes. That hum and pause was Hiryu charging Falchion up for the blade to reach the bomb and Ryu. Hiryu charged at Ryu and slashed but met only air as Ryu teleported. Ryu appeared behind him and fired his torn sky blast. Hiryu was hit by the blast and is sent to another room. Hey, that looked similar to that Hadouken that Akuma did. Nejaya pointed out. Oh yeah, it did. Mirio nodded, remembering the battle-hungry Street Fighter and the Hadouken. What a coincidence. I thought you were going to make a joke about that, Mirio. Tamaki muttered. Oh, come on, Tamaki. Mirio playfully shook his head and chided his best friend. I'm disappointed. You know that my timing is dash, oh no. Nejaya muttered in horror. A cut above that. Mirio punned with a wide smile. There would be cricket chirps to fill the silence of the room, but unfortunately, Asui ate them all. Instead, Nejiya and Tamaki face-palmed, Mirio laughed, and Eri puffed her cheeks in a pout and smacked the back of Mirio's head. Bad Uncle Mirio. Eri chided her surrogate uncle. Stop making bad puns. That actually got a laugh from the group, even from Mirio. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 tried to stab Hiryu in the neck, but the future mercenary jumped over and clung to the wall with his climbing sickle. He climbed further upwards before jumping and dodging an attack from a pursuing Ryu. Hiryu slashing away the second attack from 𝐻𝐼𝐵, sending him back to the opposite wall. Both ninjas jumped towards and attacked each other, striking and slashing at each other as they both ascended the building. This is so cool. Kuta cheered at the fight, chopping his hands out and making karate sounds. Can you use your blades to climb too, Kamakiri? Zero asked the insect-looking teen. Yep. Kamakiri replied, responding by lifting his arm and producing another blade, this time curved to where the end was like a sickle. Makes for easier mobility in an urban area. Strider Hiryu is knocked upward, from the top of the unfinished construction, seemingly the last person hit. He landed on the top floor of the construction site. The area around Hiryu became dim and black, and the ninja himself monotoned, a list, bordered by blue squares, showing Hiryu's tech. The arrow scrolled down to use his medical tech to heal. Meanwhile, Ryu 𝐻𝐼𝐵, who landed a moment later, healed as well with his ninpo. Good. Strider is healing himself while he has to opportunity, but Ryu likewise healed himself as quickly as he could. Recovery Girl commented. On the field, you must heal or stabilize your wounds at the first chance you get when heavily injured, without risking further injury or BLD loss. Both prepared and fired their respective blasts of energy, connecting and causing a small explosion, knocking both backwards. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 bounced off the wall behind him and before recovery in a crouch while Hiryu is pushed back further. There's no escape. Legion. Strider Hiryu roared out, an army of robotic panthers and hawks appearing and rushing towards 𝐻𝐼𝐵. Yeah. More marvelous babies. Mai cheered. Wait, aren't the rules of death battle that they can't use outside help? Uraraka asked. The distinction between these drones, however, is that they are a part of Hiryu's arsenal as weapons, not just outside help like Battlecat. Another individual and outside force would be Taemin, Shoji answered. If the drones were classified under outside help, then Ryu's shadow clone would have likewise fit those criteria. As Strider's robotic animals charge at Ryu, the 𝐻𝐼𝐵 heir proceeded to destroy them all with a flurry of deadly slashes that turned the robotic animal army to scrap metal. Mai wailed again in horror, to be quickly comforted by Izuku and Melissa. Edgeshot nodded in respect and approval of his 𝐻𝐼𝐵 counterpart and his defensive attack. It reminded him of his pulp thread throttle move, where he would repeatedly pierce multiple targets as a pointed string before coiling and reforming to slash his targets. 𝐻𝐼𝐵 rushed to attack, but Hiryu jumped out of the way, charging up the cipher in midair. With a twist of his body and a slash of his sword, several plasma arrows fired from the falchion towards 𝐻𝐼𝐵. Ryu flipped past them and jumped onto the bottom of a crane. That's so cool. Izuku gazed in awe before turning his attention to Kamakiri. Kamakiri, could you be able to do something similar? Like detach your blades from your body just as you swing them forwards so that they can be turned into a projectile. Kamakiri froze and looked at the fellow green-haired teen with shock and a little disturbed. You are no. Kamakiri stuttered, disturbed as much as he was intrigued at the idea. I never really thought about that before. To Kamakiri, his blades were like a part of his body. Retractable, more destroyable, but still a part of his body. So, the notion of somehow detaching his blades from his body was something that didn't really think about, and now that he did, was almost disturbing for him to contemplate. Hiryu latched up onto the same crane with his sickles and jumped further up. Ryu created several swirling fireballs and launched them at him. Hiryu dispersed them with a swing of his sword, as he landed fully on the crane. Ryu jumped onto top of the crane, across from Strider. The music picked up and grew louder as both ninjas stood their ground, the screen narrowing and showing them staring at each other. They rushed at each other, their feet shone as they ran like swift ninjas. Oh, it's like in that teaser for their fight. Mineta pointed out. This must be the final attack. It all comes down to this. 𝐤𝐸 cheered on the edge of his seat. They leapt into the air and sailed towards one another, the violin of the music going faster and faster before it reached its 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺, as the two swung at each other, a resulting ching sound resonating as they flew past each other. Nezu and Izuku grinned as they knew what happened. While 𝐻𝐻𝑜T closed his eyes and lowered his head, they both landed on the ground, nothing happening for a few seconds of silence that had the audience on the edges of the seats. Until BLD sprouted from Hayabusa, wounded by a large cut. Yes, no. The two sides of group cheered, wailed. Time to end this. Ragnarok. Strider Hiryu declared, his body vanishing, before unleashing a series of hyper-fast, deadly slashes from all sides and angles at Hayabusa. Hiryu then strikes Hayabusa from above, slamming and pile-driving the mystical ninja straight through the crane and the roof, before he kept going through all the building stories to the base of the skyscraper, crashing onto the ground with a sickening crunch. Flipping off of the now crunched and slashed dead Hayabusa, Strider Hiryu vanishes, his deed complete. KO. As one of Hiryu's hawks dropped a grenade on Ryu's corpse, blowing into ashes, Strider Hiryu leaves the top of the building using his glider. Ha ha. Kamakiri yelled in victory. God damn it. Bakugo cursed in defeat. 𝐶𝐾𝐼T Bakadoosh. Kamakiri laughed and taunted in victory. The superior high-tech ninja won. If Bakugo's eyes glowed red with anger, his forehead veins twitching, and almost leapt to charge at the taunting Kamakiri. That's enough. Aizawa yelled, wrapping the two boys in his scarf and nullifying their quirks with his erasure quirk. What proceeded was a scolding by both the 1A and 1B teachers and threatening detention for the whole week and next week if they kept this up and attacked each other. Ragnar owned. Boomstick declared. Ha ha. That was clever. Miruko laughed. Oh, Takomi's gonna love this. By the will of the gods, that man must not be allowed to know about this. 𝐻𝐻𝑜T grumbled, respecting the outcome of the fight, but not accepting for this to be revealed to that squawking annoyance. Much to the pro's amusement. This fight was very close, and Ryu's ninpo was certainly a match for Hiryu's gadgets. Wiz began explaining the results. Truly a stalemate between the mystic might of magic and the sheer strength of advanced technology. Tokoyami sagely proclaimed. Leiko tried her best to not shiver, at least noticeably, from Tokoyami's words that sounded so mysterious and sagely from his deep voice. Unfortunately, nothing escapes the watchful, detaching eyes of the grinning Setsuna Tokuji. But Ryu's enormous arsenal was useless against the cipher, that thing cutting up any weapon he had and firing back with ease. Boomstick explained. The only weapon that can stand up to the cipher was his true dragon sword, but even then, while it can cut through people and drones like butter, Hiryu does the same with his bare hands. Wiz explained. This guy can make a wicked sandwich. Boomstick joked. What they mean to say is that Strider Hiryu's physical strength was far stronger than Ryu Hayabusa's. Momo simplified. Also, while Ryu can deflect and evade automatic fire, even from helicopters, Strider can dodge personalized anti-aircraft bullets. Boomstick pointed out as well. True. Snipe nodded. While guns and missiles from a helicopter are no joke, if those shadow tag bullets, that are meant to shoot down Striders like him, can't touch him, then barely anything could. If you consider the differences in speed, this means Hiryu is at least 43% faster. Wiz analyzed, showing that anti-air fire fired at 1,220 miles per second, or 4,000 FPS, while auto-fire only reached 855 miles per second, or 2,800 FPS. Ultimately, Hiryu surpasses Ryu in strength, speed, and weaponry. When it comes to a clash against ninjas, ultimately, the victor is decided not by the amount of hits, but one final, clean, and swift kill. 𝐻𝐻𝑜T said. The same goes for heroes, the difference in a battle can all rely on one swift and powerful attack. Izuku and the students nodded, the later of whom remembered his battle against Muscular. The battle-hungry monster of a man has leveled the floor with him in their fight, his own attacks not doing anything to the villain's reinforced muscles and even a single strike from him breaking his arm. He only was able to defeat the madman by going beyond his usual 100% smashes and unleashed a powerful 1,000,000% Delaware Detroit smash that blew through the villain's defenses and knocked him out with one final hit. But Wiz, what about that grip of murder that made him stronger and invincible? Boomstick said, imitating a whiny fanboy. While the ancient Slavic curse does make Ryu practically unstoppable, he was relieved of the curse after his confrontation and victory against Theodore, so he wouldn't have access to it anymore. Wiz explained. But even if we did give it to him, Hiryu could have used the charge mode, a power-up that likewise enhances his strength, speed, and range of the cipher, which, while it lasts quicker, would easily allow him to keep up with the grip of murder and recuperate, or just teleport away. Looks like Strider just floored Hayabusa. Boomstick punned. Not the best, but alright. MIC replied, waving his hand in a SOSO manner. It's at least better than yours and that woman's jokes. Aizawa disses his longtime friend and Miss Joke, that latter of whom made Aizawa shiver in fright. The winner is Strider Hiryu. Wiz declared. Claps sounded for the good fight between the two ninjas, with even Edgeshot bowing in respect of both himself and Hawks' counterpart. The resulting claps finally awoken Kaminari, who groggily got up from his slump position in his seat. Wah! Kaminari yawned as he awoke. What happened? Everything went black. He noticed that the death battle doors of the video closed, signifying the end of the fight that Kaminari just remembered what it was about. Damn it! Why didn't you guys wake me up? Sorry, bro, but the power of the pan compelled us. Zero defended themselves. Girls. Truly terrifying, merciless creature, they are. Mineta returned to a fetal position, looking like he had just seen hell. So hot, but so menacing. And we will give you a reminder if you keep perving on us, you creep. Kyoka warned, making both Mineta and Kaminari scream and jump in fright. As they laughed at how the two pervs were terrified of Kyoka and her frying pan, Izuku's mind returned back to the middle of the fight, and the weird feelings he felt. Still, why was I feeling so jealous about Mai or Melissa making stuff for other heroes? Izuku continued to ask himself about his ill feelings from earlier. They are support item makers and inventors, promising ones at that. Of course, they would make stuff for other heroes and people. So why do I feel this way? Hey, Papa! Do you like my mamas? Eri's words from last night flashed in his mind. I think you like them. And I think you should tell them. I'm sure they like you too. Izuku's eyes widened, a surprised and awed look of clarity on his face. Is that it? Do I truly have feelings for Mai and Melissa? Izuku asked himself in growing realization. And not just Mai and Melissa, but the other girls too. His mind centered mostly on images of the girls of his class, Uraraka, Momo, Asui, Mina, Kyoka, and Toru, Nejaya, and Setsuna. Every single image made his heart race and blood boil in longing. Was Eri right? What is happening with me today? Hey, Deku, are you okay? Uraraka's voice snapped Deku out of his thoughts. He turned to look at the pink-cheeked girl, looking concerned. Another headache. Deku quickly blushed and shook his head. No, of course not. He quickly tried to wave away her worries. I was just thinking of the fight and what sort of techniques and skills we could use for both me and you girls for our training together. He. Oh, okay. Uraraka perked up and smiled brightly. I'm glad you are feeling better. Deku's eyes widened, staring at Uraraka with wonder and fascination, his heart racing faster and blood boiling hotter. He managed to smile back. Izuku then felt a tug on his shirt from below. He looked down to see Eri looking at him with a knowing look and wide, gleeful smile. Izuku instantly knew that she knows what he was feeling and showed her support for him again. Izuku smiled warmly at her and patted and rubbed her head, to her delight, leaning onto the touch of his hand like a cat. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced for the next fighters. Royal, Victorian music began playing as a pair of purple and golden armored boots appeared on screen, slowly panning up to the rest of the clearly feminine figure as images of a voluptuously shaped figure of woman danced and spun around with what looked like spiked WHP. The woman's figure jumped to her hourglass figure covered in a very revealing outfit, showcasing her midriff and lots of cleavage of her massive BRSTS. The full figure of the woman was revealed to a short white-haired goddess of a woman with a bladed WHP connected to a sword handle she raised above her head, 𝐂𝐿𝐲. Her name appeared beside her, 𝐼𝐵. "I'll teach you to behave," 𝐼𝐵 declared, as she launched her WHP onto some enemy. Everyone's eyes practically went dinner plate-sized. Streams of steam practically shot out of the noses and ears of 90% of the male population in the room, with only All Might, Endeavor, Nezu, Aizawa, Tiger, and Edgeshot having such fortitude calm themselves. Even Midoriya wasn't immune, practically turned into a tomato and stuttering like crazy. It was the saving grace of Mirio that managed to cover Aries' eyes. The pervs of Mineta, Kaminari, Awase, and Kossi were practically breathing like a pair of drooling, starving dogs, BLD trickling down their noses. Kuta himself blushed bright red, feeling a weird and odd stirring in his mind and loins he only felt since accidentally staring at the ND girls of Class 1A back at the training camp. Hell, even Iida was affected. But only for a few seconds before he exploded. And not in that way. "What the devil is this debauchery?" Iida roared out, his blushing face visible by his hand covering his eyes while other achieved light-speed levels of arm chopping. The woman was so attractive that even the girls were left blushing, though it was quickly followed by vengeful jealousy. Seeing Midoriya's reaction made the sisterhood girls red-eyed and snarling like Bakugo. Ibara looked absolutely scandalized and even raging jealous after a certain explosive blonde looked affected. The rest of the 1B girls did not look so pleased either when their own crushes also looked half close to drooling over the woman. Mount Lady's and Pixie Bob's eyes twitched in jealousy before having the inclination to stare towards Midnight, followed up by the rest of the female pro population. Midnight noticed the stares, but ignored them, assured that they believed that this DMNTX-looking woman was perhaps her counterpart given their shared SNSL nature. The screen turned black as new music played. "Killer. Killer. Oh. She's a killer," sang a song as another womanly figure was slowly being revealed, this one in green thigh-high leggings, a green and yellow trimmed and slightly less revealing leotard, the appealing woman's black hair reaching her shoulder, yellow earrings in her ears and headband around her forehead, and wielding twin tonfas. Her name also appeared beside her, Orchid. The image that followed was the woman, back turned from the group, unzipping the front of her leotard to reveal it to a black man with boxing gloves and boxing attire, who exclaimed in shock before slumping to the ground dead. The guys were practically reduced to train engines and half close to passing out from BLD loss. The girls appeared half ready to murder these women, and Iida and Ibara looked about to explode in righteous fury. The two women were shown side by side. Ivy versus Orchid. Mineta practically launched himself over to Mai with the control, and perhaps satiate his lust by grabbing a feel of Mai's large melons. "Play that video now. I need to see these 𝐤𝐤𝐿. He was caught in midair, hand wrapping around his neck that it almost blocked his airway. Mineta looked fearfully at the owner of the hand and found the devil himself. Or what he thought was it. Most of Izuku's face was shadowed, but the crackling, storming electricity around him, the dark green, malevolent aura, and his wide, cold, raging eyes, a tinge of pink swirling in his glowing emerald orbs, staring at him like he was some of the earth. Mineta almost SHT himself. I mean. With full respect. Please continue with these lovely videos so we can learn more about these women's bod. The hand around Mineta's throat tightened. I mean. Abilities. Their abilities and skills so we can. Grow stronger and smarter. Satisfied, Izuku set Mineta back down onto his seat, the purple pervert gasping for air. He looked up and saw an even more terrifying sight than before, Izuku's smiling face, looking like an angel made in human form. "Thank you, Mineta, for understanding how such behavior is intolerable and disturbing for the girls and even guys of this group," Izuku said in a sickeningly sweet voice. "I'm sure I won't have to repeat what I will do if you step out of line. Will I?" His face morphed back into nightmare mode. "No, sir." Mineta stuttered out in pure fear. "Great," Izuku said, switching back to angel mode and returning to his seat, leaving behind a scared Mineta, back in fetal position and sking on his thumb. The sight they saw easily turned off any longing and lust the boys had stirring in them, as they all shivered in fright like they were out in the middle of a blizzard, shirtless. Even Bakugo looked like he was holding back his futile attempts at shaking. Though they felt that this lost lust and longing will likely return swiftly as they proceed. The girls, while grateful for Midoriya's actions, were also likewise terrified at how he can go from such a nightmarish appearance to an even more terrifying sweet face. And to the girls of the sisterhood, it was also, surprisingly, very RSNG. Though, shaking their own lust off, they stared at each other with suspicion and worry, their thoughts turning back to the Pierce-laced coffee. The adults were likewise left shaking, surprisingly from the effect that Midoriya produced, that it almost made them feel weak in the knees. In more ways than one for some of the female side of the pros. Despite their longing to DSPL and Mineta and Midoriya, even strange urge wafted over them, like a presence urging them to ignore what happened, and it worked to an effective degree. That last trace of this feeling was devilish chuckling that was mischief personified. All Might, however, shivered in horror, only seeing that kind of pressure and terrifying presence of a face in one person before, and he is currently guarded deep within Tataro's. Mirio managed to shake from his stupor and realize something. You know, I don't think that this video might be appropriate for Eri and Kuta, so I'm just gonna take them outside to pass the time. Mirio announced. Midoriya, could you stay here so Mineta can keep his promise? Sure. Izuku said, still in his sweet face mode. He dropped to his knees to face Kuta and Eri. Please behave yourself out there and you come back after we finish this video, okay? While Kuta and Eri pouted in slight protest about missing another fight, they nodded their heads in agreement. Quickly, they raced outside, with Mirio running to catch up with them. Hey, kids, who wants to play hide and seek? As they left and he sat down, Izuku turned back to Mai and smiled at her, motioning his hands for her to play the next video at her wish. Mai quickly shook off her blush and looked up to Nezu, and who gave her the thumbs up. Without further ado, and the eagerness of the guys, Mai pressed the button for the next video. Third POV. With a press of a button, the next video began playing with the death battle music and title. When it comes to the tantalizing femme fatale, these two combatants are the pinnacle of beauty and brawn. Wiz began the video. Not to mention, well endowed. Previously, Midoriya's demonic presence scared the longing and lust for the two deadly females right off the guys, but felt that it wouldn't take long in this video to regain those emotions. After seeing an image of the woman warriors pressing their large assets against each other, they came quicker than they thought. What also came in quickly was the wave of jealous competition and disheartening defeat from the girls' side of the room. Even Momo, Melissa, Nejaya, and Itsuka, who all felt, and believed, their assets were the largest of their group of girls, felt inadequate compared to the two stunning women. And this feeling translated over to their more mature counterparts, the most obvious of which being Mount Lady and Pixie Bob. The two always felt that their looks were a big part of their image and worked meticulously to keep them. Mandalay and Ragdoll could attest to it, recalling how long it usually took Pixie Bob to prepare for the day whenever they went out, either for work or whatever. Speaking of whom, Mandalay only had the tiniest bit of bitterness towards the two ladies on screen, but quickly waved off such jealousy as beneath her. Ragdoll and Miruko couldn't give a CRP, the former not too stingy on looks and the latter completely confident in her appeal and only cared for her work. Ryukyu and 13 were also on the same boat, with only a subtle look at their bodies saying otherwise. Meanwhile, Midnight looked way more fired up compared to the others. Though not out of jealousy, but rather the spirit of competition on who was the sexiest pro-heroine, something that often was the cause for her and Takeyama's rivalry. Now, these two women seemed to challenge her metaphorically thrown, and she looked almost delighted at the challenge. That fiery aura that she exuded was the main cause for many of her male co-workers to inch away. Boomstick chuckled perversely. Ivy Valentine, the Seki Diamenta X from Soul Calibur. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Dash, the government spy, Black Orchid from Killer Instinct. Boomstick cut Wiz off as he also introduced the second fighter. Sorry, I'm excited. Oh boy. Ojiro sighed, trying to calm down the blush on his cheeks. Looks like Boomstick is going to be extra. Well, Boomstick in this one. You mean perverted, XPLCT, and annoying. 𝐂𝐽𝐫 groaned out, fully expecting the worst. Speaking of which, she turned her gaze over towards the resident perverts of her class, Mineta and Kaminari, and raised her pan with a threatening glint in her eyes and a suggestive point towards Midoriya. The two got the message and nodded their heads at either-arm-chopping levels of speeds. 𝐂𝐽𝐫 and the other girls were already betting how long the two would last. Well, at least if they get out of hand, Midoriya can always just knock them to the ground again. Tsuyu spoke up. Right, Midoriya. Midoriya. Midoriya's lack of an answer prompted for the other girls to see that Midoriya wasn't looking too hot. His blush was bright and burning, his eyes struggled between lingering on the deadly Demon X and spy and looking away, even to the point where he tried to block most of his face with his hand. Izuku, are you alright? Melissa asked, slightly worried. What? Izuku asked, finally hearing them, shaking his head. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. We asked if you are okay. Uraraka pressed the question, looking also worried. Oh. I'm fine, really. Izuku replied, trying to reply with his best attempt at a smile, which came off forced and twitching. Just a little hot under the collar, I guess. Must have been something I drank earlier. Izuku's leg was rapidly tapping on the ground. The girls looked to have turned into statues with agape mouths and their horrified expressions shadowed in a comical deadpan. And no, he didn't. But maybe was the thought process behind the sisterhood girls, all coming to a horrifying possibility that Midoriya drank the Pierce coffee. Those possibilities seemed to be getting more and more likely. Whis and his boomstick, Whis cleared his throat and continued, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. As the video continued, the girls decided, so nothing seemed amiss, to not immediately pause the video and confront the issue of Midoriya, and instead to let the video continue, but carefully gauge Midoriya's reactions and respond to it accordingly if it just so happened to be true. As Royal Victorian music began playing, the first fighter appeared and, well, the fears and excited expectations of the audience were met. The appealing, voluptuous body of the adopted aristocrat was shown in very lewd and revealing armor and clothing that served to rev up the engines of the boys and draw bitter glares and embarrassed blushes from the girls. Various outfits were shown on her, but most had a similar design of dark purple, gold-trimmed outfits ranging from Diamante X-styled clothing to a leotard, the most common. These outfits also held a similarly theme of revealing plenty of her fair skin and desirable assets, most prominently her inner and outer hips, thighs, and her shoulders, sometimes her slim, perfect waist, and her massive breasts that seemed to strain on every choice of clothing or lack thereof. Another major staple that was prominent throughout every variation are her dazzling purple eyes, short-length silver hair, asymmetrical bangs mostly covering her left eye, red lipstick and eyeshadow, golden armored heels, purple gloves that reached down to her biceps, her left shoulder covered completely in a golden pauldron with claws for a hand, and a red and golden sword that would segment and stretch out into a bladed WHP. Steam practically fired from nearly all the noses and ears of the boys. Even Kirishima and Tetsutetsu seemed affected given their bright blushes, something Itsuka did not appreciate. Even Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shinsu looked affected. The three normally absent-minded teens, when it comes to women and romance, held brightening faces and a strong longing to not look away. These reactions likewise caused grumbling feelings of jealousy in Ibara, Pony, and Yui. Mineta and Kaminari already looked like they devolved into a pair of starving hounds with their drooling mouths, though the imminent fear of Demon Deku thankfully kept them in check, but for how long? 𝐂𝐽𝐫 also tried to wipe away the small ounce of BLD that trickled down her nose, as subtly as possible. Even the adult males were affected, like steam erupting out of MIC's nose as he whistled. Though, Endeavor and All Might managed to pry their eyes away from the woman's impressive figure, turning their thoughts and desires onto two certain women, one white-haired and the other green-haired. And finally, with Midoriya, he looked like his head had become a tomato. Calm down, Izuku. Midoriya repeated like a mantra in his head, while his head felt increasingly fuzzy and on fire. Behave yourself. You spent all this time berating Mineta for being a perv, now it not the time to be a hypocrite and act like him. Though Midoriya felt like it was losing battle with that fuzzy feeling making him sear the images of the woman into his brain. Maybe I should have gone outside with the kids and Mirio. Ivy Valentine, behave. Ivy declared as she swiped and launched an enemy into the air with her sword, before extending her sword out to pierce them and slam them into ground, only to repeat the same string of attacks. Behave. Oh, I would behave for you any day, lady. Kaminari muttered quietly before clasping his mouth shut, doing his best not to look at Kyoka or Midoriya, afraid they heard and looking would prompt punishment. Left on the doorstep of a London mansion, the infant Isabella was adopted and raised by the noble house of Valentine. Wiz began, showing a classic Victorian-era styled mansion and a family portrait of the Valentine family, including her Ivy herself, still young and innocent. So, she's British nobility, Melissa said, inspecting the younger, more refined Isabella. Hard to believe such a refined-looking and proper lady would grow up to be like someone Miss Midnight would idolize. Momo muttered. I heard that. Midnight shouted. Little did they know she'd grow up to be this deadly Diamond X. Boomstick chuckled, the group practically feeling him rubbing his hands together as they showed an adult image of Ivy with her arms outstretched above her and another of Ivy swinging her sword around while her massive melons jiggled tantalizingly. Oh, Daddy must be so proud. Can he not make it weirder? Momo pinched the bridge of her nose. I don't think so. Kyoka shook her head. Well, he's dead, so there's that. Wiz clarified. Background full name, Countess Isabella Valentine, height, 177. 8 cm, 5 feet 10 inches, weight, 58 kg, 128 pounds. Age, 49, physically 32, hometown, London, daughter of Cervantes, fighting style, self-taught goal, destroy 𝐒𝐻𝐻 for no real reason. Both her father and mother died while searching for the legendary 𝐒𝐻, an ordinary sword that after being bathed in blood and hatred eventually turned into the demonic, parasitic, soul-devouring blade it is today. Wiz explained, showing a massive cleaver of a sword with a demonic red and yellow eye in the middle. Demonic! Ibara exclaimed, looking at the large sword with an eye. She immediately clasped her hands together as if about to pray for protection. A sword that turned into a demon. Sen scratched at his head. After being bathed in blood and hatred. I have to admit, that sounds metal as hell. Kamakiri muttered. Maybe the blood and hatred it was bathed in was related to other demons or mystical creatures or beings. Kirishima proposed an answer. I mean, like an evil wizard was struck by the blade and he put an evil curse on it and the wielder in his last dying breath as revenge. I guess. Tetsu shrugged. All I know is that blade looks awesome. Shame though that her parents died trying to find it. Soto pointed out. Or worse, they did. Koroiro grimly added. This doomed pursuit left Isabella, or Ivy, as their sole legacy. Wiz continued. Her only remaining parent is her father, the pirate Cervantes, who is a zombie. Sometimes. Wiz showed an image of Cervantes, both as a ruggedly handsome silver-haired and bearded pirate draped in crimson and purple garbs, and another with him looking like an undead man and another him taking off his face to reveal a fiery skull. Or what appeared between the undead zombie visage and normal appearance. Is that a pirate sword? That's hilt is also a gun. Itsuka questioned. I love that he said her baby daddy was a zombie pirate, and the gun sword is what you asked about. Setsuna chuckled. Well then, good call on the baby dumpster donation. Boomstick commented. Zombie pirates don't make good fathers, especially demonically influenced, RPST, zombie pirates. Quite the unfortunate origin of her BH. Edgeshot mentioned, feeling pity and sympathy for both Ivy and whoever unfortunate soul as the target of Cervantes's horrible actions. Believe me, I know. What? Wiz did a double take. I second that, what? Mina also did a double take. I think perhaps Boomstick is simply making a joking comparison to not having a good father figure in his life. Momo pointed out. Oh, that would explain a lot. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 admitted, finding boomsticks attributes to be more explainable. Even in his fuzzed state, Midoriya flinched at the mention of bad father figures. His thoughts turning to Hisoshi Midoriya, his father in nothing but biology, the father that abandoned him and his mother the first chance he got after he was revealed to be quirkless. This rage and hatred towards his biological father brought his mind back to last night, and his thoughts over All Might, his surrogate father figure, potentially dating his mother, like Thor and Superman dating Jane Foster and Lois Lane. With this train of thought, and the confused feelings associated with it, only served to exacerbate the burning feeling in his head and the shameful and lustful urges and thoughts he was trying desperately to hold back. Ivy also has some awfully great, magic. Boomstick quickly continued the analysis, paying no heed to Wiz's confusion. Magic alchemy lab-based instrumental in creating her snake sword, not typically for combat, used in some special moves summoning magic sphere traps, magic fire nightmares hand a casual paradox critical edge grand alchemy critical finish artificial homunculus soul. Her father was a skilled alchemist, and Ivy took up his research to find and destroy soul edge. Wiz revealed, Ivy shown creating an alchemy sigil in the air behind her that trapped her foe in a binding trap of alchemy sigils. Alchemy, here, Melissa said, cupping her chin. The medieval precursor to chemistry. So, magic chemistry? Mina asked. Sort of. Melissa replied. Alchemy was like, in some cases, a protoform of chemistry given their similarities to transmuting and changing elements into others, like lead to gold. However, alchemy was based mostly on mystical and spiritual views of reality where chemistry sheds the mysticism with logic, scientific facts, and understanding. I guess alchemy here is more logical and factual than we thought. Setsuna shrugged. Tokoyami, Leiko, and Koroiro all perked up and excited for such a mysterious and oftentimes dark magic to be shown. From magical burning to alchemy BNDJ, Ivy's got the perfect way to deal with her foes. Boomstick told his perverted joke. So, she can use her alchemy for projectile-based attacks with pyrokinesis and entrapping capabilities with those BNDG spells. Uraraka muttered, cringing at saying that last part. She noticed a distinct lack of muttering and scribbling, and turned to see Izuku, uncharacteristically, not writing in his notebooks. Deku. Uraraka spoke. Izuku registered her voice and turned to her. Yeah? Uraraka. Deku replied, looking slightly brighter than before. How come you aren't writing this down? Uraraka asked, worried and suspicious. Usually, when something interesting like this is shown you would write it down and muttering. Oh, I forgot, I guess. Izuku responded, rubbing his neck. I guess I was just feeling a little tired and woozy. Thanks for reminding me, Uraraka. While Izuku shook himself off to quickly write down the info, his response and appearance quickly rang several alarm bells in the sisterhood girls' heads, several now coming to a foregone conclusion. But how did this happen? Momo questioned herself, trying to recall the events that transpired this morning to see how Midoriya could have possibly drunken Minetta's coffee. She taught herself summoning and alchemy rituals, which she used to forge her unique sword, the Valentine. Wiz continued, slightly disturbed. Valentine's snake sword, formerly called Ivy Blade, alternates between sword and WHP max WHP length. 9 cm 30 foot can use guard impacts, can perform edge attack granted life by soul edge critical finish and edge moves definitely not for novice swordsman. Ivy launched her Valentine in a forward move, snagging a woman with a shield and sword, dragging her towards the magical DMNX, moving the sword through the woman's stomach, before wrenching it out and tossing her away behind her. Jesus! Mount Lady cursed, rubbing her stomach where the woman was stabbed through. The Valentine is an extendable snake sword with a stupid name. Boomstick said, the Valentine shown in its regular form and in its extended blade WHP form. It should have been called Deadly as F since it works just like a normal sword, but with a flick of Ivy's wrist, it turns into a 9-meter-long WHP of blades. Interesting. Ida scratched his chin. A combination of a regular sword for short-range combat, mixed with long combat in its WHP form. And it can also entrap and grab onto faraway targets and restrain them. Asui added. And with those blades around the WHP, it would incentivize the captured enemy not to move or get slashed or impaled by the blades. Ribbit. That's a rather dark look on it. Uraraka muttered, a sweat drop over her head. I'm liking this woman's style more and more. Midnight liked at her lips. Making me want to tango with this beach more and more. Aizawa, MIC, and the rest of the teachers didn't know what kind of tango Midnight implied, but whatever it was, they agreed that it would be best to be as far away from it as possible if it happened. Surprisingly, or rather unsurprisingly given the circumstances, it was Midoriya who imagined the more naughty tango between Midnight and Ivy, the conjured images in his mind reddening his face more. His solution: continue to hold back the thoughts and slap himself free of the images. It can be used in all sorts of ways, even a stealthy underground attack. Boomstick continued. Ivy sends the Valentine underground and attacks Ezio Auditor with a few rising strikes from underground. Mineta drawled as he watched Ivy perform the underground blade attack, his eyes locking on how Ivy mashed her melons between her arms, making the jiggling memories perk up more. I'm just going to assume that that underground attack only makes sense because of magic. Ojiro said. Bingo. Nejaya tapped her nose. It is also sentient, with a mind of its own. Wiz stated. Ivy accomplished this by summoning the Hand of Nightmare, which breathed life into the sword. An image of the demon and his stomach mouth shone in all his hideousness. Ibara shivered again at the sight of another demonic creature and mumbled prayers quietly. Wait, hold on. Boomstick jumped up, confused. How does a hand breathe, exactly? Of all I've talked about, that is what you question. Wiz questioned, incredulously. Boomstick is speaking my language. Kaminari nodded at Boomstick's question. Yeah, the language of idiots. Kyoka replied, causing chuckles from the other students. Anyway, since Nightmare is Soul Edge personified, this ironically joined Ivy's own fate to the very abomination she seeks to destroy. Wiz said. Whoops. So, in her attempts to destroy this Soul Edge, she accidentally bound herself to it. Ryukyu summarized. So, if she destroys it, she could potentially die as well. One who seeks vengeance must dig two graves, one for their enemy and one for themselves. Nezu sagely said. Ida flinched, recalling his own willingness to die if it meant bringing down Stain. I'd like to join Ivy's fate if you know what I'm saying. Boomstick said his not-so-subtle innuendo. Kyoka groaned, face-palming. It never stops, does it? She asks rhetorically. Unlikely. Todoroki replied. This curse bounded Ivy's BLD to the immortal Soul Edge so thoroughly, her body actually stopped aging. Wiz revealed in amazement. Lucky Beach. Pixie Bob muttered, bitterly. Oh, come on, you can't complain so much. Mandalay raised an exacerbated eyebrow at her teammate. You yourself brag about how good you still look young for someone in their 30s. I'm 18 at heart. Pixie Bob whined back. Mandalay just groaned and face-palm. What was it that guy said about us girls being irrational? She thought to herself, finding her teammate a likely poster child for that statement. Actually Wiz, what I think is happening here is that her age is getting stored in her enormous rack. I mean, they just keep getting bigger and bigger as time goes by. Boomstick stated his opinion, 3 separate images of Ivy showing how her massive BRSTS indeed kept getting bigger and bigger. It was a good thing that Momo had created some napkins before this video, because most definitely needed some for their current nosebleeds. Honestly, with magic and everything, I would not be surprised if that is what is actually happening. Mina muttered, inspecting her and the girl's rather impressive chest. I think she is bigger as you, yo Momo. Please don't start comparing our BRSTS size in public, Mina. Momo blushed, her arms embarrassingly covering her own large melons, only succeeding in making them pop more. The act made Kyoka flinch as she looked down at her own BRSS. Or lack thereof. She bitterly thought. She felt the touch of something around her legs. She was about to set out her jacks to attack the offending party, only to realize the touching object as black WHP. Looking over to Midoriya, he looked almost unaware of him activating his own quirk or rubbing her leg comfortingly. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 quickly recalled the previous day with the same thoughts she had during the Chun-Li vs. Mai Shiranui fight, and Izuku's comforting words back then. Even though he is in this state, thanks to us, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 thought, guilt gripping her heart. He still finds a way to comfort me, and even unknowingly like it's instinct for him. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 smiled lovingly at Midoriya. What a great guy. Well, you never know with magic. Wiz muttered, shrugging as if used to it. Exactly. Mina nodded in affirmation with Wiz. Ivy is skilled with all her sword's forms, but long-range combat is her bread and butter. Wiz continued. I like to spread my butter all over her enormous, jiggling bread. Mineta's inner pervert demon screamed out. No. Bad Mineta. Remember what those girls and Midoriya will do to you. Mineta's inner angel reminded him. Especially demon mode Midoriya. This time, Angel Mineta won, real Mineta pinching himself to keep from the greater pain of possible Midoriya retaliation. Little did he know why he felt as if he also missed a great opportunity, unaware of Midoriya barely paying attention to him. She is very good at controlling the battlefield with wide WHP swings, powerful kicks, and precision strikes. Wiz explained her fighting style. I mean, let's be honest, who would really want to use that thing as a normal sword? Boomstick asked to the audience. The WHP sword combat certainly adds a unique flair to her that makes her stand out. Snipe acknowledged. However, versatility and a range of combat options to choose from would work to trip up foes that know about her and expect and are ready to deal with her. Ectoplasm pointed out. She has spent most of her life seeking and destroying anything remotely related to Soul Edge, innocent or otherwise, which will eventually include herself when all is said and done. Wiz said. That sounds rather unheroic of her. Mount Lady said. Whoever said that she was a hero, or this world's equivalent of? Aizawa replied. For all we know, her actions would label her more a villain or vigilante, or even anti-villain. Sometimes, even those with good and noble causes can be just as, if not more, villainous, like M. Bison for instance. All Might frowned at Aizawa's words but couldn't find fault in them. He thought to the hero killer Stain and his goals. To purge the fame and money-hungry, false heroes for a better hero society. On paper, it sounds like a noble goal, especially since Toshinori could concede that their current society does indeed have some bad apples among their hero ranks, and their presence is only serving to tarnish the name of heroes. But when thinking of Stain's methods, they were anything but heroic or noble. Butchering heroes into early retirement, like young Ida's older brother, Ingenium, or straight murder. Evil acts upon evil people does not make a right, and that's even assuming all of his targets were truly evil, which they weren't given the previous Ingenium being nowhere near false or greedy. And the same can be said about this Ivy's destructive pursuit in destroying this demonic sword. Speaking of which, Tsukochi did say that my request to meet with Stain was postponed again. All Might thought back to his conversation with his detective friend, discussing this after the commitment to looking into Kurogiri possibly being Shirakumo. Whether it was the Commission's efforts to silence Stain or Totaro's stinginess about discussing with such a dangerous villain, All Might could only hope that his chance to speak with the hero killer as soon as possible. But despite having one of Soul Calibur's deadliest movesets, she has a rather spotty win-loss record. Don't they make pads for that? Boomstick asked. Setsuna face-palmed. What does he refer to? Ibara asked, confused. After Setsuna whispered the answer in her ear, Ibara was inflicted with the facepalm virus, as well. Known win-loss WL, 3/4 loss Astaroth loss Taki win Song En loss Zasalamal win Zasalamal rematch loss Cervantes win Cervantes rematch. Still, she has defeated countless foes and accomplished impressive feats. Wiz continued. Like kicking a point-blank bullet out of the air. Boomstick exclaimed, Ivy kicking away a bullet from her undead pirate father with a swift kick. DMN, that's fast. Impressive speed and flexibility. Edge shot acknowledged. Fut, I could do better. Miruko scoffed, unimpressed. Well, more so insanely accurate instinct. Wiz explained. Presumably, she's using the weight of her above-average-sized BRSTS as momentum to increase her speed. If that's a real martial art, I'm going to find it and then teach it, Boomstick declared with 100% seriousness. The women of the group all simultaneously prayed for such a thing to never come to fruition, while the men of the group, barring the stoic and respectable type, prayed Boomstick succeed and teach them how to in return. In her quest to find a way to kill the demonic sword, she learns of and searches for the legendary 𝐂𝐭𝐴𝐫, the evil blade's polar opposite, for the means to sever her bond with 𝐂𝐿. Wiz told her story, the series' namesake revealed in a various number of forms of the angelic blade. Amazing! Ibara gazed in awe of the angelic blade. For every yin there is a yang. Rin said. I guess if there is going to be a demon sword, an angel sword made to counter seems possible. However, before she could find it, her undead daddy rolled up and attacked her, almost stealing her soul. Boomstick jumping in. But thanks to some weird magic of a 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐫, a homunculus, Wiz told Boomstick the correct pronunciation. Homuncu what now? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 questioned. A homunculus is a representation of a small humanoid creature, usually in the form of small clay statues. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 responded. They are associated with alchemy as means of hosting or accessing other magics, or creating new, special human beings. Though they are but fables and stories. Actually, it is said the fable of the homunculus was the inspiration behind Mary Shelley's novel of Frankenstein. Tokoyami spoke up. Yes, actually. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 perked up, pleasantly surprised on the raven-headed teen's knowledge. Johann Conrad Dippel was suggested to have been what was the inspiration of Victor Frankenstein, and his alchemy and homunculus for Frankenstein's monster. Proposed by Professor Rodu Florescu. Tokoyami nodded. I must say I am pleasantly surprised about your knowledge revolving homunculus, alchemy, and the old stories. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 admitted. I take vested interest in the dark and mysterious. Tokoyami responded. Revelry in the dark. Revelry in the dark. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 replied back. I can tell you more about my findings and knowledge, should you be interested. Tokoyami stuttered out, a comical blush over his black feathered head. 𝐒𝐿𝐽's own pale cheeks made her light blush more pronounced. I would be delighted. 𝐒𝐽 agreed. Please let me know of your earliest convenience. After the videos, perhaps. Tokoyami offered. Acceptable. 𝐒𝐽 replied. After they were done, leaving the discussion with blushing faces, they were made aware of the gapping looks of surprise from their fellow students. Mina and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked so giddy and excited they looked half ready to explode. Momo, Asui, and Itsuka giggled at the adorable interaction between the two goths. And Setsuna looked like she was absolutely bawling with pride at her best ghost girl, to 𝐒𝐽's annoyance. Tokoyami was met with the whispered praises and thumbs up from his classmates, like Kirishima and Tetsu calling him manly, the warning glares of protectiveness from the 1B boys, including a downright hateful and disapproving one from Monoma, and even bawling from Mineta and Kaminari. Though whether the bawling was out of jealousy, pride, or both, Tokoyami did not know. He even had his fellow reveler in the dark, 𝐼roiro, begging him to teach him his ways, in likely pursuit of another's hand. Oh! Young love. Ooh, and young goth love at that. Midnight exclaimed, hugging and rubbing her shivering body. So adorable. So STMLTNG. Bad Midnight. Bad. Nezu declared, disciplining the teacher by spraying her with a water bottle. Midnight would hiss like a cat. What has this even come to? Endeavor grumbled, both astounded and ashamed. Yeah, that. Boomstick exclaimed. She used it to make an artificial soul and continued again for the hunt of the 𝐂𝐿𝐽 and 𝐂𝐿, eventually encountering and defeating her old man and watching 𝐂𝐿𝐽 disappear into a vortex. However, Ivy knew that 𝐂𝐿𝐽 wasn't destroyed, likely due to her connection to the cursed blade. Wiz explained. And still continues to search for 𝐂𝐿𝐽 to destroy it once and for all, using everything and everyone at her disposal. You're in need of some DSPLN. Ivy declares, grabbing onto Natsu and launches her into the air while holding her in place with alchemy. "I'll teach you to behave." Ivy the pieces of Valentine in a spinning spiral of death at Natsu, then launching the separate pieces through her one in all directions, before combining them together, slamming her down to the ground, then reattaching them to her sword. Satisfied. "It's like I'm looking at a mirror." MIC muttered, looking between Midnight and Ivy. "Oh, hush you. Before I DSPLN you myself." Midnight replied, still slightly angry at the water wetting her hair. "Not helping your case, hag." Mount Lady chuckled. "What did you say, you little slut?" Midnight roared out in anger. It took quite a few minutes to break the two bickering women apart. During that time, the group thought about Ivy, trying to direct their thoughts away from her figure and instead towards her abilities and skills. Her reception was mixed. Some focused and complimented her long-ranged capabilities from her alchemy and Valentine sword. Others were hesitant to root for her given her ruthless and brutal nature. The second fighter, for the sake of their sanity, hoped wasn't as SXL or scandalous as Ivy. Their first impressions on seeing who she was gave the group some hope, but not by much. The next fighter was another voluptuous and appealing woman, light tan skin, shoulder-length black hair, and oftentimes seen with a yellow band around her forehead. Her outfit, while not as scandalous as Ivy's was to some, 𝐒𝐻𝐼 as suggestive. The woman wore a green jumpsuit that seemed to hug her fit feminine body like a second layer of skin, so much that many swore they saw the outline of her nipples on her large chest. On the side of the jumpsuit also had, in golden lettering, the word hot along her curvy sides. The jumpsuit also had different versions shown, from versions in black and gold, to how far the jumpsuit covered, either to the top of her thighs or to the point it was a leotard. She also wore green boots and green, forearm-length gloves, adding to attention her weapons being yellow lightsabers. Black Orchid killer combo. An announcer's voice declared as Orchid delivered a flurry of rapid attacks in a 19-hit combo on a blue, burning humanoid creature. "Hold CRP." Mina exclaimed, in awe of Orchid. "I think I just found my fighter." "Well, that was fast." Asui said. "Well, I mean look at how fast and badass that combo was." Mina gestured to the screen. "You said it, Pinky." Miruko replied, likewise pleased. "Looks like this chick is a more martial arts, close combat-based fighter and I'm all for it." Background: real name, unknown height, 170 centimeters, 5 foot 7 inch weight, 56. 7 kilograms, 125 pounds age, 24 fighting styles, Chinese martial arts likely Tibetan half-sister to 𝐔𝐬𝐽 secretive government spy prefers tonfa over lightsabers. The government spy codenamed Black Orchid is a complete mystery. Wiz began. Her past, training, and real name are so secret, not even she knows most of it. "Hey." Pony tilted her head, confused. "How the hell does that work?" Boomstick questioned. It could likely mean that she was taken in and trained from such an early age in her life that he has forgotten much of her past life and history. Nezu analyzed. As she is a type of government agent, this is a very likely hypothesis. "What we do know is, she's a killer." We said. "Killer. Killer. Ooh, she's a killer." Music played a short montage of Orchid battling different foes, where she attacked with various flips, spinning kick attacks, often upside down, slides, and spinning tonfa strikes. Bakugu grinned in satisfaction. "Okay, screw it, I'm voting for this chick. She's badass." "Dang it." Miruko cursed. "Now I want that theme for myself." "Well, you can." Ryukyu suggested. "It's likely not a thing here and I doubt that even this Orchid knows it's trademarked to her." Miruko looked at her with a raised eyebrow, confused. Ryukyu sighed. "You can probably use it for yourself here." She simplified. "Awesome." Miruko exclaimed. "Hey, earphone jacks. Send me that song of yours to my phone later." Kyoko was almost about to ask her what she meant. Then she remembered the more than 300 songs that device downloaded into her phone, all relating to the characters and videos, so Orchids must be somewhere in her phone. "Sure." Kyoko responded. Among her limited history, she is confirmed to be the half-sister to 𝐤𝐲, a prominent fighter and warrior monk from Tibet. Was revealed, 𝐤𝐲 shown beside 𝐿𝐼𝐺. 𝐿𝐼𝐺's origin must share similarities, so she is most likely a practitioner of Chinese martial arts such as Kung Fu. Specifically, Okinawan martial arts to fit with her choice of weapons. Tonfa laser aura length, 38 cm 15 in short-range weapons can emit fire or electricity. For Okinawan martial arts, originally a handle for grinding grain, popularized as police nightsticks. 𝐿𝐼𝐺's weapons of choice are heavy Chinese tonfa, made of lasers. Boomstick exclaimed. Mai and Melissa perked up in their seats at the mention. Apparently whoever she works for has figured out how to make lightsabers, and 𝐿𝐼𝐺 wielded these early in her career before upgrading to laser tonfa. Wiz continued. Melissa and Mai were quick to snatch the distracted Izuku's hand and write up the designs and stats of these laser tonfas, all the while David shield and power load aside. Izuku blushed scarlet at Melissa's and Mai's enthusiasm that made them all the more attractive in his lust-struck mind. No, no. Breathe. Relax. Izuku thought repeatedly, to tame his inner lust. Stealing his resolve, Izuku just grabbed another notebook from his bag. Tonfa are short and strong, designed for quick damage, perfect for 𝐿𝐼𝐺 since she is incredibly skilled in fast, close-range combat. Boomstick jumped back in. Interesting. Momo muttered, inspecting 𝐿𝐼𝐺's fighting style. Izuku, do you mind adding some helpful pieces of information for beginners? Oh, you mean you wish to learn how to use tonfas, Yamamoto? Izuku asked, finding his analysis helping with his sinful thoughts. Well, that would be advantageous of you to use as a weapon in case of more close-quarters combat. While your bow staff fighting is amazing, there will likely be times where you will be fighting in more cramped corridors or faster opponents, so tonfa will be the perfect substitute. Exactly. Momo nodded, blushing at the praise from Midoriya, and analyzing Midoriya to see just badly she and the girls may have screwed up with the piece. Her other set of weapons are called T, and Boomstick continued, showing an image of 𝐿𝐼𝐺 with her cleavage exposed as she posed. Cue the sounds of sighs and facepalms. Well, actually, I mean, just look at what she's wearing. Boomstick cut was off again as he focused the footage on her tight jumpsuit. It's not like she's trying to hide anything. Man, I wish I was that jumpsuit. Same. Mineta and Kaminari muttered. What was that, you idiots? Bakugo perked up, raising his popping hands with a grin. Nothing, sir. Mineta and Kaminari straightened up, sealing their mouths shut and quiet. Good. Bakugo growled out. Moves tonfa fire cat flick flack spinning sword Lassakan airbuster. 𝐿𝐼𝐺 prefers speed over strength, with quick rapid strikes. Wiz cleared his throat before continuing. Some moves even defy physics. An example of which was 𝐿𝐼𝐺 performing a spinning kick attack that seemed to levitate her upwards. The hell? Mount Lady exclaimed. That move is rather similar to Chun-Li's spinning bird kick. Ryukyu noted. Only this one seems to be more airborne. More like she takes the air. Fat Gum replied, noting 𝐿𝐼𝐺's attack sending her higher and higher in the air with the opponent. Miruko growled. She was already working on the spinning bird kick from Chun-Li, and 𝐿𝐼𝐺 demonstrating a similar technique just reinforced her longing to master it, and this one too. What is she, some sort of witch? Boomstick asked. Absolutely. Wiz confirmed, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 firing ball of fire from her tonfas and turning into a fiery cat. 𝐿𝐼𝐺's best weapon is her trove of spells. Most useful is the Fire Cat, a transfiguration spell which morphs her body into an intangible feline of flame. So, both 𝐿𝐼𝐺 and Ivy share similar magical pyrokinesis. Todoroki muttered. Though, 𝐿𝐼𝐺 also adds shapeshifting into her arsenal. And it's intangible, so it can pass through other attacks, such as long-ranged attacks like Ivy's Valentine. Shoji pointed out. Oh, I wanna pet her. Boomstick cooed. But I can't, cause. You know. The burning. Setsuna cracked up with laughter. Okay, that was actually kind of funny. She admitted. And so sadly adorable. Uraraka agreed. No Mercer's Shocker Scorcher Frog Smash Heart Attack, She also uses magic in Here No Mercies, finishes which can be used after an enemy is weakened. Wiz continued on. That looks rather familiar to the fatalities from the Mortal Kombat individuals. Toshinori mentioned. Agreed. Endeavor nodded, seeing the similarities too. This world must be as vicious as the other one. When not using her tonfa to incinerate people, she can transform them into a helpless frog. Smash 'em! Smash 'em! Yes. Boomstick yelled in satisfaction, watching Orchid turn her foe into a frog, jump, and squash the helpless creature into paste. Ribbit! Asui croaked in dissatisfaction and anger, for obvious reasons. Koda shared in Asui's displeasure at seeing an animal being mercilessly killed, even if the animal was a former person, thought that actually made it worse for the animal lover. But she has one more weapon in her arsenal. Or rather two. Wiz admitted, zooming into her large bazookas. Her fun bags of destruction. Boomstick exclaimed, the words appearing beside Orchid's image. And you just thought I was being a pig earlier. W8, they are actual weapons. Pixie Bob questioned, incredulous. But really, whipping out the girls causes an instant heart attack to whoever views them. Boomstick revealed. Excuse me. Ibarra questioned. As TJ Combo stood dazed and spinning, Orchid zipped open her vest and reveals her BRS off-screen, to the initial dissatisfaction of the guys, to TJ Combo. TJ cried out before, hand over his heart, fell over dead. Yeah. Orchid celebrated, her slight hopping making her recovered deadly melons jiggle. Silence. Stunned silence was the only response that most of the group had for such a feat that they had witnessed. Until Mina broke the ice. Hey, Mineta, I think I just found a set of melons we will allow you to see. Mina called out. That certainly broke the ice as everyone proceeded to break down in laughter. Mineta just flipped Mina the bird but couldn't help but crack out a chuckle or two. I now know the way I want to die. Boomstick sighed wistfully. I will admit, it's not the most terrible way to go out. Kaminari admitted. I'm just saying. Bakugu, who was close to aiming an exploding hand at the blonde pervert, slowly lowered it, unable to deny Kaminari's words. I never thought I'd see a set of lethal mammary glands. Wiz admitted, with his voice full of fascination of a stunned and in-awe scientist, while Orchid performed Heart Attack on Thunder. I'd never thought I would entertain such ridiculousness onto my eyes. Edgeshot muttered, disbelieving what he was seeing. So, wizards, supersonic hedgehogs, and flying sky ponies you can handle. Even your own 300-foot drop falling, superhuman ninja warrior counterpart. But death melons that just cross the line for your brain. Miruko questioned, incredulous. Point taken. Edgeshot muttered. But you'd think it'd only work on people, right? Nope. Boomstick declared. Her supermelons can kill humans, robots, aliens, a dinosaur, and even a walking skeleton who's missing the one bone that matters. As he spoke, every non-human mention was shown staring, gawking, and collapsing in different fetal positions. Pftahahaha. Kamakiri burst out laughing, followed by many of the guys. Wait a second. Koda spoke up. Hatsume, see, can you rewind it back a little? That's a first, but sure weirdly-shaped head guy. Mai said, rewinding the footage backwards. Stop. There. Koda called out, Mai stopping and pausing the video upon Koda's instruction. Isn't that Riptor? Riptor? Melissa questioned. Oh, I see. Ida perked up, looking at the dinosaur fighter that Orchid was flashing her melons at. Riptor was one of the previous fights before you and Mr. Shield joined us. Yeah, it was a cool, acid-spitting dino that can fight like a person. Mina spoke up, remembering that fight, before pouting. Shame that he lost falling onto Boomstick's car. Oh. So, that was what that was. Melissa said, finding her unspoken confusion about that scene in the previous video answered. Ah, my old counterpart that was sorely defeated by Mr. Koda's counterpart, Yoshi. Nezu perked up at the sight of his counterpart. So, it appears that Ms. Orchid exists within the same universe as my counterpart. An interesting find. There is only one possible explanation for this. Wiz began to explain, an image of a BR and an exploding brain shown. Her BRSTS must be so impossibly, unnaturally large that no brain can process the shock of seeing them. Even while female brains are immune to the SXL shock, they will grudgingly forfeit out of jealousy. This was demonstrated by Orchid flashing her melansat herself, who instead of dying, starting huffing and stomping in a fit of jealous rage. Izuku's brain went into overdrive by how red and hot it was practically steaming. His brain went from images of Orchid and her figure to the girls to even Miruko and Lady Nagant that he felt the inner walls holding back his lust breaking down. No, 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 no. Remember what you said to Mineta. Remember how uncomfortable it will make the girls. How wrong it is. Izuku chanted like a mantra, even feeling his partner downstairs surging to life. In a panic, Izuku finally resorted to Plan Z and thought remember what happened that day. Izuku didn't need to specify as his mind took him right back there. The note in the locker, those false words, the pail of water, the beating, the laughing, gum in his hair, and her venomous, sweetly sick words. I can't believe you fell for that. She laughed and jeered at him. Ha ha. Who would ever like a useless, quirkless Deku like you? Ahaha. The painful memory worked like a charm, the overbearing lustful thoughts vanishing, or at the very least diminishing, the burning in his head lowering. It was at first a relief to have it gone, but then the cruel weight of reality crashed down onto him with a frown. That's right. You know what that day taught you. A dark part of his mind told himself. You are incapable of being loved. You don't deserve to be loved for the freak you are. Who would ever love a quirkless, useless Deku? Izuku didn't have the energy fight back against that voice. Or the answer to refute it. Izuku just sked back in the pain, as normal, and focused back into the video. He was unaware of Nejia's observative eye on him. Heh, oh, she'll be crying into a tub of ice cream tonight. Boomstick said, pitying the clone Orchid. I mean, I don't think my reaction wouldn't be so different than the guys. Kyoka admitted in thought, blushing. Maybe a fainting, at least. Feats and Flaws skilled in close-range ultra combos won first Killer Instinct tournament defeated idle fought Gargos in the past self-raised pitiful ranged skill traded lightsabers for tonfawatt. Black Orchid entered the first Killer Instinct tournament, a no-holds-barred fighting tournament organized by Ultratech, the megacorporation that spans and almost runs the entire globe. Wiz explained. She joined the tournament intent to take down the evil Ultratech Corporation from within. It's like that Shinra company from the Link vs. Cloud fight. 13 pointed out. A corporation that runs the entire globe. You're right. Cementos nodded. And much like that world, it seems this company is vile and evil enough to warrant rebellion. Ultratech. Nezu repeated the name. If memory serves, that was the same company that created my counterpart, Riptor, as well. While she had some trouble with ranged characters, she eventually defeated the 2,000-year-old, and might I add, cheap as hell demon warlord, Idol, winning her the whole tournament. Boomstick revealed. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Chun-Li. There's a new strongest woman on Earth now. Those are fighting words, bub. Miruko smiled, yet growled, cracking her knuckles. All the while her fellow pros agreed that Boomstick just fed up. She was however discovered of her intentions and was targeted by Ultratech's robot CEO, Arya. Wiz continued her story. Oh, so not only a world-conquering corporation but an AI overlord for good measure. MIC said. Man, that world must 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Later, disavowed by her own not-so-clearly named or defined organization and labeled a dangerous rogue, Orchid formed her own underground network of spies and agents known as the Disavowed, to sabotage Arya's goals. Boomstick. She eventually grew increasingly volatile, until dear old, long-lost half-bro Jago showed up to calm her down. Family is the strong tie that holds you to the ground. Shot wisely said. Izuku perked up at his words, his widening in slight surprise. Wait. He's right. Izuku looked towards his friends around him, from the guys joking and making fun of each other, the teachers and pros looking down on them with pride. All Might, his father in all but BLD, his mother, back at home, always supportive and caring despite everything. 𝐼𝐻 outside with 𝐶𝐻 and 𝐂𝐻𝐫, children he saved that look at him like an idol to admire, and a father to love, and the girls. Especially the girls that makes his heart ache with want with every smile, laugh, and embrace. This is my family, Izuku said with resolve, feeling the cold weight of her words begin to lift, if not just enough. We may bound in BLD or not, he thought of All Might and their bond through One for All and beyond, and his mother and him playing hero in the past. And we may have our differences, he remembered his glares at Mineta and Kaminari, his fights with Bakugo and Todoroki, before they changed to him playing games with the two decent perverts and being inspiring rivals to the latter two. But they are my family, the family I chose. He thought of he and Kuta high-fiving and his and Eri's talk and hug last night. A family that loves and cares for me. His thoughts turned to the girls and their hugs, cheek smooches, smiles, hugs, and special nicknames. And that I care and love for too. Together, they resolved to support each other in their individual struggles, regardless of the outcomes. We stated. But, with help or not, Orchid is clearly a force to be reckoned with. Orchid was seen unleashing an absolute onslaught of combos and attacks on a large robot with a plume on its head. Ultra A combo. An announcer voice roared at the 37 finishing combo while Orchid cheered in victory. The final combo performed by Orchid only fueled a lot more people to consider voting for Orchid, most especially Miruko and Bakugo, practically salivating at the thought of fighting the assassin and prove who was better. Orchid's reception was less mixed than Ivy's, with her less dubiously shown history painting her better as a hero or antihero, and her martial arts skills and feats making her appear the better fighter. Alright, the combatants are set dash the bazookas are loaded. Boomstick jumped in, perversely excited as both fighters' melons were shown. Let's end this debate once and for all. Wiz shook it off and continued. It's time for a death beat. Boomstick roared out. With the video paused, and the device scanning for counterparts, the audience voted among themselves, with the obvious exception of Mirio and the kids. For Ivy, her most prominent voters included Midnight, who liked the Diamenta X-styled, bladed WHP using fighter, Tokoyami, Leiko, and Koroiro for her alchemy magic, Ibara, who liked Ivy's quest to destroy the demonic sword of 𝐒𝐿, Kamakiri, liking her Valentine sword better than Orchid's weaponry. Endeavor for her pyrokinetic magic and feeling sympathy for her longing to destroy 𝐒𝐿 for taking her parents' lives, the longing for vengeance being a main reason why Ida, shockingly enough, also voted for her. Asui also voted for Ivy, mostly out of spite for Orchid for turning her opponents into frogs just to squash them. Melissa, intrigued by Ivy's alchemic expertise enough to make the Valentine sword. Mineta, who preferred the most scantily purple-clad, large-breasted, DMNX, Aizawa, for Ivy's greater capture and binding methods, and 𝐼𝐻, stating it's for her flair, but Izuku frowned, sensing there was more to his choice behind the slight frown AMR had, but the returning lustful burn of mysterious origin distracted him enough to leave it be. Orchid's voters, however, listed from Miruko and Bakugo, who liked the assassin's incredibly martial arts and badassery. Izuku, also for her martial arts skill, green attire, impressive feats like defeating idol, Shoto, for Orchid's pyrokinetic abilities and felt connected via their shared history of needing a helping hand to help set them right. Kaminari, who liked Orchid's more curvaceous tight figure and death-inflicting cannons. Mina, liking Orchid flexibility and acrobatic combat. Mai, for her lightsaber-like Tunfars, edge shot, finding Orchid's feats and skills more impressive than Ivy's, and Mount Lady and Pixie Bob, the two voting of spite, the former seeing Ivy a lot like her teacher rival and the latter for her ageless beauty. Rin, Ojiro, and Itsuka all also voted for Orchid, preferring the more martial arts-oriented fighter. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device stated. Ivy Valentine. Multiversal counterpart, Nemurai Kiyoma aka Midnight. I knew it! Mount Lady exclaimed, pointing accusingly at the screen and Midnight. It was like looking into a mirror. And a gorgeous mirror if I do say so myself. Midnight bragged, posing seductively. While Mount Lady fumed and began another argument with the teacher, Setsuna, watching all go down, perked up, a metaphorical light bulb turning on over her head. She detached her mouth and whispered something into a sisterhood girl's ears, all of whom nodded, agreeing and confirming to Setsuna's idea. Black Orchid. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸𝐴 aka Lady Nagant. What, that's like the third time this beach has got a counterpart in a row. Miruko exclaimed, confused. What is this? It's like Midoriya's lucky counterpart streak all over again. Nezu meanwhile frowned at the third counterpart to the infamous former hero. Reviewing the information about Orchid in his head, Nezu frowned harder as he connected the dots. An assassin that was betrayed and disavowed by her former allies. Nezu thought, recalling and comparing Orchid's history with Tsutomu's other counterparts, Kitana as betrayed by her adopted father, Shao Kahn, and appeared to work for the warlord as an assassin, and Strider Maria being used by a sect of Strider program and then tossed out to be killed by her own brother, whose counterpart was Hawks, who just so happened to be another government-sponsored hero of the Heroic Public Safety Commission, that raised up Lady Nagant, as well. There is something clearly fishy about this, and this all but confirms my suspicions. Nezu thought, these three individuals share too many similar traits and history, which points to their fourth having a similar history, an assassin of some sort, possible via her incredible skill, that was eventually turned on by her former employers, the HPSC, for going against their directive. And here I thought my opinion of them couldn't get any lower. Nezu tried to keep his growl contained. It would appear that I need a conversation with a certain number 2 pro and begin advancing my plans for reorganizing or dismantling this corrupt organization. Additional multiversal counterpart detected. Jargo. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. I think you may have jinxed the kid mentioning his counterpart streak. Ryukyu smirked at Miruko. Izuku smiled to see that he had another frankly heroic counterpart, and with a family bond and caring relationship with Lady Nagant's counterpart. Izuku wondered if he were a hero sooner. And closer acquainted with Nagant, if he could have pulled her from committing her crime and keep her being the awesome hero he always admired her to be. Dismissing those thoughts for a later time, the video unpaused and played the fight. The video began with Ivy standing in the middle of a large flat, white, circular platform atop a large body of water. Well, that's certainly a unique stage for a fight. Power Loader said. Just a large platform in the middle of the ocean. Can you imagine how cool it would be if they fought whilst in the middle of a storm? MIC envisioned the scene in his head with awe. Yeah, right up until a large wave would wash down out to sea. Aizawa muttered darkly. You're no fun sometimes, man. MIC pouted. The sounds of a helicopter were heard in the background before Orchid jumped down onto the stage. Ivy leaps backward and yelled, "Get lost." Fight. Orchid started with 2 tonfa blasts at Ivy, who slashed them apart with the Valentine. Ivy followed up by whipping out her sword forward, the bladed WHP striking from long range on Orchid, who quickly blocked them with her tonfa. It's clear that Ivy has the long-range advantage. Snipe commented. Her WHP can strike physically from afar, she's likely to have long-range spells to use, and her sword can be useful in slashing away Orchid's own, limited long-range attacks. Ivy launched another strike, this one a downward, piercing strike, only for Orchid to use Firecat to phase through it and lunge towards Ivy. Her Firecat is transparent and so she used it to get in closer towards Ivy. Endeavor nodded in approval of her tactics. Orchid proceeded to unleash a devastating combo, starting with an upward kick to stun Ivy, followed by a follow-up roundhouse kick to the face, a kick to her shins and face again, before finishing in a fiery skyward knee strike, knocking Ivy into the air. Jesus, she just went ham on her. Kaminari gaped, amazed by her vicious combo. While Ivy has the greater range, Orchid looks like have the better speed and close quarters prowess. Ryukyu noted. And the moment she catches you off guard could lead you open to such a killer combo. All combos should be killers. Miruko replied. Maybe not actually kill them, but a combo is supposed to unleash as much brutal damage that it can guarantee your opponent won't get back up. While he didn't have a notebook like the stupid nerd, Bakugo made sure to make a note of that advice in his mind. MSTR combo. An announcer voice declared as before Ivy hit the ground, she bounced off from another tonfa blast from Orchid before landing. Ivy recovered in time to block an aerial kick by 𝐿, catching her off guard and strike with a swing from Valentine, stunning the assassin while shedding BLD. Ivy followed with a combo of her own, with another slash of her sword before sending flying with a kick. After kicking 𝐿 away, Ivy launched Valentine forward, ensnaring the mid-air combatant and tugging her back down to the ground. 𝐿 was placed onto her knees, choking via the bladed whatifdeku, holding her by the throat with it, while Ivy put her foot on her. "Does it hurt?" Ivy taunted. I see more and more why she and I are counterparts." Midnight liked her lip. "We both have thing with showing our foes their place." Mineta shivered, though not from 𝐿, oddly enough. Instead, his shiver was of remembering fright, specifically his final exam with 𝐒𝐿 against Midnight, and how he had to run or get whipped by the sadistic teacher he fought against. While finding the choking rather excessive, Deku made notes of Ivy's use of Valentine as a constricting and ensnaring tool for his work on Black WHP. 𝐿 shifted into Fire Cat again to break free from her hold and move back. "Smart," Setsuna said. She used that Fire Cat of hers to escape from that hold rather than attack. Ivy launched Valentine forwards again, but 𝐿 catches it instead with her tonfa, pulling Ivy towards her, then kicking her in the stomach, stunning the 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿. "Classic don't be predictable move there, kids," Pixie Bob said. 𝐿 turned her back to the screen and unzipped the front of her jumpsuit. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 exclaimed. "She's going to flash her melons at her. And thank God that she turned away from us." Kirishima wiped an arm on his forehead. "Wait, wouldn't Ivy not die from that?" Tetsu questioned. "Or does 𝐿 just want Ivy to quit the fight or make her mad enough to not notice another combo attack?" 𝐿 unleashed her heart attack no mercy on Ivy, the background turning white with flashing sounds made. However, Ivy remained unaffected and instead laughed. Ivy proceeded to take rip open her BR off and flash her own melons, the flash and sounds more brighter and louder. She was unaffected. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 exclaimed. "And she flashed at her too. Oh man, why couldn't we have seen hers?" Mineta whined. Mineta received a wallop to the head, courtesy of Bakugo. "You idiot!" Bakugo yelled. "Clearly, her jugs are larger than combo chicks and would kill you if you saw them. I mean, it wouldn't be worst way to die, right?" Kaminari argued. Bakugo glared at Kaminari. I'm just saying. 𝐿, struck in awe by her opponent's BRST size, threw down her tonfa, groaning in frustration and jealousy. "Same girl, same." Kyoka muttered. While Midoriya's subconscious comfort made her better, she could still be a little bitter and sympathize with the killer instinct fighter. Ivy used the opening to attack with several kicks and sword slashes, but 𝐿 broke the combo with 2 punches across her face. "CCC combo breaker," the announcer voiced again. That announcer has a sick voice. Sen grinned. "Makes me feel like I'm actually watching a fighting game." 𝐿 proceeded to unleash another string of kicks, punches, and fiery tonfa strikes before Ivy broke the combo, as well, catching 𝐿's tonfa and fist with the Valentine wrapped around them. Ivy struck 𝐿 into the air, and then used her alchemy, holding 𝐿 in mid-air by a series of alchemical circles and sigils. "Ivy's finally using her alchemy," Leiko stated. "And with 𝐿 captured, I'm expecting for a devastating attack to follow." "Spread apart," Ivy declared, her hair standing up, Valentine breaking into several bladed pieces and a large alchemy circle forming behind her. Ivy's grand alchemy attack was unleashed, sending Valentine's pieces flying through 𝐿 with mystical energy. The attack finished, 𝐿 fell to the ground, and got up, dazed and vulnerable. "Oh no, is this it?" Rin exclaimed, worried. "Go on, you seki hot 𝐷MNX," Mineta exclaimed. "Finish her. Is that it?" Ivy taunted again, raising her sword into the air before sending Valentine through the ground to finish her opponent. Only for 𝐿 uses Fire Cat once more, the blade passing harmlessly through her, rushing to Ivy. "She's not over yet." Itsuka grinned. "I have a bad feeling about this," Midnight muttered, almost close to biting her nails. What followed when 𝐿 reached the British noble was then unleashes an uncountable number of kicks, punches, tonfa strikes, acrobatic flips, and airbuster attacks that brought Ivy up with her into the air, finishing with a final, explosive mid-air kick from Orchid sending her away. Ultra A combo. The announcer roared as Orchid landed and fired her shocker spell before Ivy hit the ground, zapping with her bolts of electricity. Woo! The Orchid voters cheered, especially Mount Lady, Pixie Bob, Miruko, and Bakugo. Ivy landed on the ground, groaning and looked incapable of getting back up. Orchid walked up to the stunned Ivy, then transforms her into a frog with her tonfa. No, 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 no. Mineta yelled out in horror. Squish her. Bakugo and Miruko yelled out. Asui croaked in offense and turned away in a huff, already knowing what is going to happen. Orchid jumped up and landed on the frog, squashing the once appealing woman-turned-frog into paste. Yeah. Orchid yelled out in victory. KO. The Black Orchid voters cheered in victory, leaving the Ivy voters groaning at their character's defeat, including Mineta wailing and yelling, "Oh, the humanity." Frog Ivy's body was shown twitching before falling limp and dying. Ahahaha. Take that, Midnight. Mount Lady bragged towards her rival. Yeah, brag all you want, but I don't see you with a counterpart yet. Midnight bragged back. Takeyama's response was a middle finger before ensued another catfight. Meanwhile, Orchid stood atop a platform nearby. When Jago jumped behind her, Orchid turns around and used Heart Attack, presumably killing him as he falls off the platform into the water below, with Orchid huffing. Hey, that was mean. 𝐒𝐲 yelled in offense. Why did you have to kill your own brother like that? Much less my poor whittle Zuzu. Midoriya blushed scarlet at her nickname to him and her bone-crushing, face-smothering hug. He could feel the raging lust that kept Abai threatening to rise again. Heido! Momo whispered yelled at 𝐒𝐲, trying to non-verbally signal for her to cut it out. Oh, SHT, I forgot. 𝐒𝐲 thought, quickly remembering about the mixed-up piece and how Midoriya most definitely was the one to have drunken it. Sorry Zuzu. 𝐒𝐲 broke the hug. No, it's fine. Izuku insisted, trying to calm back his nerves, while thinking back to his thoughts towards the girls and his question about what he felt for them. The answer to that was getting more and more clear to Midoriya, yet he still dared not to think it yet. However, his mind then replayed last night and his talk with Ai and what she thought about the girls liking him too. Given 𝐒𝐲's affections, as well as the others, Midoriya pondered another question. Do they like me too? I feel sorry for the guy that has to clean that up. Boomstick chuckled. Orchid's an unstoppable force. Her win against Idol proves her incredible fighting abilities. Wiz stated. 2,000 years ago, not even the most powerful armies in the world could take down Idol, and yet Orchid did so single-handedly. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked in surprise. Yeah, I guess taking down a 2,000-year-old, army-slaying demon will show just how badass you are. But since Ivy's jugs are so wonderfully huge and ever-growing, Orchid's flashy finisher was meaningless. Boomstick 2 stated. Ivy's cup size is officially charted as G or quadruple D, was analyzed, showing a lineup of increasingly large-breasted women with Ivy up front with the largest. By measuring Orchid's waist and chest to scale, it appears hers are sized F, or triple D, one size smaller than Ivy's. Wiz showed the math and measurements of Orchid and Ivy. I cannot believe that they are seriously the science for this. Momo pinched the bridge of her nose, bubby science. Mina decided to poke the bear with her joke. An earphone jack pointed at her face made her shut up. Midoriya chuckled nervously at the scene, deciding that maybe he shouldn't bother to write this stuff down in his notebook. It was then Midoriya realized that the notebook he had in hand was suddenly gone. He looked to Mai and Melissa, who still had the first one, before looking around to see who could have taken it. A perverted chuckle was all the answer he needed. Mineta was quickly writing up the chest sizes of all the women on screen, making sure to even add extra details on their bazookas and curves, especially Ivy's. He ultimately stopped when a shadow fell over him. Mineta shakingly looked up to find Midoriya standing over him, arms crossed and glaring down a blank stare on him. After a few seconds of fearful anticipation, Midoriya held out one hand, flexing his fingers to hand over the book. Mineta, tremblingly and slowly, lifted the book up. Midoriya was quick to snatch it and gave the purple perv a light whack on the head with said notebook before walking back to his seat. Honestly, I think you got off easy because you added to his notebook, Kaminari said. Midoriya sat back down, contemplating whether to even get rid of Mineta's drawings but just decided to ignore them, the throbbing in his head back, and didn't feel like even bothering. To be fair, though, his drawings are really good. Izuku thought, remembering how Mineta, alongside himself and Yorozu, were among the top of their art lessons with Midnight. Or, I have an extra D I could have given her. Boomstick sighed, disappointed. Okay, that was a good one, but also B screw you, was Setsuna's response. Too late, Wiz said. Besides, the fight ultimately came down to long-range versus short-range combat. While Orchid has no equivalent to Ivy's snake sword, her Fire Cat can get in close by passing through attacks. Wiz explained the results of the fight. And Tonfa are designed to block attacks and get in close. Boomstick explained, as well. Once Orchid's in, there's no stopping her. Tell me about it, Rin muttered, still very impressed with Orchid's ultra combo. Plus, Ivy has no means of countering Orchid's transfigurations. Wiz continued. Even her link to Soul Edge is useless since it does not pertain to other magic. It was a good fight, but in the end, Ivy croaked. Boomstick punned. Ha ha. Kaminari laughed memed. The winner is Black Orchid, Wiz announced. Claps of victory and begrudging congratulations sounded for the end of the video and fight. Is the video over? The group heard the door open, Mirio poking his head out and asked, my good pun senses were tingling. Every pun is a good pun to you, Mirio, Nejaya replied. But yes, it's over, Nezu said. You can bring the kids back in. Okie dokie. Mirio nodded, quickly opening the door wider for Kuta and Ai to rush back in. Papa, is the video over already? Ai asked. Yep, it is, Deku replied. I still don't see why we had to go outside for that one. Kuta pouted, still mad. We'll tell you when you are older, Izuku responded, ruffling the kid's hair, to his annoyance. Next time on Death Battle, Boomstick announced as the screen turned black. While the screen was black, epic, retro tech music began to play as stars filled the screen, alongside 3 V-shaped white and blue spaceships. Suddenly, text appeared alongside a square with a talking fox. We're heading out, the fox humanoid radioed in. All aircraft report. Is that a talking fox? Soto asked. This is Peppy. Another text box and image were shown, this one with an old humanoid bunny, who was apparently named Peppy. Heh, and a talking rabbit. Miruko grinned. And from the looks of things, I think this is some kind of anthropomorphic animal world like that My Little Pony SHT, but with cooler spaceships. Don't forget me. Another screen popped up with a humanoid toad speaking this time. Ribbit. Asui perked up at the sight of the toad. A fourth version of the 3 ships pulled up behind them. Slippy, what are you doing? A fourth screen popped up with a blue talking falcon yelling. Hurry up. Don't worry. The frog humanoid, now named Slippy, replied. Suddenly, a larger, orange ship, that looked similar to a submarine, appeared behind the 4 of them, closer to the 4th, presumably belonging to Slippy. Attention all hands, battle stations. Another text box and video feed were shown, this one showing a green rabbit humanoid in an orange suit. Hey! The fox guy said, confused. The screen turned to black before the anthropomorphic fox and green rabbit were shown in greater detail, facing against each other. Fox McCloud versus Bucky Hair interesting. Nezu muttered, grinning in clear excitement for the next fight. Be sure to stretch for a bit before we begin. The group did as the principal instructed, standing up from their seats and stretching, some walking over to talk with other students, teachers, or pros. Midnight had stepped away from her argument with Mount Lady to stretch before she felt a hand tap her shoulder. The R-rated heroine turned to see it was Uraraka with a few of the girls, all of them nervous and guilty-looking. Miss Midnight, can we talk to you for a moment? Uraraka asked. Third POV Midnight blinked. And then again. And then a third time before speaking. So, let me get this straight. Midnight started. In an attempt to make Midoriya, who all 10 of you are in love with, jealous, as to gauge out his feelings for you all, you attempted to drag Mineta with an piece in his coffee, but Midoriya drank it by mistake. A chorus of "yep, pretty much," and other similar phrases came from the 10 girls in front of her, all of them either rubbing their necks and arms, twiddling their fingers or thumbs, or looking perfectly nonchalant kofusu in makeup. My, if there was anyone in both of your classes to become a 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵, Midoriya would have only been 5th of my guesses. Midnight admitted. Finally, she pinched the bridge between her eyes and sighed. Girls, while I am rather proud about how ruthless and dedicated you are in getting your man, drugging another student to make another jealous didn't come off as excessive and dangerous. Well, when you put it like that, I suppose. Momo tried saving face of her embarrassment for participating in this plan. But we just were scared of knowing the truth and wanted more proof before we confessed to Deku. Uraraka explained. Plus, that purple perv has been nothing but an annoying, sexist, shameless pain in the butt all year. Kyoka crossed her arms, opting to look away from Kiyoma's judgmental gaze. We figured that this would also be a big way to get back at him. Yeah, making the shameless perv of your class have even less inhibitions and perv on you more sounds like a great plan. Midnight's sarcastic tone made the girls flinch. In all honesty, it wasn't the most thought out of plans. Melissa admitted. In our defense, we only came up with it last night. Setsuna pointed out. We are going to have more of a talk about this, along with perhaps an appropriate punishment for this reckless behavior. Midnight warned the girls as they lowered their heads. But first things first, I do in fact have a way to fix this little debacle. In the next 5 minutes, Midnight pulled aside Principal Nezu and carefully explained the situation to the rodent principal, making sure to weave in the urgency to not let Aizawa know about this. Nezu agreed, not wishing to tempt the insomniac teacher to expel near half of his class, 2 students from outside his own, or a recently graduating 3rd year. Nezu and Midnight did agree that the girls will be punished, discreetly, for the endangerment of 2 of their classmates. After they finished their talk, and a quick call, Nezu had spoken to the group that if they would be willing to have refreshments and snacks brought in, the rodent already knowing of their collective agreement before he even uttered the last words. Nezu decided to send out 2 students to get the snacks, that which Tokage and Ida immediately volunteered. The former of whom agreed via Midnight's plan that she relayed to Nezu, which the principal was quite impressed with. Midnight held an antidote in her office for the purposes to act as an antipiris, in cases to counteract individuals suffering negatively to her somnambulist quirk and for risky hangouts and dates. They could then administer the antipiris into a drink for Midoriya, have the girls offer it to him, which would be quite easy given his current state, and fix this problem before it gets any worse. While Tokage was bummed out she would miss this next death battle, it was better than dealing with a guilty conscience any further. As the 2 students sped out, one of whom on her secret assignment, the rest sat back down, pressing the button to play the next video. In the depths of space, who knows what awaits mankind? Wiz began with an existential question. Probably some brain-sking aliens who need an introduction to my fist. Boomstick stated, threateningly. Who's to say those brain-sking aliens could be hurt by your fist, Boomstick? Kaminari retorted with a teasing, obnoxious grin. And I'm already regretting not volunteering to go instead. Kyoka groaned to herself. But what if the final frontier was a little more furry? Wiz questioned, an image of spaceships sailing through the stars and a larger, more upfront image of a furry. People used to dress themselves like that. Kossi held a look bordering confused and disturbed. It said before quirks appeared that humanity also faced a plethora of social issues and interests that were perceived as strange. Momo explained, herself a tad bit disturbed as recalled what she read about in the times before quirks. One of these included the longing to dress up and identify as animals, often anthropomorphic, and date other similarly dressed individuals. I guess those kinds of people would have found these times to be like heaven on earth, Jirota. Rin elbow tapped Jirota's side. Not that I mean any offense, it's just that I think you would be some lucky ladies type. I suppose, seeing it that way. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 nodded, unsure whether to consider such an idea flattering or concerning. Fox McCloud, captain of the Star Fox Commandos. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Bucky O'Hare, captain of a galactic-wide rebellion. Wiz introduced the latter. Both anthropomorphic animals that live out somewhere in space and fly spaceships. Fat Gum highlighted the comparative reason for this death battle. Hey, Sun Eater, if you ate a piece of fur from one of them, would you look like just their animal or also be anthropomorphic as well? I don't want to think about it. Tamaki gulped down the vial in his throat as he thought about eating a piece of fur from humanoid animals, it being nauseating and confusing to distinguish whether that would be okay or wrong. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced themselves. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills, to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz finished the intro. The first fighter was an anthropomorphic fox, much to the audience's lack of surprise. The fox humanoid had light orange-brown fur with white streaks for eyebrows, along his head, in between his fox ears, styled almost like a mohawk, and his snout. He was dressed in a green jumpsuit, a black and golden belt around his waist, a red scarf around his neck, white futuristic boots, and a white, leather jacket with an emblem of a red fox-like creature with wings on his left shoulder. Strapped to his belt were a gray, futuristic pistol and a triangular, white and blue line device of some sort. His jacket sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, revealing more of his light orange-brown fur, his hands mostly covered in black gloves, his light brown and white-tipped tail sticking out his breaths, and his guise complete with a special-looking headset that circled around the back of his head and had an earpiece and a green eye tracker on his right side. Fox McCloud, it's about time you showed up, Fox. General Pepper, a canine-like individual in a uniform, said over a monitor. I'll do my best. Fox reported on his own monitor, with tinier monitors below him, showing a rabbit, a frog, and a blue falcon. It's those other animal dudes from the teaser. Kaminari pointed out. This fox was stated to be a commander of a team. Tokoyami responded. These must be his teammates. Background age, 28 weight, 59 kilograms, 130 pounds height, 173 centimeters, 5 feet 8 inches. Cornian Flight Academy dropout trained by James McCloud and peppy hair personality was modeled after Shigeru Miyamoto. Seriously. In his youth, Fox was a pilot prodigy, studying at the Cornian Flight Academy. Wiz began Fox's analysis. He was raised by his single father James, who founded a team of mercenaries known throughout the universe as Star Fox. An image of Fox's father had him side by side with a rabbit and a shifty-looking pigman. Star Fox. Itsuka repeated the name. Boomstick said Fox was the commander of the Star Fox Commandos. It must be that Fox inherited the position from his father to uphold his legacy. Ibara replied. Perhaps after his father retired. Izuku felt an instant sense of camaraderie with the Fox pilot prodigy, knowing all too well about upholding and succeeding someone's legacy, and the pressure that comes with it. With Pigma, the ugliest pig you've ever seen, and Peppy, a rabbit older than the greeters at Walmart. Boomstick introduced the rest of the OG team Star Fox. Burn. Miruko snickered, especially about Pepper's age, imagining if Peppy was her grandfather. But it wasn't long before something went horribly wrong. Wiz said ominously. Of course, it did. Mount Lady sighed. Why wouldn't something go horrible wrong in any of these universes? Because then we wouldn't have a story or reason to care or know about these characters. Midnight retorted. The Lilith system had endured decades of peace, but rumblings of civil war stirred. Wiz explained. The empire of Planet Venom was rising with their new leader, Andros. A giant evil monkey head with Rayman hands. Boomstick jumped in, showing the evil monkey head. Okay, we have seen mutated turtle teenagers that are also ninjas, we have flying ponies and smack-talking hedgehogs that can go faster than the speed of sound, and even melons that can kill you if look at them. Sen recounted few of the many anomalies and oddities that the group have seen throughout the videos before pointing at the screen. But that has to be one of the most ridiculous things that I have ever seen in my life. I'm just wondering how he's moving those hands. Ojiro said plainly and mute of all surprise at this point. I mean, he has no arms. Fearful of triggering a civil war, the Cornerian Republic secretly hired the Star Fox freelancers to investigate. Wiz continued. But upon arrival, James was betrayed by Pigma, who was secretly in league with the monkey mogul. Oh no! Uraraka's face fell, her hands over her wide mouth. Thing traitor. Bakugo growled. Midoriya noticed again how Ayama's ever-constant smile fell to a sad frown, his sparkling eyes now dulled in guilt. Again, Midoriya wanted to follow up on this, even ask Ayama what was wrong, but a mild headache rang again in his reddening head, making him forget about Ayama's shame-ridden face. Nezu frowned, displeased at seeing an act of betrayal. It reminded him of the Ewt traitor still in their midst, how it is more than likely one of the students in his school's care, and how that list of potential candidates was lowered recently to an unlucky 13 individuals thanks to the footage he received by Power Loader. Twice they have already betrayed us. Nezu counted the number of instances the traitor must have acted against them for the League of Villains. First, in the break-in and later coordinated assault on the USJ, and second, leaking the location and time of the forest training camp for the League to attack again and kidnap Bakugo. Nezu did a take-back at the mention of the explosive member of 1A's noteworthy kidnapping by the League. On second thought, make that list 12 possible traitor candidates. Nezu almost wanted to smack himself for forgetting that Katsuki Bakugo was once a clear target of the League of Villain by his kidnapping and actively fought against them even before the heroes attacked their base. Nezu remembered Edshot's report of hearing Bakugo using his explosion quirk on the villains and making out some of his words against them before he ever made his presence known. Which is why pigs are for eating, and nothing else. Boomstick grumbled, an image of Pigma's head on a cooked pig platter. What? Fox exclaimed in shock. I feel like this might be offensive to someone with a pig quirk or something. Ryukyu muttered. Everything is offensive to everyone these days. Miruko replied, tossing her hair back. Best to just ignore those butthurt pansies who either are entitled, spoiled narcissists or likely haven't touched grass in years. Outraged at the Cornerian government for refusing to respond, Fox McCloud abandoned the academy. Wiz continued with the story. Why? Why didn't they do anything? Hagekyu asked. Oftentimes, the political machinations and thoughts of governments can make simple and easy decisions more difficult than need be. Edgeshot stated. Under Pepper's wing, he formed a new Star Fox team, alongside fellow dropouts Falco Lombardi and Slippy Toad. Wiz revealed the new Star Fox team. So, a Fox pilot prodigy, 2 academic dropouts, one a Blue Falcon and the other a Toad, and an old Rabbit veteran. Momo listed Team Star Fox's members. Quite an assortment of individuals. Yamamoto, just call it a team or squad. Mina replied. No need for the fancy talk. The result was a squad like nothing seen before. Wiz stated. Emergency. Emergency. Incoming enemy fighters. Prepare for launch. An announcer said over a PA system as Fox and his crew began to launch out on their ships. R-Wing T and BH-1 lasers upgrades, twin, hyper-smart bombs carry capacity, 9G diffusion shielding G diffuser NTFX-1 plasma engine a single line of text Mars atmospheric speed, Mach 4. 2 Fox pilots and R-Wing, a nimble starfighter with a lot of power. Boomstick analyzed the R-Wing as it flew and fired in combat. It has twin plasma lasers and can carry up to 9 smart bombs, each of which can take out an entire squadron in just one shot. It also creates a reflector shield when Fox does a well. You know. Do a barrel roll. Peppy Hair said the meme. Driven by an unknown urge, Kaminari snatched the notebook from Deku's hands and quickly wrote down the phrase before giving the book back, in speeds that would give even Ida pause if he were here to see it. Luckily for Deku, the info about the R-Wings was safely written down by the frantic writing of both Mai and Melissa, the latter of whom more interested in the speed and defensive shielding capabilities and the former in the weaponry. Power Loader shuddered, his mind conjuring a horrifying image of Mai working on one of these smart bombs, it going off by accident, and you, as a result, destroyed to pieces. And that's before wondering what would happen if the kyber crystals were likewise destroyed, that conjuring an image of half of Musutafu blown to bits. His soul seemed to seep out of his mouth and tried to escape. Actually, a barrel roll is when the plane spins in a helix path, as if wrapping around the outside of a barrel. Wiz clarified. Fox's trademark maneuver, in which he spins the fighter in place, is technically called an aileron roll. Tokoyami pales. His mind went back to his time in Hawk's agency. He remembered how he likewise made the mistake of calling Hawk's aileron rolls a barrel roll, and how he continued to mess it up in his agency with his sidekicks. Tokoyami now painfully realizes why Hawks and his sidekicks had puffed up, grinning faces. They wanted to keep their laughter to themselves and pulled a prank of him by letting him continue to call it like that. I will have words with you then next time we meet, Hawks. Tokoyami vowed vengeance, and somewhere in Japan a crimson-winged hero was laughing like a maniac, to the confusion of his duplicating friend. Can't let you do that, wizard. Boomstick mimicked a voice, while the figure of a purple wolf snuck into frame from the corner. Do what? Wiz questioned. Ruin the joke. Boomstick stated bluntly. What was with the purple wolf guy on the side? Honinuki asked. Boomstick made an impression as he appeared, so he might have been copying something that wolf guy says in his universe. Shoji answered. Regardless, the R-Wings are equipped with 4 advanced G diffusers, which reduce gravitational forces on pilots in flight. Wiz continued. Even so, the ultra-fast R-Wings exert enormous pressure. Exposure to intense G-forces causes BLD to drop from a pilot's brain to his feet. David nodded in confirmation of the information, remembering how he worked on and helped improve the fighter jets of Star and Stripes crew on how much GS they can pull and minimize pressure. Melissa was meanwhile writing this info like a madwoman, this perhaps being an essential tool to use for one of her projects to be a quirkless hero, this one in particular already having a sketched-out blueprint of a suit of armor in a feminine human shape. To prevent this, and thus fly the R-Wings to the best of their ability, the Star Fox team actually amputated their legs, replacing them with cybernetics. Wiz revealed, Fox's unclothed foot revealed to, in fact, be a robotic foot. Holy SHT! That's some hardcore dedication. Boomstick exclaimed. Melissa paled and decided, despite her intense fervor and passion, to not make a note of amputating her legs. And an even bigger note to not let my get any ideas to do the same to her, herself, or others. Plus, those robotic legs must make a kick from the guy super painful. Mina added. Arsenal and abilities blaster heavily modified interchangeable modes. Rapid-fire charge shot full chair destroys armored turrets reflector barrier, repels projectiles, even R-Wing lasers, useless against physical attacks booster pack Fox illusion fire Fox. When Fox isn't engaged in an aerial dogger Fox fight, he relies on his trusty blaster pistol, which he always carries. Boomstick continued onto his weapons and skills. This little beauty has been heavily modified over the years and can charge up a super powerful shot. Good. Snipe nodded. I was worried that with so much talk about his ship that we wouldn't get to see his combat abilities. Fox also carries 2 portable G diffusers, one acts as an all-purpose reflector, though he cannot move or attack while using it. Wiz jumped back in, Fox shown using the reflector. The second is a booster pack for highly maneuverable flight. Defensive capabilities that lack mobility when in use, but with another device for high mobility and aerial advantage. Endeavor listed the benefits and coverage of Fox's tech. Although it appears that it can deflect energy beams and perhaps bullets, it cannot deflect the explosion or heat of a nearby object. Bakugo grinned, his mind already forming combat scenarios to if he ever tangled with the humanoid Fox, prioritizing to avoid direct hit with his explosions or his AP shot, but instead to focus his explosions to ground in front of or nearby Fox to knock the pilot back and disorient him to snag the diffuser that acts as his shield. These G diffusers allow Fox to manipulate his own gravity to perform 2 superhuman fighting moves, the Speedy Fox illusion and the Fire Fox. Wiz continued, Fox speedily going through a Jigglypuff with Fox illusion and Fire Fox. The Fox illusion appears to give Fox a short time burst of super speed. Izuku began writing in his notebook, though much slower and less muttering than usual. It could be useful for both offensive and evasion purposes, to deliver quick and stunning strikes, distract enemies, and evade hard-to-dodge attacks. Izuku groaned as his heated up and mind ached but pushed to continue writing down the info. While Firefox would be a more offensive tool given how slower it is. As Izuku continued, the girls noticed the painful, slower change. Their faces fell as the consequences of their actions were clearly shown, hurting the very guy they love, sought to confess, and share with each other. The guilt only compounded when they realized the same fate would have happened to Mineta, their plan negatively impacting someone this much whether it worked or not. They can only hope that 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐿 came back quickly with Miss Midnight's antidote before it could grow worse. Strengths and feats jack of all trades, lacking in none, cool and collected, killed and Ross twice, plus a clone, ended the Lilith Wars regularly. Best Star Wolf battled a whole planet of dinosaurs, stopped the Aparoid invasion, defeated the Anglar Emperor. Fox has taken down entire armies on his own, and unlike dear old dead dad, he's defeated Andros not once, but twice. Boomstick revealed Fox's feats. He and his team even kicked the collective assess, multiple times, of Team Star Wolf, an evil, rogue squad of bounty hunters that worked for Andros, including Wolf O'Donnell and that traitor 𝐵𝐵𝐻𝐷 Pigma. Eri and Kuta clapped for Fox defeating the giant, evil, monkey head and avenging his father from both the former and the traitor pig. Hey, it's that same wolf guy that Boomstick made an impression of. Coda pointed out. Weaknesses jack of all trades, best in none, not very cunning, shoots first, asks questions later. Sometimes a good thing doomed to a pathetic end. Lonely existence for no good reason. After Star Fox Command on DS, he is absolutely fearless, though he often relies on his brainier wingmates to handle strategy and intel. Wiz pointed out Fox's limits. Cause when he comes up with a plan, he ends up falling into a black hole. Boomstick explained further. Clever like a fox, my butt. Interesting. Nezu hummed. As a jack of all trades, it may be fortuitous for him to be decent, if not exceptional, in multiple attributes to increase his chances of survival for this death battle, but it may be just as deeming if he isn't particularly skilled in one aspect to give him a winning edge against his opponent. And since his not very cunning, quick, adaptive strategy won't be strong suit for his fight. Gran Torino jumped in. His likely run recklessly into the fight without a well-thought-out plan which could get him killed. But it's good that he acknowledges his weaknesses and relies on his teammates in areas that he's lacking in. Toshinori added. Shows a level of trust and compatibility that makes this Team Star Fox as impressive and skilled as they are. Regardless, he has proven himself more than capable of saving the day on his own, time and time again. He is the leader of the second generation of Star Fox, the greatest commando team in the galaxy. Wiz sang Fox's praises. And that alone should prove one thing - you don't F around with Fox McCloud. Boomstick said. Ha! Good one. Mirio chuckled. Like if you mess with Mirio, your chances are 0. It hurts. It hurts. Nejia's head fell into her hands, shaking it back and forth to jog the cringe from her mind. I see him up ahead. Fox spoke to his team through their comms as they fly. Let's rock and roll. The next fighter, much like his opponent, was another anthropomorphic humanoid, this time a yellow-green rabbit with large amber eyes and red lens goggles pulled up this forehead. His outfit usually consists of a red and yellow jumpsuit, with yellow gloves, boots, and a belt, yellow gold lines down the middle of his predominantly red jumpsuit, yellow stripes on his shoulders, and a red cape. Other times he could be seen with different outfits, like an orange-gold jumpsuit instead. Bucky-a-Hare, I know what you're thinking, just who is Captain Bucky-a-Hare? Wiz began. Well, prepare to be reminded or introduced to the greatest cartoon rabbit since Bugs Bunny. Well, okay, that's a pretty big hurdle you just set up for this rabbit. Miruko raised an eyebrow. No one is a better bunny than Bugs Bunny. Except yours truly. Hey! Zuzu is also a great rabbit. Nejaya protested. Don't discount our precious cinnamon roll. Cue the explosive rush of BLD to Zuzu already red face. Though, despite the heat and headache of his held back lust, Izuku looked to Nejaya as she continued pouting at Miruko. how someone a couple of years older than him was still so cheerful and adorable, how cute her pout was, how underneath the ditzy, I-head persona she was incredibly intelligent, compassionate, resourceful, and powerful enough to be a member of the Big Three. Izuku let out a tiny chuckle at the memories of their hangouts, either with the rest of the Big Three or with Eri, and how easily compatible and relatable the two were with each other, from their inquisitive minds to their rapid-fire questions and mutterings. Izuku always found 𝐒𝐲 one of the most appealing women he had ever seen, but now, with his inhibitions and self-doubts lessened and his mind, strangely clear, she was absolutely gorgeous. Thanks, 𝐒𝐻𝐲. Izuku finally said. 𝐒𝐲 was taken back. She never could get Izuku to say her first name without a pouting reminder, but now he said it so easily and lovingly. 𝐒𝐲's subconscious threatened to take control and tackle her green rabbit into a kiss. Instead, she simply smiled, her wide-toothed grin poking at her blushing cheeks. No problem, Zuzu. Music began to play as rapid-fired images of the titular green rabbit appeared flying a large spaceship. In another dimension, another time and space. A parallel universe was falling on its face. The song began as dozens of yellow saucer-like spaceships flew and blasted green energy bolts, followed by an army of evil-looking toad people marching running through ruins, one stepping on a discarded rabbit doll. As the video began, Tsuyu Asui had a feeling of foreboding dread, like she wasn't going to like what came next. Seeing the evil-looking toad people as clear and obvious villains, or a villainous empire, she was right. When out of the chaos, who else could it be but the animal adventurers of SPCE? A large yellow-orange ship flew out between multiple asteroids and fired on the toad men, flying out with the letters spelling space beside. Bucky. Captain Bucky 𝐻𝐻𝐾. Bucky was shown helping to pilot the ship with a white feline, pink-haired teammate. He goes where no ordinary rabbit would dare. Bucky ran down a green tunnel of pipes, hopping, jumping, and flipping out of harm's way of traps and lasers and explosions. It's like the theme song for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Coda compared. Okay, impressive. Miruko admitted after witnessing Bucky jumping and dodging his way through all those traps. If your righteous indignation has suffered a hit, and your photon accelerator's broken a bit. The ship was shown being fired upon by a large spaceship with a toad-like head in front, Bucky and the crew tumbling inside, before suching to a one-eyed robot running from a smoking and exploding machine. And you're losing your mind, and you're having a fit, get the funky fresh rabbit who can take care of it. More images shown were a toad general of sorts panicking at the video of his forces destroyed by Bucky and his crew, two toad men getting their trap foiled by one of Bucky's friends, and Bucky saving another one by firing on a large green tank. Bucky. Captain Bucky 𝐻𝐻𝐾. You say Bucky. I said Bucky. Bucky 𝐻𝐻𝐾. Let's croak up some toads. A few final scenes of Bucky kicking toad butt and firing on his blaster, before he and his crew stood triumphant while the title of their show appeared, with a few toad men croaking as they got smacked by the last of the title. That was fun. Eri clapped, her eyes full of childlike wonder. Do you think I could watch it, Papa? I'll see what I can do. Izuku replied, his confusion on how to even make this show from another universe be available to watch making the response more a question. Before Eri could reply, the video paused, and the device sounded strangely. A message came up on the paused video that read, Package DLVY incoming. Accept package. The group quickly deduced that this was the intervention of the same individual that gave them the lightsaber crystals and was communicating through the device, this mysterious Aiden. After Izuku received a nod of approval by Nezu and passing it on to Mai, the OK button was pressed. Immediately, a hole opened up in the device and the camera lens came out and glowed blue again. A rectangular package was formed in the blue light and floated onto Eri's lap. Eri took hold of the package and immediately squealed as she registered it. It's Mr. Bucky 𝐻𝐻𝐾. Eri exclaimed. Look Papa, it's Captain Bucky. True to her word, in Eri's hands was a plastic container with a DVD inside, the front and description in the back confirming that it was a DVD of Captain Bucky 𝐻𝐻𝐾 and the Toad Menace, quickly presumed to be a DVD containing all of the show inside. Thank you, Mr. Box and Papa. What is the name of the guy who is helping us? Eri turned to Midoriya for answers. Ah, Zayden. Izuku answered. Thank you, Mr. Zayden. Eri thanked again. Message received. The device read out a new message. Anything for one of the cutest and precious children in the multiverse. Agreed. Izuku said, petting Eri's head. Eri blushed at the string of compliments, a part of herself still trying to deny them, but she trusted her papa and hugged him. See, can I watch that with you, Eri-chan? Kota asked, his cheeks red and nervous. Sure. Eri replied almost instantly. As Papa and Uncle Mirio said, it's always more fun to share experiences with someone else. Eri smiled despite her mispronunciation. Thanks. Kota smiled back, excited and relieved. Bucky, Captain Bucky Ahair. Boomstick sang and laughed. Oh, the 80s. Background age, mid-20s weight, approximately 45 kilograms, 100 pounds height, 150 centimeters, 4 foot 11 inch. Genius Academy graduate trained by Damaran Jabuk. Comic book concept originally created in 1978, graduate of the esteemed Genius Academy and trained in combat by the mysterious warrior Damaran Jabuk. Bucky Ahair and his motley crew defend the Ārniverse, yes, the Ārniverse, was said, repeating the name of Bucky's universe. Ārniverse. Kota raised a confused and interested eyebrow. Probably just combining animal and universe, for a universe of anthropomorphic animals. Ojiro replied. Actually, Kota, since your quirk can control animals, could you be able to control anthropomorphic animals? I don't know. Kota replied, unsure himself. I mean, my quirk doesn't work on other metamorphic people with animal features, so I don't know if that would apply here or be different since they are more animal than human. From the evil Toad Empire, who are basically amphibian Nazis. If Hitler was Skynet. Wiz continued, showing the amphibian bad guys and their AI leader. I bet you wanna watch the show now, here. Boomstick asked, teasingly. No. Asui croaked. Mad that the bad guys are frogs that are Nazis. Mina teased. They are toads, and yes. Asui replied. Do I have your undivided attention now? The AI leader, Complex, questioned his fallen over general. Bucky captains the best-named spaceship of all time, the Righteous Indignation. Boomstick introduced the ship. Okay, yeah, that is a badass name. Kaminari agreed. Which is now the new name for my PP. Boomstick added. And he ruined it. Kyoka face-palmed. Righteous Indignation, first space frigate of SP-1 MSTR cannon, standard sublight speed drive, Aldebaran sensors and scanners, houses one towed croaker speeder, heavily modified Betelgeusian banana run. This tough frigate needs a full crew to operate, but its pivoting maser cannon packs a deadly punch. Wiz ignored Boomstick and spoke. That sounds like it will be a disadvantage for Bucky against Fox. Jirota said. While the Righteous Indignation appears the one with stronger artillery, its need of a full crew, which would not qualify for a death battle, will make Bucky piloting it alone extremely difficult. And while Fox will also not have his team with him to help, Fox's ship can be piloted on his own and has the greater speed and defensive options with that deflector. Momo pointed out. Enough about my Gians, Wiz, let's get back to the rabbit. Boomstick interrupted again. Oh, please. Mai rolled her eyes. If anyone's package needs a full crew to operate its musk dash. Mai was swiftly interrupted by Melissa's hand over her mouth. What was she saying? Mineta perked his head up like meerkat. She was just complaining about Boomstick's perverted comments. Melissa stuttered out. Ahihi. Mineta's eyes narrowed, clearly suspicious, but sat back down with a final I've got my eye on you gesture. Arsenal and abilities: laser pistol, automatic self-cleaning, can fire a constant stream, grenades, carries 2 thrown detonation, small, concentrated blast, manual detonation, large, uncontrolled blast, jetpack. Bucky's no slouch on the ground, he always carries 1 automatic laser pistol, powerful enough to slice through solid metal. Boomstick began revealing Bucky's weapons. He also brings along 2 energy grenades. When detonated, the resulting blast is massive. This was proven by Bucky shown detonating a grenade with a large detonation. So, both Fox and Bucky have laser pistols, though Fox may have the advantage by his reflector being capable deflecting Bucky's blasts. Todoroki analyzed. But then Fox's reflector can't deflect explosions or their force, so Bucky's energy grenades could work to harm Fox out of the reflector. Ojiro jumped in. Or kill him, if there are. Strong enough. Bucky also wears a very reliable jetpack, which is fast enough to apparently outrace explosions. Was revealed, beginning to show the science and math behind an explosion. The velocity of a detonation can reach over 2,000 meters per second. This means in 0G, Bucky's jetpack can reach speeds over Mach 5, which would turn any normal rabbit into mush. Phut, that's child's play. Miruko bragged. Well, you aren't a normal rabbit, are you, Rumi? Ryukyu teased. Clearly not. Edgeshot dryly commented, earning him a glare from the rabbit hero. Bakugo now had the strange mix of both wanting to vote for Bucky and test the rabbit's speed against his own explosions. But not this funky fresh rabbit. And yes, that's a direct quote. Boomstick exclaimed and clarified. Bucky will avoid a fight if he can, preferring to outsmart his opponents rather than resort to brute force. Wiz mentioned. That will likely help in his fight against his opponent. Midnight compared between Bucky and Fox's ironic lack of cunning. I've got some serious pondering to do. Bucky 𝐻𝐻 spoke with his surprisingly deep and cool voice. Whoa. Mina blinked. I didn't expect that green rabbit to sound so cool. Miruko grinned at Bucky's clear confidence, liking this fellow rabbit more and more. Strength and feats legendary acrobatic ability smart and cunning expert marksman can leap over 30 100 feet ended the Toad War's defeated complex, twice led galaxy-wide resistance however, he's a skilled martial artist, an expert marksman, and his acrobatic ability is legendary. Boomstick moved on to his strengths. Wouldn't expect nothing less. Miruko smirked. He can leap well over 100 feet in the air with a single hop. Boomstick continued. And that's actually quite impressive. Miruko stated, taken aback by his hopping skills. Hers were still superior, but it was still surprising. He's a cunning warrior and leader. Wiz agreed. Bucky is responsible for constructing a massive, galactic-wide army to combat the Toad Empire, and succeeded in dethroning their robotic ruler, Complex, not once, but twice. Like how Fox defeated Andros twice, too. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 pointed out. So, both have led armies against an evil animal-themed empire, fast and deadly, hold similar weapons and gear, can reach large heights. Itsuka counted the comparisons between the two furry fighters. Going to be hard to choose here. Weaknesses lacks defensive gear, far too trusting of strangers, heavily relies on crew in combat however. Bucky is also far too trusting for his own good. Wiz pointed out his weaknesses. Even trusting random strangers far too easily, which may lead himself into a trap. He also lacks any defensive gear, likely to keep himself as agile as possible. While the lack of protection for speed makes sense, that's probably going to be bad against Fox. Izuku spoke. Fox has those robotic legs, so if he lands a lucky kick, it could be really damaging. But anyone who would dare to fight should beware the deadly Captain Bucky 𝐻𝐻. Boomstick finished the analysis. Attention all hands, battle stations. Bucky said over the PA, let's croak toads. The whole crew said in unison. Ribbit. Asui, despite knowing that the toads were evil, still disliked that. All right, the combatants are set. Wiz began the usual intro to the fight. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death The device paused the video and began searching for the likeliest of counterparts to the two furry fighters. Meanwhile, the group voted on who would this fight. In the end, Fox's voters included Asui, out of spite against Bucky and his toad-beating ways, and Fox having a toad of his own on his team. Melissa and Momo, both finding Fox's ship, while smaller, to be the better and faster ship, voted for Fox too, as well as myheroacademia, who respected Fox's devotion to piloting the 𝐼𝐴 to have his legs amputated. Shoto, more confident in Fox's gear like his reflector, endeavor for Fox's Fox illusion and Firefox to be useful and essential tools for the fight. All Might for Fox's trust and teamwork. Kaminari, who liked the jokes and memes from Fox more. Edgeshot, who found the fox may have the better experience of the two evenly matched fighters, and Kuta, who liked Fox's look, skill, and ship better than Bucky. Izuku also voted for Fox, not just for his gear, ship, and agility, but feeling connected with the furry pilot for having to carry on the legacy of a father figure. As for Bucky's most notable of voters, they included Miruko, part due to Bucky as a fellow rabbit and part because of his great acrobatic and leaping skills, Bakugo, who liked Bucky's large and strong ship and Bucky's powerful grenades, Itsuka and Ojiro, for Bucky's expert martial arts, Aizawa and Nezu for Bucky's willingness to use his wits than brawn, Gran Torino, for Bucky's speed, hopping skills, and Jetpack, Kamakiri, who liked the righteous indignation better, Mina, who liked Bucky's natural agility than Fox's artificial one, Nejaya, who thought Bucky had the greater aerial speed and superiority, and A, both for the fact she had the DVD for his show and because she thought he was cool, strong, and smart like her papa. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device finished scanning, first showing Fox. Fox McCloud. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. And we found another one, boys. Kaminari threw his hands in the air. How many Midoriya counterparts does this make again? I think like the 15th one. Soto answered. Hey, Deku. Stop getting all the counterparts to yourself, you greedy bestiady. Bakugo complained. Izuku's sweat dropped, not knowing how this was his fault. He had no control over what his counterpart was or not. Still, Midoriya felt honored to be Fox's counterpart, wondering if that similar legacy-upholding trait helped to compare the two. Captain Bucky O'Hare. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Oh no! The Izuku counterpart streak. It's happening again. Mineta jokingly panicked, much to laughter and Izuku's embarrassment. Though, in the end, Izuku just felt proud to be connected to so many important and powerful individuals throughout the multiverse, wondering if this speaks truth to what the device said when he was a Nexus Point. Hey! Do you remember what this reminds me of? Toru gained the group's attention. When Midoriya was also Daisy, that green rabbit that was Bakugo's counterpart's pet. Oh my god, you're right. Uraraka gasped, smacking her forehead. Stupid. How did I not remember that? Bakugo suddenly felt both justified and regretful for his decision. Miruko instead drew her attention back towards the blushing Viridian-haired teenager and what Nejaya said about him being a fellow rabbit. She recalled all of his counterparts and the great skill and power they all shared, along with the boy's own impressive strength, acrobatic speed, and versatility. She remembered then how the kid with the tape-shooting arms, Zero was it? And how he said that Midoriya's first hero suit resembled a rabbit after Midoriya was revealed to be Daisy the rabbit's counterpart. A rabbit, strong and fast, loyal and confident, with a little work, and full of potential. A shiver ran through her body as her mating instincts, courtesy of her own quirk, flared up, her ears perked and her feet thumping excitedly. Have I finally found a good enough guy to be my buck? She thought to herself, a slight glint of hope felt that her long and tiring search for a mate might be reaching its end. Additional multiversal counterparts detected. The device continued. Falco Lombardi. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugo. Hey, look at that, Bakugo is that bird dude that is part of Midoriya's crew. Mineta teased, which received him an explosion to the face. Like hell I would follow that nerd. Bakugo raged. If anyone is going to be a leader of a crew, it should be me. Peppy hair. Multiversal counterpart, Sarahiko Torino aka Gran Torino. Hey, I guess I can see that. Gran Torino snickered. Just as I trained the kid where you failed, Toshinori, seems my counterpart did the same for his. And I think I got an idea who his counterpart's father is. Toshinori felt it too and chose to focus on that, rather than the hammer of disappointment and shame that Torino harshly hit him with. Slippy Toad. Multiversal counterpart, Minoru Mineta. Looks like I'm part of the greatest team of commandos in that universe. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿, losers. Mineta bragged. And hey, Asu, you're a frog, I'm a toad, Maybe we can dash. Mineta wisely shut up as the return of Demon Deku's glaring and impending face quickly put the fear of God in him. I mean, Midoriya, glad to be on your team and your command, sir. Mineta meekly squeaked, raising his hand to shake. Midoriya would shake it, and Mineta did his best to not show pain from Midoriya's hydraulic press-like grip. The girls, even Asui, had the decency to whisper an apology to the grape-headed pervert for causing this side of Deku to arise again. James McCloud. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagie All Might. While the same teasing of All Might and Izuku's closeness was once more tossed at their embarrassed faces, not only was Shoto adding this to the Dadmite theory board in his head, but Endeavor also perked up as well. Not only is All Might Midoriya's father in this universe, but also in the same universe where Midoriya was Kratos. Endeavor thought, recalling back to Kratos vs. Spawn, where All Might's counterpart was Zeus, Kratos's, Midoriya's counterpart, father. He also was a fatherly figure as Raiden was to Midoriya's counterpart in Liu Kang, and as Superman, he is dating the counterpart to the boy's own mother. Was I perhaps more right than I knew when I said that Midoriya held a similar strength and power to All Might? Endeavor would continue plunging down into the same rabbit hole of theories and speculation that his son sunk to. Nezu spotted the similarities and sighed. Like father like son, I suppose. He thought. After all was said and done, the video resumed with the actual death battle. The fight opened up with 3 of the classic Star Fox crew appearing on screen, of the expanse of space, in their R-Wings. We're heading out, Fox declared. All aircraft report. Hey, it's like the end of the last video, Pony pointed out. I suppose it was a teaser for how the death battle would begin. Itsuka deduced. This is Peppy, all systems go. Peppy reported in. Don't forget me. Slippy called in, as his ship flies in behind them. Slippy, what are you doing? Hurry up. Falco yelled at his toad teammate. Yeah, I can definitely see the resemblance. Zero snickered, looking between the blue falcon and the explosive Pomeranian. Screw off. The Pomeranian barked. Not my fault the purple perv is a dead weight. Hey! Mineta exclaimed. The righteous indignation then appeared. Don't worry. Slippy replied, unknowing of the ship that appeared behind him. Attention all hands, battle stations. Bucky radioed in. Could it be the pretense for this fight just be that they think Slippy is part of that Toad Empire they are fighting? Soto questioned. 'Cause that sounds a bit racist. Hey. Fox was taken back by Bucky's sudden appearance. Let's croak toads. Bucky, and presumably his crew in the background, cried out, as the righteous indignation's blasters charged up. Slippy, watch out. Peppy warned before it was too late. Bucky begins to shoot Slippy's ship with the righteous indignation's maser cannon. Hey! What did I do to you? Mineta cried out, panicking. Ah! I'm hit. Slippy cried out. Fox! Slippy's ship blew up with the toad himself. Mineta paled, his soul almost seen leaving his body. Welp, he's dead. Zero's sweat dropped. The toad or him? Kaminari gestured to the slumped-over perv as Dark Shadow poked and prodded his comical soul back into his small body. Mission accomplished, Bucky declared. Midoriya! Mineta, now resuscitated, wailed at his teammate, Killer. Why did you shoot down your own teammate? I call friendly fire. Midoriya sweat dropped, unsure how to respond to Mineta's dramatics. Sorry. He replied. Unsure. Fox retaliated, firing a smart bomb onto Bucky's ship, shooting it down into the strange planet below. I'm starting to think that this fight isn't going to involve their ships at all. Melissa scratched at her cheek. Scratch one bogey, Falco declared. There's one more to go, Fox said, before flying his ship down to the planet below to chase after the righteous indignation. As the screen turned black, the following title card appeared, Death Battle. Number 29. Random but Planet Fox McCloud vs Bucky Ahair. Wow, I didn't realize that this was the 29th Death Battle video that we've seen. Shoda blinked. I almost miscounted it as our 28th one. That's because of the boring but fight between those turds with faces and bipedal turtles. Kamakiri's voice was dry with boredom of that particular fight. The screen gained color on the planet's surface, the righteous indignation's wreckage burning and buried under some rubble. As Fox's 𝐼𝐽𝐻 landed, Bucky jumped out of the wreckage of his ship. Fox then jumped out of his 𝐼𝐽𝐻 to meet the Green Rabbit. "Come on!" Fox taunted. "Why are you getting out of your ship, stupid Deku?" Bakugo yelled, perplexed and angered. "Get back in there and blast your other stupid self to pieces." It appears that Fox holds a level of honor and fairy play. Tokoyami explained. He would rather fight on equal terms than with an unfair advantage. Fight. Fox rushed towards Bucky, who tried to jump away from his opponent, but Fox used his Fox illusion to dash faster, stunning Bucky with a swift strike. Behind the Green Rabbit, Fox proceeds to perform a roundhouse kick to the back of Bucky's head, followed by repeated kicks. True to the analysis, Bucky attempted to back away to strategize his plan of attack, but Fox's speed and Fox illusion allowed for him to close the distance quickly. Edge shot analyzed. This is an instant where overcaution and wariness can be just as harmful as rushing in recklessly. Midoriya made a note of that, finding himself on such criticism where he would stand still and take too much time to plan and power up instead of doing something to his detriment. On the last kick, Fox missed as Bucky sidestepped behind him. Fox noticed too late before Bucky struck him with a powerful right hook and flip kick that knocked him to the ground. Bucky proceeded to flip kick his downed foe back up, quickly rushing to where Fox was backing up to, and then punching him again, sending Fox tumbling onto the wreckage of the righteous indignation. "That's the way to do it," Miruko exclaimed, pleased. "Don't give your enemy a moment's rest and keep pummeling them until they can't get back up." Bakugo agreed with this statement. Bucky stalked towards the dust cloud that was formed upon Fox's landing, carefully. Bucky decided to fire his laser pistol. However, just as the dust cloud settled, Fox used his reflector, sending the bolt of energy back to Bucky, who barely dodges it and hid behind the boulder behind him. Fox decided to fire his blaster pistol multiple times, Bucky hiding behind the unaffected boulder. Guess Fox's blaster isn't really all that strong if compared to Bucky's. Power Loader commented. Then why is he still firing? Hagekyu asked. Fox is pinning Bucky down to keep Bucky on the defensive. Snipe replied. Either to stall out the fight for Fox to think of something else, keep Bucky from attacking as he moves in, or get a lucky chance to hit him if he pokes out. Fox stopped firing, cocked his gun, and began supercharging his next shot. Bucky poked his head out to see this, and as Fox launched it, the Green Rabbit captain hopped out of there, supercharged blast turning the boulder to rubble. Fox sees Bucky up in the air and tries to use fire on him, only for Bucky to evade and land on Fox, crushing him to the ground and again. Fox tried to charge his Fire Fox but was crushed a third time. Finally, Fox ascended upwards with Fire Fox striking Bucky. Now, Fox was in the air and Bucky on the ground. It appears that Bucky might be faster in the air compared to Fox on the ground. 13 deduced. And that speed allowed for him to strike those heavy attacks quickly. Airborne, Fox charged up another super shot and fired, but Bucky was too fast and evaded the blast, landing on the wreckage of his ship. Fox charged a super shot again and Bucky evaded it again, now airborne himself as the wreckage of his ship blew up further. Both furry leaders start shooting at each other and evading in the air, ascending upwards as they continued their skyward shootout. Bucky then fired a grenade at Fox, but leader of Team Star Fox used his reflector shield and sent the grenade back to Bucky, blasting him backwards. What the hell? Kamakiri exclaimed. I thought his shield didn't block explosions. Only the explosive force of the grenade, not the grenade itself. Bakugo responded. If they were on the ground and it exploded next to him it would have worked. Fox flew towards the captain, delivering a barrage of hurricane kicks at Bucky, followed by another series of kicks and strikes. After Fox used the Fox illusion to strike at him, Fox tried it again, only for Bucky to evade in time and latch and hangs onto Fox. He caught him. Cooter exclaimed. Bucky must have picked up predicted Fox's more predictable movements and took advantage of that. Izuku explained. Fox tried to shake Bucky off of him by speeding multiple times. Having enough, Fox halted in the air and activated his reflector, shocking and forcing Bucky off. Oh, so Fox's reflector also serves as a deterrent to physical attacks, too. Ryukyu muttered. Bucky recovered and shot Fox's booster pack, sending the furry pilot back to the ground. He's destroyed his jetpack. Pony exclaimed. Now, Fox is flightless. Tokoyami pointed out, giving Bucky the aerial advantage. Bucky fired a barrage of blaster fire onto Fox, who shielded himself under his reflector. Quit spamming that stupid reflector. Bakugo yelled, annoyed. Hey, if it's not broke. Zero defended Fox. As Bucky continued his barrage, he threw down a grenade close to where Fox is standing. Ah, clever. Nezu commented. Since he knows throwing the grenade at Fox would only bounce back, he threw it nearby him instead. But that is his last grenade, so it better be worth it. Aizawa pointed out. Noticing the grenade, Fox threw the reflector away and dodged in time with Fox illusion maneuver. However, the explosive force of the grenade sent Fox tumbling, noticeably without his legs. Where did his legs go? Nejaya questioned, alarmed. Fox may have escaped most of the yield of that grenade, but the combined use of Fox illusion and the explosive force must have made him lose his legs. Mirio analyzed. Come on, kid. Miruko actually rooted for the green rabbit. Don't waste this chance. Fox got up and noticed his legs far away from him. Not giving up though, Fox managed to get another jetpack up and running, and flew off towards the surprised Bucky, crashing him with a rough tackle that made them both lose their jetpacks. Crashing to the ground, with him on top, Fox began to choke Bucky, the green rabbit's eyes wide and gasping for breath. I can't look. Hagekyu cried out, covering her eyes. Mirio agreed with her and covered Eri and Kuta's eyes despite their protest. Izuku rubbed his neck, finding it both weird to see himself choking another him and the phantom feelings of Shigaraki's hands on his throat back at the mall flaring up. Having enough, Fox brought out his gun, held it point blank at Bucky's head, charged it up, and fired. Bucky's head exploded into pieces, one of his ears sliding away and leaving a trail of BLD. A gulping sound was all that was needed for multiple simultaneous stomachs to be relieved of their contents. God damn it. Miruko cursed, sessed off that her fighter died. But at least he went out with a bang, so there's something. Oh Jesus. Kaminari wiped his mouth of the leftover bile. Midoriya, bro, was that really necessary to do that to yourself? Points for efficiency, I suppose. Kamakiri shrugged, subtly trying to wipe his own mouth, too. In the aftermath, Fox is seen standing next to the dead Slippy Toad in his 𝐼𝐽. He then rips off Slippy's robotic legs and replaces them for his own, flying away on his 𝐼𝐽. Midoriya! Mineta wailed again. Did you just grave rob me? Sorry. Midoriya offered his apologies. Calamity and woe. Blinky exclaimed in horror. Calamity and woe indeed. Whis sighed, slightly dejected. Bucky's long-awaited spotlight didn't last long. Sounding a little biased there, wizard. Mina raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps Bucky O'Hare is simply not as well known as other properties in their world and wanted to give him some attention. Momo suggested. Considering foxes eat hares, I'm not surprised. Boomstick replied, a fox shown with a rabbit in its maw. Oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Kaminari hummed. Add it to the pile. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. Okay, ha ha ha. Kaminari laughed dryly. Right. Whis said, shaking off the fact that Boomstick pointed out something right. First off, yes, the 𝐼𝐽 trumped the righteous indignation, as its weaponry, shielding, and maneuverability were simply outclassed. Well, they didn't use them in the actual fight. Melissa pointed out. But not before croaking the worst toad of all time. Boomstick pointed out. Fox. Slippy cried out before he and his ship were blown up. Hey! Mineta whined at the unnecessary shade thrown at him and his counterpart. I love this job. Boomstick chuckled. Bucky's ship was a tough old bird, so a fight to the finish on the ground was inevitable. Both Fox and Bucky had blow-by-blow counters. Wiz pointed out. Fox's reflector and Bucky's acrobatics could avoid laser fire. Fox is fearless, but Bucky is cunning. Fox is faster on land, but Bucky is faster in the air. The deciding factor was experience. I see. Nezu nodded, paying close attention to see how he was proven wrong, surprisingly and delightfully. Fox has been a major player in more wars than Bucky, and single-handedly ended all of them. Boomstick explained. At his own request. Wiz mentioned. I'll go it alone from here. Fox said over his comms like a real man. Boomstick stated proudly. Foxman. When all's said and done, oftentimes experience can be the most crucial deciding factor of any fight. Ectoplasm advised. Also, Bucky always had a squad of troops at his back during ground combats, Wiz added. But when Star Fox does an away mission, Fox is usually all on his own. Even when fighting an entire planet of dinosaurs. Ooh, Setsuna's not gonna like missing this. Kinoko mentioned. She'll be fine. Itsuka eased the mushroom girl, though held a bit of doubt in truth. In the end, Bucky choked. Boomstick said his poorly timed joke. The poor joke only got so much as a slow clap and shaking heads from the students. The winner is Fox McCloud. Wiz announced. Claps again were given for the rather equally matched fight, with victory cheers and groans of reluctant defeat. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick began announcing the next video. As the screen was dark, the dramatic, iconic music drummed out as flames began to light up the screen. Out of the flames, the vague shape of a human was seen, only for it to come closer and reveal that the shape was anything but human. The flames gave way for the creature to appear to be a large and menacing robot with skeletal-like design, a disturbing skull-like grin, and burning red eyes that glowed. The robot's appearance was disturbing to some and even terrifying to others. Eri and Kuta were spooked enough to hide behind Izuku and Mirio. The music continued as it transitioned to a door being kicked down to reveal another humanoid-shaped creature, though it was in fact a human, or rather what looked like a human figure and lower head on a suit of metal. The two foes would end glaring at each other as the title of the next fight was shown. Terminator vs. Robocop's Suite. Robo Battle. Kaminari exclaimed, eyes sparkling wide. Suddenly, they lost their excitement as he turned his right. Kyoka noticed his staring and rolled her eyes. Relax, I'm not going to knock you out again. Kyoka replied. I mean, it's not like you aren't going to be obnoxious and annoying next video, are you? Kaminari registered the threat in her tone and nodded carefully, his pressed-together fingers moving along his mouth and tossed away the key. The group then heard a noise to their left and looked towards the direction. The eyes of the girls lit up. Finally! They all thought, hopeful and relieved. The snacks, food, and beverages have been delivered as requested. Ida declared, pushing a cart of goodies with one hand and waving his arm up and down on the other. Hey, guys! Setsuna arrived, grinning pleased. What did we miss? Third Boo, we're back. Setsuna announced her and Ida's entrance. What did we miss? After many of them had their stomachs relieved of their contents last fight, the group was overjoyed at Setsuna's and Ida's return with the snacks. The two were informed of the events that transpired in the previous fight as many obtained their desired beverages and snacks, one none to please with what she missed. Oh, come on! Setsuna whined. I could have teased Green Bean about being a rabbit. So unfair. Yeah, boo-hoo. Kyoka rolled her eyes at the green-haired girl's childish whining. Did you get the antidote? Sure did. Setsuna did a 180 and revealed the jar of purple liquid, recalling how she had to sneakily send out an eye and a hand to Midnight's office without Ida noticing. Now, let's go cure our Green Bean. After Izuku finished getting the snacks for Eri, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. Deku. Izuku turned to see Ochako with a beverage in hand. Oh, hey, Uraraka. Izuku stuttered out, a blush rising on his cheeks. What's up? I saw how you have been feeling a little hot lately, so I thought you needed a drink. Ochako handed the drink to him. Green tea's your favorite, right? Why, it is. Izuku smiled and accepted the drink. Thanks, Uraraka. Ochiko. She replied. Come again. Izuku asked. Call me Ochiko, Deku. Uraraka said, her own cheeks blushing brightly and twiddling her fingers. We've been friends since the beginning of the year and you let me call you Deku all the time, so I think it's only fair that you call me by my first name. Okay. Izuku was caught off guard by the sudden and personal request, but looking into her eyes, he found that she wasn't going to take no for an answer. Alright, thanks again, Ochiko. He smiled brightly. Ochiko nearly fainted at the 1-2 of her name and Izuku's smile, but she held strong. No problem, Deku. She smiled back. Izuku nodded and sat down with Eri, drinking from the cup. Ochiko's smile seemed to brighten, giving a thumbs up behind her back towards the girls, all of whom brightened and exclaimed silent cheers of victory, pleased that Midoriya drank the antibiotics in the tea. With all said and done, everyone sat down and with drinks and snacks of their own, Mai pressed the button for the next video to play. Sci-fi movies have taught me two very important things. Boomstick began the video. 1. I want my own lightsaber, same. Was said by many of the students, especially Mai and Melissa. And 2. The future blows. Boomstick continued with images of a large city suffering multiple large explosions. It's unavoidable, the warrior of the next millennium is the machine. Was stated, showing a killer-looking robot as an example. So, this fight is about futuristic robots or cyborgs. Power Loader rubbed his chin, interested. Such as the Terminator, Skynet's time-traveling android assassin. Was introduced the first Robo-Warrior. And RoboCop, OCP Detroit's cyborg defender. Boomstick introduced the other. Heh, so one is an android and the other a cyborg. Melissa muttered. What's the difference? Rin asked. Ooh, I know this one. Kaminari raised his hand. A cyborg is a human that gets bonded with robotic parts, and an android is an actual robot made to look like or function like a human. Right. Yeah, that's correct. Melissa blinked in surprise at Kaminari's accurate assessment. Yes. Kaminari pumped his fist, victorious. Up high. Kirishima rolled his eyes, smirking, but obliged anyways. Down low. Kaminari lowered his hand for another high five. Kirishima tried to smack his down onto Kaminari's as fast he could, but the electrification quirk user was too quick and slipped it out of Kirishima's path. Too slow. Dang it. Kirishima snapped his finger and huffed. I'm always too slow on that last part. These mechanized combatants have fought before, but never in a no-holds-barred, one-on-one duel to the death. Wiz pointed out, showing RoboCop actually fighting AT or without brand restrictions. Boomstick replied. Interesting. Nezu said. Unlike so many combatants, these two have actually faced each other. Are they from the same universe? Or one or both of them have similar multidimensional travel capabilities? David suggested. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced themselves. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz declared. The first fighter was just as menacing as his teaser. The combatant was tall, almost as tall Endeavor or All Might in his buff state, but where their muscled physiques were intimidating, this fighter was, essentially, all bone and even more terror-inducing. The robot was entirely of metal in the vague shape of a human male skeleton with its wide, broad chest chassis, though most of the models they saw had their pecs missing to reveal more of the pipes and inner framework of the machine. Its arms and legs were skinny pipes around their ankles and forearms, but even the bulkier thigh and bicep regions failed to fully articulate the strength and menace behind the robot monstrosity. Most, if not all, of these bear machines held large guns and rifles, and their heads also resembled the human skulls that they trampled under their feet, only with almost realistic human teeth and glowing, menacing red eyes. However, accompanying this design was an equally tall, young, handsome, brick house of man that made even Kirishima and Tetsutetsu swoon. Fair or tan of skin, short brown hair, either framed at his sides or spiked up, wearing either trench coat and regular clothes or a biker outfit of a leather jacket, jeans, and sunglasses to hide his emotionless eyes. The Terminator. In the distant future of 2004, the government deployed the world's first automated defense network, Skynet, to keep everybody on the planet safe and happy. Wiz began. 2004, Mina raised an eyebrow and scratched her head. That was like 200 years ago, right? This is a different world, remember? 𝐭𝐽𝐽 pointed out. Obviously, this universe's timeline had this Skynet developed, which was crucial for this change. So, in typical AI fashion, Skynet used the planet's nuclear arsenal to annihilate most of humanity and take over the world in an event that would be called Judgment Day. Boomstick revealed. The age of machines had begun. So, a robot apocalypse. Great. Soto threw his hands up. Despite his response, he and the rest of the group felt disturbed and horrified at witnessing an apocalyptic event such as this. We don't have to worry about the 𝐒𝐽𝐽 robots uprising, do we? Mineta asked, remembering the many times his class trained against those robots, and how they all talked about destroying humanity and taking over the world. Nah, those robots are just programmed to say those things. 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐷 waved off the danger in their minds. A certain rodent wanted that, put it to make it fun. And it is. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 replied, taking a sip of tea. But wait, don't they also say that they will bring about Judgment Day? Mineta pointed out nervously. That's a bit of a coincidence, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐿 and 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐷 remained silent, looking at each other, making a silent vow to review the robots for any complications. To combat the remaining human resistance, Skynet developed a specialized breed of robotic soldier. Wiz began to reveal with a skeletal-like, robotic foot crushing a skull. The students and kids flinched at how that skull that was once a living, breathing human being was crushed like it was ceramic. Affectionately called the Terminator. Boomstick name dropped it as the screen paned up the robotic killing machine as explosions and warfare sounded and thundered in the dark background. Glares were thrown at the screen at the sight of the intimidating killer machine and many of its robotic brethren. Even Mai was disturbed enough to not write down a blueprint and design of the Terminator. At least, not immediately. Interesting. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 muttered, rubbing his chin under his frown. A rather unique inclusion of a fighter, presumably a single unit of a plethora of similar models. Indeed. Endeavor nodded. The only exceptions were that Goomba versus Koopa, Dr. Eggman versus Dr. Wily, and the Pikachu against Blanka. The first one is the most likely comparison given that both fighters were one among their species. Then Dr. Eggman and Dr. Wily's fight had them pit multiple of their robot henchmen, many of the same models against each other. David noted. The last fight you mentioned might perhaps be what is likely to occur here, Todoroki. All Might said to Endeavor. In Pikachu's case, it was using a specific Pikachu, Ash Ketchum's, rather than a regular Pikachu among its kind. Perhaps, the Terminator that will be fighting will be a specific model. Plus, that Robocop looks more of a unique and singular individual rather than one of many. 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐷 added. Rather similar to Blanka in his fight with Pikachu. Background Cyberdyne Research Systems 850 Model 101 Infiltration Combat Unit Manufacturer. Skynet height, 188 meters 6 feet 2 inches weight, 172 kilogram 300 pounds core component, coltan, originally, titanium power source, 2 hydrogen fuel cells always comes back standing 6 feet 2 inches and weighing almost 400 pounds, the T-850 Terminator is a cybernetic organism, living tissue surrounding a hyperalloy endoskeleton. Wiz explained. This made the perfect disguise, capable of infiltrating enemy ranks with its human visage. So, it's some kind of robo-assassin with some dude's skin over it. Setsuna questioned. Living tissue over the endoskeleton. Mai muttered as she wrote down on Deku's notebook. Perhaps they have a baby that can replicate and plaster human skin. Sounds more efficient and plausible than killing someone and replacing him with a Terminator. As Mai wrote, 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐷 shivered once more, dreading that perhaps Hatsune will attempt to build a Terminator, or worse Skynet itself, and bring upon the same robot apocalypse from this world. It would be a rather effective weapon against any insurgent forces of humanity that remained in this post-apocalyptic world. Ida said. It would blend in with other human survivors until it infiltrated a highly important base before revealing itself and destroying said resistance. Once more, the topic of betrayal and spies for a dangerous enemy brought Nezu's mind back to the topic of the 𝐻𝐸 traitor in their own midst, one that has remained hidden and unidentifiable among the student and teachers, even when all were now living under a more enclosed environment of 𝐻𝐸 itself. It made Nezu feel rather incompetent as a principal that even after all this time, they haven't been found. Perhaps their silence of activity relates to All For One's capture. Nezu guessed. It's rather obvious that All For One had to have planted the mole within our ranks given that Shigaraki was still a temperamental and rash manchild and Kurogiri more a follower and guardian than mastermind. So, with All For One now behind bars in Tartaros, the traitor would be unable to receive instructions from his incarcerated MSTR. Nezu chuckled to himself at the irony. In their victory and imprisonment of the king of the villainous underworld, they have made it harder for themselves to find a spy working and double-crossing them for said MSTR. And it is clearer that the spy is unknown to or take orders under Shigaraki and the rest of the League given their continued silence. Until recently, where the traitor has now begun to move again. This time for the device. Could the traitor perhaps wish the device and its information for their captured MSTR or his protégé, or are they worried about the device revealing them to be the traitor instead? Basically, the whole point of the Terminator was to blend in with normal people and then kill them. Boomstick simplified its designated purpose. Yes, because two-time powerlifting champion Arnold Schwarzenegger is totally your average guy. Boomstick guffawed, while showing Arnie shirtless and flexing his Greek god bod and listing his various achievements, such as two-time Olympic weightlifting and powerlifting champion, 7-time Mr. Olympia winner, and 5-time Mr. Universe winner. Jesus Christ, now that's a man right there. Kirishima gazed at the handsome celebrity with stars of admiration. I think I remember that guy. Tetsu rubbed his chin in thought. I think he was both a bodybuilder and actor back in those pre-quirk days. You could grate cheese on those abs. Pixie Bob drooled over Arnie. Control yourself, woman. Mandalay chastised her teammate, though fought to keep her own blush of the man's muscles down. Sure, but only the Model 101 class looked like that. Wiz reasoned. The Terminator has hundreds of different possible faces. Appears you were right, Toshinori. Gran Torino stated. With that pretty boy shown so much, this specific version of a Terminator could be the one that will be fighting in this death battle. What was that one designed for? Attracting women and making men feel inadequate? Boomstick questioned. Many of the guys and girls would never admit it, the latter of whom in front of their crushes, but the tall, muscular specimen of a man did in fact make them feel inadequate by comparison or slightly attracted. DMN. A guy exclaimed as the Terminator walked past him in a hall, with a large rifle in hand. I'd say the same if I say that guy marched down a hall with a gun over his head. Kaminari admitted. You know, as opposed to following and maybe arresting or reporting a suspiciously armed guy walking around with an assault rifle. Kyoka raised an eyebrow at her often idiot classmate. Using time displacement equipment, the Terminator was sent back in time to stop Skynet's greatest rival and bane of their existence, John Connor, leader of the human resistance. Wiz revealed, showing both the Terminator appearing through a time bubble and a young and older John Connor. So rather than multiversal travel, it is instead time travel. Ryukyu muttered. And traveling through time to murder a child. Guess this John guy was such a pain in Skynet's robobutt that they thought it would be easier to make sure the guy was never born. Snipe shrugged. Or John Connor had defeated or assured Skynet's defeat and won the war against the machines, that this time traveling assassination was Skynet's last option. Ectoplasm argued. This model was first sent to super early abort John Connor by killing his would-be mother, Sarah Connor, then protect John Connor, then protect John Connor again, along with his future wife, and then blow up this beach. Boomstick explained, showing the first target Sarah Connor, the second ride on a motorcycle with John, the third walking up to an older John and fighting a female Terminator. You are terminated. The Terminator, half his human disguise's face burnt away to reveal his robotic half, quipped before blowing himself and the TX up with his hydrogen fuel cell. Classic. Boomstick chuckled. So, is this the same Terminator, or did they send multiple of them that just so happened to look the same? 𝐒𝐻𝐽 asked. The different directives of the Terminator, along with appearances, appear to mean that they could be multiple different versions. Momo said. The one that has messier hair is trying to kill this John Connor's mother, but the one with shorter hair and sunglasses appears to be one that is trying to save John Connor and his loved ones. But why would Skynet want to send a Terminator to protect John Connor when they are trying to kill him? Uraraka asked this time. It could be that whatever technology Skynet used to send Terminators back in time, the human resistance led by John must have found, captured, and used the time machine for themselves to save John. Izuku figured. And as for the Terminators, maybe they captured one and reprogrammed it to work for them instead of against them. The T-850 is powered by twin hydrogen fuel cells. Was revealed as the Terminator opened up his stomach to showcase the very fuel cells. A single cell can last up to 120 years, but extensive damage may rupture the cell to critical condition. That sounds like a weakness that could be exploited in the battle. Melissa pointed out. If his cells could be damaged by extensive damage, then the longer a battle between him and his opponent goes on, the more likely the cells could be damaged and result in his defeat. And it blows up like a small hydrogen bomb. Boomstick chuckled, pleased at the explosion from the Terminator tossing the damaged hydrogen cell out the window. Similar to the explosion that brought down the Hindenburg. Wiz pointed out, an image displayed of the fiery destruction of the vehicle. That looks terrible. Ibara muttered, hand over her mouth. What happened to cause such an explosion? From what I read, the Hindenburg was a large German passenger airship that would travel between Europe and America before it caught fire over New Jersey in 1937. Yoirozu explained. Reports are varied to the cause, such as gas leakage or static electricity from the atmosphere, but the results were all the same as the ship was engulfed in flames that led to 35 onboard deaths and another on land. Luckily for Arnie, he can ditch a damaged cell before that happens, and he works just fine with just only one left, like Lance Armstrong, without the steroids. Boomstick said. So, even if one cell is damaged and about to blow up, it can just remove it and toss it away. Awais said. Or better, it can use that damaged cell as a makeshift grenade and blow up his enemies. Bakugu stated, grinning at the size and yield of the explosion. Like his opponent in the death battle. Programming routines adaptability learning machine adapts to human behavior through observation, interactions, and questions combat and weaponry anything within Skynet's global database group infiltration human anatomy voice mimicry basic psychology. The Terminator is programmed with an abundance of subroutine data, including Skynet's extensive logs on all combat and weaponry throughout Earth's history. Wiz detailed. This even includes data on all previous T-800 models. Through this, he technically has more experience and skill than any human being could ever possibly achieve. So cool. Itsuka grinned at seeing the Terminator riding the motorcycle expertly. Many of the previous death battles were won by experience over all else, so this could give the Terminator a leg up above his competition. Fat Gum noted. Hell, he could be a martial arts MSTR if he studied all human combat. Or just know how to counter and kill them instead. Miruko replied. And this badass murder machine also knows all about the human body and even basic psychology. Boomstick added. To make it easier to blow some fool's head or even surgery. I have detailed filed on human anatomy. The Terminator said as he worked on a wounded Sarah Connor. I'll bet. Sarah snickered bitterly. Makes you a more efficient killer, right? Correct. The Terminator replied, unaffected by the tone of her voice. More and more as the video went on, every word that came out of the Terminator's mouth made Kaminari have the urge to write it down, either for sounding cool enough to be iconic or meme-worthy. But while he's a MSTR in all weaponry, he does have his favorites. Arsenal M27 phased plasma rifle, bullpup configuration helium plasma -40, what range too heavy for humans AMT hardballer. 45 long slide magazine, 7 rounds laser-lock sight Franchi Spars 12 shotgun cartridge, 12-gauge magazine, 8+1 rounds pump action and semi-auto options M79 grenade launcher -40x46 grenades -6 rounds minute max range, 400 m, 1,311 feet weight, 2, 9 kg 6. 5 pounds handheld 𝐒𝐬𝐚-134 minigun caliber, 7, 62 by 51 mm NATO rate of fire, 2,000 to 6,000 revolutions per minute max range, 1,000 m, 3,200 feet weight, 38. 6 kg 85 pounds. In the future, the Terminator wields an M27 phased plasma rifle, which is too heavy and powerful for any ordinary person to use. Boomstick listed and showed multiple Terminators carrying 2 of this plasma rifles and firing on their human enemies. Dang it! Bakugo cursed, disappointed. I wonder if quirk super strength would help fix that, like Deku and All Might. Uraraka pondered. Perhaps, but I think that firing beams of plasma would be rather overkill for a hero, young Uraraka. Toshinori responded. When the time period doesn't have any space guns lying around, his weapons of choice include a hardballer long-slide pistol. Boomstick continued listing, this time showing both the gun and Terminator firing it, at times killing his target. A 12-gauge Franchi shotgun, a portable M79 grenade launcher, and the appealing M134 minigun. The Terminator firing the last 2 options were viewed longer along with the glorious destruction they displayed. Oh man, just looking at it makes me feel wonderful breathes feelings. Timmy, dude. Mina shook her head, hands forming a T. Bakugo and I practically drooled over the weaponry and were forced down into their seats, Kirishima on the former, and Izuku on the latter's case. Speaking of feelings, the Terminator is a learning machine, adapting to human behavior through observation and interaction. Whiz dropped, the Terminator learning the too slow trick of a high five and even hugging comfortingly to a crying John. It can even learn to feel genuinely sad, which is odd since Skynet designed it to be a merciless mass murderer. Oh, come on. Kirishima whined, comically childish. How come even a robot can do that better than me in high five too slow? Guess you just have to dash. Zero paused to put on a pair of sunglasses. Get good. Bakugo face-palmed so hard, many were mistaken to believe that he used explosion on himself. Oh, he looks so sad. Eri pouted at seeing the Terminator hugging John. Mirio chuckled, astounded at Eri's innocence and sweetness to even register the emotion of an emotionless-looking android where he failed, at first. Mirio rubbed his surrogate niece's head to her satisfaction. Jesus, you were gonna kill that guy. John exclaimed after saying a man from a pistol to the head. Of course, I'm a Terminator. The robo-assassin said, nonchalantly. Just put up your hand and say, I swear I won't kill anyone. John made the android promise. I swear I will not kill anyone. The Terminator promised, just before shooting a security guard in the knees. He'll live. What a chad of a man. Tetsu wiped away a tear from his eye. Feet smashed through a building has tricked humans and machines alike, killed the technically superior T-900s, T-1000, and TX escaped liquid nitrogen freeze twice, can lift several cars, program survived and revived after T3 successfully killed John Connor, fought in Mortal Kombat. Really? Sad or not, the Terminator is a beast in combat. Boomstick began listing his feats. He's even taken down superior models like the next-gen T-900s, the nearly invincible and shape-shifting T-1000, and even the TX, which is actually an anti-Terminator. TX, Sen questioned. Oh. It's because it's a lady Terminator. I get it. Okay, seriously man. Zero looked at Mineta drooling over the TX, especially when she increased her bust size. Have some standards man, she's literally a robot. Yes, which means she is the perfect sec robot. Mineta drooled over the possibilities. She is artificial enough to feel like a woman on the outside, and I bet on the inside too. She can make her melons and but into any kind of shape and size you want, and she's a robot so you can't knock her. Mineta's perverted speech was put to a close by a frying pan to head, courtesy of Kyoka on behalf of keeping Mineta's words from corrupting the innocent Eri, whose ears were covered by Nejaya. Is Uncle Mineta being silly again? Eri asked, innocently. Yep. Nejaya nodded. One even managed to kill John in the future. Boomstick revealed, an adult John getting his heart punched and wounded fatally by a Terminator. What? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 exclaimed in horror. Or almost kill if another good guy Terminator didn't donate his heart. Boomstick clarified, Marcus volunteering to donate his own heart to save John. Phew. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that was a fast change of reactions. Itsuka muttered. The Terminator is a MSTR marksman, with advanced analysis, calculative and observational tools. Wiz jumped in, displaying the Terminator getting blasted through by a powerful plasma ball and getting dragged through buildings on a crane. He can survive massive blows, power shortages, and getting dragged through an entire city. Jesus! Kamakiri cursed. If he can handle all that, makes you wonder why those robots didn't win and kill all of humanity without powers. The fight for survival is a powerful thing. Mirio pointed out with a large smile and a flex of his arm. Even in the face of complete despair and impossibility, hope can be all that is needed to keep us going and prevail in the end. Izuku smiled at the third-year student, recalling how Mirio fought against Overhaul, alone, in defense of Eri, even without his powers, for 5 minutes, or how he saved Katsuma and Mahoho from 9, a near-impossibly strong foe, by passing up one for all to Bakugo, even if it meant losing his chance to be a hero, for the sole hope and longing to save those 2 kids and defeat 9. Plus, after the last T-800 was melted in a steel mill, in an unfortunately vain act of sacrifice, Skynet upgraded his titanium endoskeleton to coltan, which can withstand extreme temperatures over 3000 C. Was explained, the iconic final thumbs up viewed, alongside coltan information, such as being 1.9 times heavier than titanium and used in engines, furnaces, and mobile phones. Todoroki hummed, looking at his left side. Would definitely be a challenge for me and my father to melt it with our flames. Tetsu's sweat dropped, thinking that Todoroki was underestimating himself, remembering how in their match against each other, in the joint training class, the son of Endeavor nearly turned him into metal sludge, if not for Honinuki's timely save. Can't we all just say that that thumbs up was so badass? Kaminari argued. Agreed. Soto nodded, sticking a thumbs up, as well. Why even bother making new Terminators? Boomstick argued. The T-850 is clearly the best. Hasta la vista, baby. The Terminator quipped, shooting the frozen T-1000 to pieces. Ahahaha. Okay, that was badass. Miruko laughed. Shouldn't we be concerned about it shooting some poor cop guy that was frozen? MIC questioned, unaware of the T weaknesses easily hackable detectable by dogs' dangerous power source sometimes defeated by humans vulnerable to precise attacks from behind worst fear. Hydraulic presses. Each Terminator is not unique, made by assembly for quick deployment. Wiz listed the weaknesses. To save time, Skynet forgoes high-end software protection, leaving the Terminator easily hackable. Ah, so that's why this super cool, super strong baby was used for the good guys. Mai shook her head, smiling despite her disappointment. If you want a baby to be super successful, you have to take good care of it, treat it carefully and diligently, work out every nook and cranny and flaw out to bring out its true potential. She's still talking about machines, right? Mount Lady asked. In fact, the one T-850 who protected Connor on Judgment Day, the day not the movie, was reprogrammed not once, but 4 separate times. Wiz revealed. Just screams lazy, lazy design. It's this weakness that had Skynet even make weapons designed to kill their own. The Terminator scrolled through different phrases to say and selected one. F you, but. The Terminator said. Bakugo led several of the students in laughing at the cursing of the robot, clapping in approval. He didn't have to say anything for the group to know he was dead set on voting for the android. For now. But it's a little hard to hack something that can kill you with one hand in 20 million different ways. Boomstick argued. True. Power Loader nodded. If the Terminator's opponent can cripple and incapacitate it long enough, he could be able to hack into it and stop the fight without further bloodshed. Did you forget what the freaking name of these videos are? Miruko questioned the short hero, who just sweat dropped. The Terminator is one of the deadliest assassins in movie history. If you get in his way, don't bother running, you're already dead. I'll be back. The Terminator said the iconic line to a police officer and walked out the building. A second later, he upheld his promise by smashing a car through the glass doors and pancaking the officer. And with that, Kaminari could no longer resist the urge and snatched up Deku's notebook to write down all the noteworthy lines of the Terminator. Izuku was at first annoyed at everyone stealing his stuff, but in seeing Kaminari's excitement, Izuku could not fault him for getting carried away. It was almost like seeing his fanboy self in Kaminari. Overall, the reception towards the T-800 was a mixed bag of positive and negative conclusions. Many of the more bloodthirsty type, i.e., Miruko, Bakugo, and Kamakiri, like the unstoppable, unrelenting strength and badassery of the Terminator, Kirishima and Tetsutetsu not far behind on likewise complimenting the android and his manly appearance. Izuku and Momo liked the adaptive and ever-growing nature of the Terminator, especially in its more humane actions and heroic appearances. And All Might, David, and Mai liked how a previously murderous tool of destruction could be taken and used instead for good and the protection of others, like a hero. Others, however, were still concerned about the threat that was Skynet, such as Endeavor, Edgeshot, Nezu, and Aizawa. If the defense system could make these near-unstoppable weapons and the capability to travel through time, they pondered, and worried, if it could take a step further and achieve similar multiversal traveling capabilities that Wiz and Boomstick achieved and unleash their arsenal and threat across other worlds, especially their own. The next fighter was actually a human, or rather started out looking human. The man had light brown hair, fair skin, and was suited in police garbs and even SWAT gear and displayed as confident and skilled enough to expertly swirl around his pistol like it was second nature. Then they showed his more robotic self. The only parts of him that was shown to be fully human was his face, though even that was half covered and left his lower half shown the most. His new form was a large and bulky robotic figure, standing stiff and tall and even walking robotically. The armor around him was often colored either pale blue, silver gray, or even sleek black, with the waist mostly the same black feature, and a roundish helmet, with a black visor lined across his face, covering most of his head and leaving his jawline, cheeks, and mouth visible. RoboCop Alex J. Murphy was a good police officer with a good family, Wiz began showing Alex with his wife and son. But as with many good cops, that all changed when he was transferred to Detroit, Michigan. What began as a routine patrol through the city became the most important moment of Murphy's life, his death. A shotgun-wielding thug blew Murphy's hand off, the man screaming in pain. Hagakure and Mina wailed, horrified, which was the only thing that Kuta and Ai could tell of the scene, since Izuku and Mirio covered their eyes just as Wiz finished. Holy, as Boomstick exclaimed, Murphy screaming, while he was repeatedly shot and blown into pieces by multiple thugs wielding shotguns. That guy can eat more bullets than 50 Cent, whelp. That poor man's dead. Midnight made a noise with her mouth. We don't know, apparently anyone come just be brought back from the dead these days. MIC muttered, bitterly remembering their talk yesterday with the possibility of Kurogiri being the resurrected, brainwashed corpse of Shirakumo. MIC, enough. Aizawa whispered, his tone telling him to drop it, immediately. MIC complied, yet still felt antsy for the wait to meet with the Warp Gate villain in Tartaros and find out the truth. Murphy would have been 6 feet under, if the mega-corporation Omni Consumer Products had not stepped in. Wiz continued, displaying the logo of OCP and being rushed to the hospital. By privatizing Detroit's police force, OCP technically owned Murphy's corpse. That doesn't seem legal at all. Boomstick muttered, concerned. Now, his stingy about illegal SHT Mount Lady raised an eyebrow. When that illegal SHT happens to be owning someone close to death body and life, then yeah, I think that's justifiably concerning. Ragdoll commented, unknowingly earning a flinch from those of the meeting yesterday. With unchecked crime on the rise, OCPs. Forward-thinking executive, Bob Morton, Wiz jumped back in, his tone weirded out by Bob's actions. Proposed a bailout plan so ridiculously absurd, it just might work. Mineta raised a thumbs up to the executive responsible for RoboCop, both jealous yet respecting of the man living the dream. They would rebuild Murphy. Better, stronger, with less flexibility, which of course means robo-parts. Boomstick revealed, the process of rebuilding Murphy quickly viewed. The result was one bad mother effer, RoboCop. As his theme song played, multiple scenes of RoboCop stopping crimes, bursting through walls, punching bad guys through windows were shown. Woo! That was awesome. Sen declared, seeing RoboCop bust down the wall and grab the criminal on the other end. Almost like something out of a horror movie. 𝐒𝐻𝐼ro nodded at this comparison. So, where the Terminator is a robot made to look like human, an android, RoboCop is a police officer that they turned into a cyborg. Todoroki summarized the differences again. And a hardcore one. Ojiro's sweat dropped at seeing RoboCop punch a criminal out a window. All Might smiled, guessing accurately that his friend, Detective Tsukochi, would very much like and respect this fellow police officer, and sympathize greatly with his horrible fate and miraculous recovery. All Might wondered if it would be best to invite Tsukochi to these viewings. At least after their business with Kurogiri in Tataro's. He looks slow and not very movable, like Boomstick said, but his armor definitely looks strong enough to withstand automatic fire with ease. He's also strong enough to easily bust through a wall and bend metal. And the way he knew where that criminal was means he must have some form of X-ray vision or thermal scanning to detect enemies through walls. Deku muttered, normally, writing down all the info he could in his notebook. Perhaps they added a targeting system to help aim his firearms, which he would obviously have given that he's a police officer. As Deku continued mutters, and Bakugo yelled at him to stop, the girl smiled seeing the verdant-haired teen acting more and more like his old self, with no ill side effects of the piece present any longer. DMN. Setsuna's floating head whispered to Momo. That antidote works fast. That is good. Momo nodded, relieved. His situation was our fault, a price of our worry and carelessness, and we had to fix it. Momo frowned, shaking her head. I can't believe my plan failed so badly. Our plan, you mean? Setsuna corrected her. We all came up with the details, all of us agreed on it, and were in on it. Don't start blaming yourself for everything, our greenie does that enough already. Momo was taken aback by Setsuna's boldness, yet smiled gratefully at her friend, comrade, and, hopefully in the future, sister. What are your prime objectives? Bob asked his new creation. Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. RoboCop listed with his more robotic tone. One scene of his was shooting through a female hostage's dress, accurately, to nail a criminal in the PP. Dumb. Sen and Awase leaned back in their seats and exclaimed. He shot the criminal perfectly through the dress without harming the hostage. Rin summarized the scene, slack-jawed. How did dash a targeting system most likely? Melissa answered Rin before he could even finish the question. If he's going to be robotic police officer, it would come in handy to be a perfect shot, even in stressful and risky situations. With the durability of a tank and the firepower of a one-man army, RoboCop nearly annihilated all of Detroit's street crime in just a couple of days. Boomstick revealed as the cyborg Murphy decimated a gang with his pistol, sometimes not even looking. The man was unstoppable. Holy! Snipe took off his hat and placed it over his chest. I can already say he's a better shot than me. Respect. In fairness, Snipe, his new cyborg body probably has quite a few more abilities to help with his skill than you would with your quirk alone. Cementos replied. But was he man or machine? Wiz asked the existential question while Murphy, unmasked to show only the front side of his head survived, looked at himself in the mirror. This guy is really good. One officer said. He's not a guy, he's a machine. His female colleague corrected him. Looks of sympathy were drawn towards RoboCop for his clear crisis of identity and horrible situation. MIC, Midnight, and Eraser all flinched again, wondering if Shirakumo, if he was indeed Kurogiri, was still inside his brainwashed, no-muized body, and, if he was he asking himself whether he was still Shirakumo or was he nothing more than a monster? That's mean. Eri pouted at the lady's words. He's still a person. We know, Eri. Izuku patted her shoulder. Some people just say stupid things. Like Uncle Mineta? Eri asked. Exactly. Izuku nodded, the two chuckling. Mineta would have yelled something in reply, yet cursed to himself instead, unwilling to say anything against the adorable, sweet, innocent angel that was Eri. He decided to just take the uncle title with tearful pride. Background: real name, Alex J. Murphy. Height, 183 meters 6 feet 0 inches. Weight, 155 kilogram 342 pounds. Police districts, Detroit and Delta City. Code name, Beta 1. Daily upkeep, $12,589. 17 programmed with high-level USA police training. RoboCop is 99% artificial, but he relies on the most complicated known machinery, a human brain. Wiz explained, a blueprint of RoboCop's inner systems and design displayed. Power Loader and David sweat dropped when seeing Mai and Melissa draw up a copy of RoboCop's schematics and blueprints, hoping that if they were to ever make a RoboCop on this earth, to do it on someone that was also on death's door and not a random stranger. Even after OCP tried to make him their own personal RoboPet, the man called Murphy still lived. Boomstick said. With no family, a contorted public image, and the constant threat of deactivation by his corporate owners, the struggle to regain his humanity would consume Murphy's every waking moment. Wiz detailed Murphy's struggles, while also fighting crime, and that's just his good days. The strength of human heart and will can be stronger than the metal prison of the flesh. Tokoyami sagely said. It's hot when he speaks so deep and sage-like. Leiko whispered to Kinoko. Like an oracle of the DM end. Kinoko smiled nervously, deciding to just agree with Leiko rather than ask what she means by that. An epiphany struck inside the mushroom girl's mind though, repeating Leiko's words in her head till her eyes found her target. While Koroiro talked with Shoda and Manga, Kinoko remembered what the girl said about Koroiro having a crush on her, just as she did with him. Kinoko smiled. I think we both like the deep, sagely ones, Leiko. Kinoko thought. Arsenal Auto 9 magazine, 58 rounds standard 3-round burst tactical ordnance triggered sticky grenades -10 charge levels options. Explosive, inflatable sack, electrofield flight packs subsonic speeds separate battery pack can double as a recharge station weapon arm Calico M950A machine gun magazine, 100 rounds max range, 274 m. 900 feet flamethrower max range, 46 m, 150 feet smart bomb anti-tank weapon missile properties Cobra assault cannon -48 mm armor-piercing high explosive. Incendiary rounds. Fortunately, his cutting-edge arsenal makes locking up the bad guys the easiest part. Boomstick stated. Housed in his nifty right leg is the custom Auto 9 machine pistol, one of the most powerful hand cannons ever made. I want that. Snipe simply said, taking a page out of Bakugu. I'll talk with Mai to see if we can WHP you up a good enough replica. Power Loader replied. In his left leg, he's got several tactical ordnance grenades, each with adjustable power levels. At level 3, a single ordnance can annihilate a metal security door. Wiz revealed. So just imagine what maximum level 10 can do. Sounds like enough to blow a city block at 8. Mandalay muttered, paling at the mental image. If he needs a bit more firepower, Murphy has an attachable weapon arm, complete with machine gun, flamethrower, and anti-tank smart bomb missile, and for those extra special moments, and then there's the Cobra assault cannon, which goes boom, and then there's no more anything. Boomstick listed. To prove Boomstick's point, RoboCop shoots the ED-209 with the Cobra assault cannon, and the top of it explodes. I'd buy that for $1. A guy from a sitcom said, while the legs of the defeated ED-209 fall over and twitch. Mine. Mai slobbered over the cannon and walked towards the screen like a possessed zombie. No, you don't. Mai was pulled back to her seat courtesy of Black WHP. He also has a subsonic jetpack, which helps him jump sharks. Wiz stated, RoboCop flying around and grabbing people. I don't even. Boomstick was at a loss for words. So, this RoboCop also has flight capabilities, which puts it ahead of the Terminator in terms of aerial superiority. 𝐒𝐫 analyzed. And it appears that this RoboCop possesses far more destructive weaponry than the T-800. Minus the plasma rifle, though. Ribbit. Tsuyu pointed out. Where's your sense of humor? William Ray Morgan yelled. Right here. RoboCop said, raising his fist and punching him in the face. Jesus Christ. I like this guy. Miruko smirked. His fun. Of course, you would. Edgeshot rolled his eyes. Hardware and software terminal STRP Rambolt Armor Carboceramic Reinforced Titanium Laminated Kevlar Thermograph Complex Targeting Systems Voice Stress Analyzer Video and Audio Recorder Murphy is also equipped with state-of-the-art hardware and software. Wiz pointed out. Including a thermograph, a video recorder and a terminal STRP for collecting data. Or for ripping out throats. Just look at that thing. Boomstick exclaimed as RoboCop shivved a guy with the STRP in the throat, the guy beginning to bleed out. No wonder Detroit's falling apart. Wiz agreed, horrified. All their USB flash drives can double as shivs. Christ! Kossi rubbed his throat. Talk about overkill. That was to be the deadliest USB I've ever seen. Shoda muttered. Uraraka craned her head slowly to Mai. Hatsune. Do you have anything like that? Uraraka asked, slowly. Mai remained silent for a few seconds. If I say yes, will you not tell? Was Mai's reply. Melissa made a note to stay as far away from Mai whenever she's saving their work and data. Murphy's armor is made up of carbo-ceramic reinforced titanium, with laminated Kevlar, which basically means it'll stop pretty much anything. Boomstick explained. It's like the Pepperidge Farm bread packaging of armor. I'm composed of titanium. I don't believe you are. RoboCop drew out his auto, your move. The entire SWAT team that previously fired on him then fled for their lives. Badass. Tetsu said, hoping to whatever god exists to one day be able to have a moment like that. It also appears that RoboCop might have stronger armor than the Terminator. Momo said. With both titanium and Kevlar, Murphy would definitely withstand most of the Terminator's present-day weaponry. The only ones I could see damaging through his armor would be the grenade launcher and plasma rifle, and perhaps enough of the machine gun. Though, why don't they just shoot his mouth? Mina asked. Not like I want them to, but it's a pretty vulnerable spot, and I don't think the inside of his mouth is armored. While it's a vulnerable area, it is also a short one, and his intimidating presence would more likely prompt enemies to fire on his body, mainly his joints. Mirio responded. Each leg has 2 ram bolts, which can anchor him into the ground to stop fleeing motorboats and speeding cars. Boomstick continued, RoboCop shown standing his ground and stopping a speeding car. I wonder what would happen if you ran into him super fast, 𝐒𝐫. Mina said. Probably break every bone in his body. Asui responded before 𝐒𝐫 could, the next ingenium paling now at the mental image conjured into his head. He also has a targeting system so precise, he can catch and even shoot bullets out of thin air. Was revealed, RoboCop catching both a bullet and firing another away with his own. Expert marksman. More like MSTR of the impossible. Boomstick declared. You got any defense for me now? Snipe asked Cementos. Nope. Cementos shook his head. Don't try to follow me. A criminal shouted at RoboCop while he held a baby at gunpoint. We won't. RoboCop replied. The baby is going with me. The criminal demanded again. No. Murphy refused. I'll kill it, man. I'll do it. I'll kill it. The criminal threatened repeatedly. We can't have that. RoboCop used his advanced targeting to calculate the ricochet angle from a nearby steel door and fired, hitting the criminal in the head, dead, allowing his partner to rescue the baby. Wow. Just. Wow. Setsuna could say nothing more. That was an excellent handling of the situation. Edge shot complemented the scene. Remain calm and still, do not alarm or trigger the gunman, and calculate your strategy before proceeding. Easy for you to say when we aren't cyborgs with computer in our heads. Mount Lady grumbled, recalling how she and Kamu struggled in their own hostage situation with a villain. She thanked God again that All Might was there to save the day. But we can't say that anymore, so I guess we got to pick up the slack and do it ourselves. She thought and reaffirmed to herself. Feats defeated ED-209, RoboCop 2, Deathspore, ED-260A, and RoboCable tanked a building-busting bomb, survived a Class 1 biotoxin bomb, lifted a 10-ton armored door, survived a 3000 psi hydraulic press, can catch a bullet in midair, rescued Sting from the Four Horsemen in WCW. Seriously, also fought in Mortal Kombat. Oh come on. Murphy has defeated plenty of technically superior combat machines and endured dozens of seemingly fatal situations. Wiz said. He's strong enough to lift a 10-ton armored door, tough enough to survive a bazooka, brave enough to plunge into a giant nuclear plant monster thing and kill it from inside. Wiz said that last feat rather incredulously. Note to self, remember to weed garden. Boomstick reminded himself. Ibarra nodded at Boomstick's advice on gardening, slightly hopeful this might persuade the others of her class to help her in her gardening. And if that's not crazy enough for you, he's even rescued Sting from the Four Horsemen in WCW wrestling. Wiz said. Yes. This is real. At this point, Momo and Ida, fully exhausted from ridiculous feat after feat from Planetbusters to this, were waving the white flag of surrender. Murphy may be a walking tank, but he also moves like one. He's so slow. Boomstick shouted to the rooftops with untold annoyance. No wonder they gave him a freaking motorcycle in the reboot. I feel like I'm aging twice as fast looking at this guy. MIC commented. He moves slower than Eraser after 2 days of no sleep and no coffee. Aizawa's eyes twitched at the diss, though he couldn't say MIC was wrong. His main function is to chase the bad guys. Wiz agreed with his co-host. You'd think OCP would've prioritized running legs over, say, his frisbee skills. Note to self, don't invite RoboCop to a day at the park. Pixie Bob flinched, seeing RoboCop toss the frisbee-like object onto the criminals so hard he flew. Both fighters appear to have slow movement speeds, though the Terminator could perhaps be preserving energy and taking his time. Ida analyzed. Though, if RoboCop were to equip his jetpack, he would be faster than the Terminator. Unless the Terminator gets on a motorcycle. Itsuka pointed out. Weaknesses requires daily power recharge, slow mobility on foot, conflicts his own programming, not programmed for martial arts, mechanical heart, weak to impacts, cannot escape liquid nitrogen, freezing on his own, possesses some vulnerable human organics. Also, Murphy's battery can only last about 24 hours without recharging, but consistent damage can quickly drain his power. Wiz warned. In prolonged combat with someone his equal, Murphy is in constant danger of power failure. Meanwhile, a single one of the Terminator's hydrogen cells can last him for over 120 years. Yoyorozu mentioned. RoboCop would have to finish the fight as quickly as possible. A match of attrition would lead to his defeat. To top it off, his human parts add extra vulnerability, which is stupid because it means he can even get a common cold. And Boomstick paused for RoboCop to sneeze what looks like a bolt of electricity, which hits the ground. Sneeze, lightning bolts out of his face. Relatable. Kaminari nodded. I have never seen you sneeze a bolt of lightning out of your face. Mineta shook his head, disbelieving Kaminari. No, but, when I was younger and had even less control of my quirk, I would accidentally let out my quirk. Kaminari revealed, lifting his palms up to his face. I had to wear insulated gloves till I got the hang of it. It doesn't matter how many flaws he's got. Boomstick gave up. RoboCop is a badass. Nice shooting, son. A man said after RoboCop shot a man out a window and twirled his gun away. What's your name? Murphy. RoboCop simply said. The general consensus of RoboCop was more positive than the Terminator, given the obvious greater inclination to the side of good than the morally flipping T. The man also had greater sympathy and respect from the heroes and hero hopefuls in his struggle against his programming and identity crisis. Nezu himself joined the trio of MIC, Eraser, and Midnight in comparing Murphy's tragic death, forced resurrection, and handling towards the Warp Gate villain that might be their long-dead friend. All right, the combatants are set. Wiz stated. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a robo-death battle. Boomstick shouted. While the machine scanned, the people voted. In the end, those who would root for the Terminator included for the Terminator's systems, greater skill and durability, 𝐼, following a similar thought process to his student, Endeavor, who felt the greater, unstoppable ferocity of the Terminator was an advantage, and Magiki and Setsuna, for the variety of appearances the Terminator could appear and its spy or assassin background. Some voters had some feelings of bias influence their decision, like Itsuka, feeling slightly biased on the fact that the Terminator rode a motorcycle, Kirishima, also slightly biased on Arnie's physique, Sen, who thought the Terminator was more badass, and Mineta, whose bias was mostly on the TX, and even though Zero said that made no sense, he likewise voted for the Terminator for all those funny quotes. Others voted on more personal factors, such as Izuku, voting for the oftentimes android assassin who could and would be used for the side of good and feel and act like a human itself, with this similar train of thought being what led Koroiro and Asui to vote for it, as well. And, as for RoboCop, among the most notable of the cyborgs voters were Melissa and David Shield, the two believing RoboCop's firepower, durability, and human ingenuity would win the day, Snipe, who felt RoboCop's targeting systems and expert marksmanship would take the victory, Bakugu, who liked Murphy's grenades and Cobra assault cannon better, Tetsu, who felt confident in RoboCop's durability and strength, and Yorozu, who preferred RoboCop's systems, targeting and aiming, and ingenuity. Then there the votes of sympathy and comparison from the likes of Ida, who saw Murphy's tragic accident similar to Tensai's attack, All Might, slightly bias on how the cop reminded him of Tsukochi, Shoto, who saw Murphy's crisis of whether he was man or machine similar to his own struggles with the two sides of his quirk and what defined him in the end, Nezu, who voted for similar reasons to the most obvious voters of Aizawa, Hisashi, and Kiyoma, unable to not see Shirakumo and his potential fate comparable to that of Murphy. Another noteworthy factor was A, who said she couldn't vote for either the android or cyborg, and when asked, she said that she was too sad and conflicted on the two. Izuku and Mirio looked at each other and knew the reason was she saw herself in both the Terminator and Murphy too much. Both were treated and used as tools and weapons for the sake of pushing the goals of corrupt criminals and evil masterminds looking to change and control the world, when deep down they could be more inhuman, like the Terminator becoming like a human and Murphy used like a pet the company owned. It was clear she was thinking on how Chisaki used her and her quirk as a tool to achieve his ends, treating and abusing her and claiming she was nothing more than a curse meant to hurt people. The two patted her shoulders and supported her decision, much to Ai's appreciation. Multiversal counterparts detected. The device finished its scanning. The Terminator. Multiversal counterpart, error. Error. Counterpart unverifiable. Here. Mel blinked her eyes confused. Why? Is it because he is a robot? Calculating. Calculating. The device calculated the reason for its error. Calculations confirmed. T800 and T850 model Terminators too generic and simple in AI to quantify as an individual soul or counterpart. Even models with fuller understanding of human emotions too lacking to quantify as soulful sentience. This result is rather similar to Metal Sonic, and how the device couldn't pinpoint a counterpart. David pointed out. Perhaps simply combatants and individuals with too lacking AI can't be verified with. But what about that blue, naked, hologram AI chick from the MSTR chief fight? Miruko questioned. Cortana, was it? What made her stand out from the rest? Surprisingly, it was the device that answered the Rabbit Hero's answer. Additional counterpart designated Cortana is an RE made from the mind of one Dr. Catherine Halsey via a flash-cloned copy. Said Doctor shares similar counterpart to her RE creation. Interesting. Nezu said. So, the AI Cortana was identified to be Nana Shimura's counterpart in so that her AI was created based on Shimura's actual counterpart in this Dr. Halsey. All Might and Gran Torino frowned at the mentions of their former MSTR friend and the complicated nature of her counterpart in this universe. Just here, her life in another universe is simply complicated. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 thought, his mind going back to that day he watched as 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was forced to let go of her own son for his safety after all for one killed her husband, and how he held his crying friend and comforted her. Now, after seeing how their decision led to her grandson becoming the leader of the League of Villains, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 was left with a question to his friend, one that she could never answer for him. Was our choice the right one? Continuing. Alex J. Murphy aka Robocop. Multiversal counterpart, Oboro Shirakumo aka Kurogiri. It's that warp gate villain again. Kirishima scratched his head. But why is that villain BSTRD getting counterparts that are mostly good like Shadow? Kirishima's question unknowingly made 3 of his teachers flinch, who were already feeling lousy and torn at seeing another instance where this device claimed that Shirakumo was the incarcerated member of the League of Villains. If there were still any doubts and/or vehement refusals of this fact, they were either completely destroyed in Midnight's mournful mind, waning and deteriorating in MICs, and on the precipice of grim and painful acceptance in erasers. Additional multiversal counterparts detected. John Connor. Multiversal counterpart, Shoto Todoroki. Wow, we found another one of your counterparts, Todoroki. Izuku said, smiling at one of his best friends. And he's the leader of the resistance against Skynet. That's so cool, right? Shoto nodded, smiling back. Yes, it is. Shoto replied. Thank you, Midoriya. Endeavor felt a swell of pride in his son for his counterpart to be the savior of humanity in another world. While part of him felt satisfied, constructing this to be like Shoto is the best of the best in one universe, even better than All Might and his potential successor, son in Midoriya, that last part still being thought over in his mind, Endeavor put that part down, reminding himself this wasn't about him or his lifelong obsession to surpass All Might, it was about his son and his achievements, not his. Sarah Connor. Multiversal counterpart, Rei Todoroki. But that pride he felt for his son quickly vanished into guilt and longing as he saw the face of his wife once more. Seeing her appealing face, after so long, Endeavor felt his heart ache, remembering their walk together, after their quirk marriage was agreed with her parents. He remembered her small, yet kind smile, how her cold, soft exterior, like snow, melted into small happiness at seeing her favorite flowers. It was the first time he started feeling interest in her past the quirk marriage or his longing for a son of both their quirks, where he saw her as a woman, attractive and gentle. But it was that remembrance that made the next memories all the more painful and guilt-ridden. Her kind eyes slowly turning haunted and paranoid, her delicately brushed hair growing messier, the tired, weighty bags under her eyes. All things he caused her, all the small things that made her the most gorgeous thing he had ever seen slowly corrupted and a shadow of their former selves. The pain he caused her, and his family, can never be truly forgotten or forgiven, no matter how far away she was from him in that mental hospital. But seeing her again, even in an image, made the ache in his heart harder with longing and happiness. Despite the signs of his treatment of her still present in some ways, Endeavor still thought one thing: she's as appealing as the day I first loved her. All Might and the other heroes noticed Endeavor's quietness, even the guilt and sadness in his eyes. Most of them knew that she was in a mental hospital, the reason they were told being that the death of her firstborn son, Tuya, drove her mad in grief and burned the scar on Shoto's left side of his face, and has been there ever since. But All Might and Nezu saw something more to the grief, something that Endeavor was keeping inside, but decided not to say anything. Instead, All Might placed a hand on Endeavor's shoulder, in a form of comfort, one that Flame Hero was surprised but eventually accepted. Is that your mother, Todoroki? Izuku asked, his eyes reluctant to ask, knowing the truth of the Todoroki family, but felt he needed to ask. She's appealing. Todoroki smiled, gazing at his smiling mother's image beside Sarah Connor's. Yes, she is. He replied softly, happy to see that she continued to be his mother in another life. Robert Bob Morton. Multiversal counterpart, Dr. Daruma Yujiko aka Kyudai Garaki. I think I see something. Shoji said. Well, don't keep us in suspense, man, what is it? Kaminari asked. This Dr. Garaki. Shoji began. We've already seen him with other counterparts like Dr. Wily and Shang Tsung. but it's interesting to note that this counterpart is similar in a way to his Dr. Eggman counterpart. Eggman. Koda repeated the name of the animal enslaving doctor. Why? Both counterparts have a connection to Kurogiri's counterparts, Shadow and now RoboCop. Shoji explained. Shadow was created by Eggman's grandfather and Bob Morton was responsible for turning Murphy into RoboCop. Two counterparts of both men related and connected with each other across different universes is too much of a coincidence. You mean to suggest that perhaps our world's Kurogiri and this Dr. Garaki are connected in some fashion? Yoirozu asked. It's simply a theory, Shoji admitted. A wild one, but I have gut feeling about this. Shoji looked to Midoriya. What about you, Midoriya? You're better at these theories than any of us. What do you think? Izuku took only a moment of humble flattery at Shoji's words before thinking on Shoji's theory. You're right, it does seem a little far-fetched, however, the coincidence, especially ones across universes, is simply too high to be dismissed. Izuku responded. Your instincts haven't failed us before, Shoji, and I don't believe that it's failing now. Shoji nodded, one of his created arms showing a grateful smirk that was hidden behind his mask. Meanwhile, the trio of teachers' moods only spiraled downwards as Shoji's theory likewise made cruel sense to the three, especially given how All Might, Gran Torino, and Nezu confirmed that there had to be an individual directly responsible for the Nomus and, if Shirakumo was Kurogiri, then the change he underwent had to be by that individual. And a doctor whose counterparts were likewise tied with the only two of Shirakumo's counterparts made too much sense. Nezu felt his paw clench tightly on the armrest of his seat, his claws digging into them. If this doctor truly is responsible for what happened to my students, responsible for the creations of those abominations, and the pain and suffering he caused on my colleagues, students, and Nezu's memories of the gold-rimmed glasses doctor that experimented on him only made his grip tighten. I swear that I will use whatever resources and power I have to put that monster away, for good. The moods were quickly died down and the theories and speculations were agreed to be saved for later, as right now, they had a fight to watch. The scene began in an unknown busy city, presumably Detroit, with various cars going down the busy streets and a sign indicating Delta City to be 5.5 miles straight ahead. The shot zoomed past the sign to a small gun store. The street lamps flickered at the same time a time bubble appeared, electricity sparking out wildly until it ended in big flash of light to signify the Terminator's arrival. Holy 𝐒𝐻𝐿, the gun store's salesman exclaimed in shock, though the audience could only hear the interaction from outside. Hey, where'd you come from? How'd you do that? Oh man, why are we only seeing from outside? Kaminari whined. What do you think is going to happen to a guy who sees a Terminator come out of the time bubble or whatever? Kyoka asked back. Kaminari only took a few seconds of thought before realizing. Oh, poor guy. Give me your guns and your clothes. Now. The Terminator demanded with his iconic Russian accent. Whoa, hey buddy, that's not really my thing. The salesman denied. Hey, what are you doing? Don't touch that. Ah. An explosion occurred, blowing up most of the store, leaving it in flames with the salesman most assuredly dead. Already the act of murder, arson, and theft made the Terminator voters, especially Midoriya, feel rather guilty and awkward to be rooting for the murderous android. As the iconic music played in the background, the Terminator walked out of the fiery building, guns, ammo, and weapons strapped all around his newly clothed body, finishing up his attire with his sunglasses. Jesus, his arm to the teeth. Kirishima exclaimed. Rather lucky that he arrived at a gun store. Ojiro commented. While the Terminator inspected his surroundings, a police car swerved its way through traffic before sliding to a halt before the time-traveling assassin. RoboCop stepped out of the police car, with his own theme playing in the background. Freeze, creep. You're under arrest. RoboCop ordered. Come quietly or there'll be dash. RoboCop's right leg opened up for him to draws out and aim his own trouble. Tetsu shivered with excitement, finding the cyborg police officer's dramatic pauses adding to chills to RoboCop's quotes. The Terminator, in response, takes out his hardballer and aims it at RoboCop. Negative. The Terminator responded, analyzing RoboCop, classifying him as a high threat level cyborg, and noting his titanium and laminated Kevlar armor, as well as Murphy's two vital weak points, his human brain and human heart. "Walk away if you want to live." Kaminari didn't know why, but that line felt to his meme sense that it was rather similar to a more iconic line. "You are coming with me." RoboCop replied, likewise scanning the T-800, his systems registering the origin name, gender, DOB, SS hash, and home address of the machine as unknown, while accurately identifying its weapons and its hydrogen fuel cells as its power source. Alive. Or dead. While the group braced themselves for the fight to begin, MIC snickered when noticing RoboCop identified the cool sunglasses. Fight. The Terminator started the fight, firing his hardballer pistol, which had no effect on RoboCop. RoboCop then fired his Auto-9 back at the T-800, the Terminator staggering back slightly. Yep, the hardballers got nothing on that Auto-9. Snipe took note of. And that gun is evidently strong enough to stagger back a Terminator. The Terminator is using real-world firearms, while RoboCop's weapons are largely contained to his universe. Ectoplasm said. The chances that they have greater firepower than real-world weaponry is pretty high. Bracing itself, the Terminator began stalking slowly towards his enemy, RoboCop walking slowly too, while both continuously fired their handguns at each other. As they reached each other, the Terminator threw away his hardballer, quickly spinning around and pulling out his shotgun, proceeding to shoot at RoboCop multiple times at close range, knocking his foe back a bit. "Out of my way." The Terminator whacked RoboCop across the face with the shotgun before shooting point blank in the cop's face, and then a right hook to the head. RoboCop would stop the Terminator's proceeding backhand, attempting to counter by shooting point blank in Arnie's face, but the Terminator pulled his head back and evaded the shot. The Terminator ducked to avoid another shot, and spin in place in time to evade a third and counter by hitting the butt of the gun to RoboCop's side. The T-800 would follow with a knee strike that staggered the cyborg back. But the Terminator is physically faster than RoboCop, which could give it an advantage to pull out his other weaponry and fight hand-to-hand more effectively. Ida pointed out. Which is bad since the Terminator has impressive strength. Momo followed up. Combine his greater speed and his strength, ferocity, and knowledge of hand-to-hand combat and the Terminator could prove fatal to Murphy up close. RoboCop recovered, spinning his gun in hand multiple times before firing a few shots, the bullets hitting and sending the shotgun flying from the Terminator's hand. As well as the hand itself. RoboCop rushed in and performed a downward strike with the gun, firing at Arnie's face, staggering the machine. "Demon, he just pulled some martial arts SHT with a gun." Awais said, wide-eyed. "Nice. And he just blasted off the dude's hand off." Sen pointed out. "But not like the Terminator is gonna care much." The Terminator recovered and struck a right hook across Murphy's face, but the OCP-created warrior would tank the follow-up left hook from the stump that was once a hand. The Terminator blocked another with a gun from RoboCop and struck with another left hook and a right uppercut. RoboCop tried to backhand the Terminator with the Auto-9, yelling, "Take that, criminal 𝐒𝐬𝐽," before being cut out by a left jab to the face and another right uppercut. "Remember kids, don't get cocky," MIC pointed out. RoboCop quickly brought his arms up, bracing against the onslaught of strikes and punches from the T. Finally, RoboCop struck the butt of his gun into the Terminator's chest and struck with a left hook, pushing the Skynet soldier back. The Terminator stood straight and faced RoboCop, his sunglasses now cracked. "Oh boy." Kaminari shuddered with worry. "That's the you've done fed up now look." Angered, the Terminator rushed RoboCop, punching and kneeing him repeatedly, grabbed and slammed him into the ground, breaking the road, pummeling him with more punches, then throwing the former fully human through the window of his own police car. The Terminator threw up a grenade round into the air, took out his grenade launcher, and readied it in time to catch the round and place it into the chamber. "Hasta la vista, baby." The Terminator quipped and fired the grenade launcher, completely obliterating the entire car into flames. "Jesus Christ. That was awesome." Mineta exclaimed in both excitement and fear. "Is that it?" Uraraka asked. "Did the Terminator win?" Doubtful. Asui croaked. Suddenly, RoboCop flew out of the wreckage, flying via his flight pack and his Cobra assault cannon in hand. And now, he's airborne. Melissa smirked. Bakugo grinned, seeing the Cobra assault cannon. The bucket of bolts is screwed now. Bakugo boasted. Good news, some. RoboCop aimed the Cobra assault cannon. You are no longer under arrest. Manly. Tetsu exclaimed. OCP's cyborg officer fired at the Terminator, the resulting explosion sending him flying onto his back. The Terminator got back up and began to run away, while Alex chased after it. RoboCop continued to fire, the Terminator evading the shots as cars and road exploded around it. The Terminator dove into a roll to evade another shot, retrieving his shotgun at the same time, and then rolling onto a corner to hide. With RoboCop firing from above and with his most powerful weapon in hand, the Terminator is in a huge disadvantage. Tokoyami noted. Unless he can gain higher ground, calculate RoboCop's flight paths, and accurately shoot him down, he will need to go on the defensive. Shoji added. RoboCop turned the corner to find the Terminator had vanished. Where the hell did he go? Bakugo yelled. He was right there. RoboCop flew around, searching for his opponent. Meanwhile, zooming out to see higher up the building, the Terminator was spotted climbing up the building. Is he climbing the building with his bare hands? Itsuka exclaimed. Those metal hands of his seem hard enough to claw into the metal and stonework. Cementos shrugged. RoboCop flew up, stopping and floating in midair, unable to find his adversary as he looked over the area beneath him. Do you plan on hiding forever? RoboCop questioned to his hiding opponent. His answer was given by the whirl and revving of a minigun, the Terminator on the rooftop of the building, aiming at RoboCop. No. The T-800 answered, his right eye glowing red. It proceeded to fire on RoboCop, landing several solid hits on the surprised, flying cop, flying back from the stream of bullets. The Terminator would continue firing, RoboCop managing to evade the heavy fire from below. Come on, metalhead. Setsuna yelled at the Terminator. Just shoot the dude into Swiss cheese. As he flew, RoboCop began to analyze the minigun, finding a weakness in its 6-barrel pivot. Slowing to a stop, RoboCop quickly fired 6 shots, each of which hit their marks, firing into and jamming the minigun. Holy CRP! Kaminari threw his arms out in shock. That was sick. As a snipe raised his hat in respect to the greater marksman. The Terminator discarded the minigun, while RoboCop charged at him. However, the Terminator pulled out his grenade launcher and aimed, calculating the arc angle of Murphy's descent. Time to bring you down to earth. It declared, firing a single grenade. The shot managed to hit the flight pack, causing it to malfunction. The Terminator sidestepped in time for RoboCop to fly past him, yelling in distress as he spiraled and landed on the adjacent lower rooftop. The Terminator tracked and analyzed where RoboCop was going to fly towards and aimed where he would be. Endeavor said. Must have been his learning processor at work. You got to admit, the guy robot thing's got style. Fat Gum admitted at the Terminator simply sidestepping away from the crashing cop. With his flight pack flying away, RoboCop got back up, removing his left arm and replaces it with his weapon arm. Meanwhile, the Terminator threw aside his grenade launcher for his shotgun and jumped down towards its opponent. RoboCop aimed up and said, "Your move." As he dropped down, the Terminator fired his shotgun, lands a hit at RoboCop's weapon arm, staggering him. But, as Arnie landed before him, RoboCop retaliated with his flamethrower, continuously burning him. Property damage. Resisting arrest. Assaulting an officer. RoboCop listed the Terminator's crimes. Murderer, your hot streak ends here. Don't forget arson and murder. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 pointed out. I think the arson was part of the property damage. Shinsu replied. And RoboCop doesn't know a man was inside the building. Still. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 shrugged. Ah. Now that was a good pun. Mirio chuckled at RoboCop's hot pun. A blank-faced cyborg makes better puns than you, Mirio. Nejaya snickered. Okay, first of all, true. Mirio admitted. But second, ouch. RoboCop stops firing the flamethrower to reveal the Terminator, with only part of his face burned, and all agitated. FUPP what? The Terminator cursed back. Okay, I'm starting to like this guy, too. Bakugo admitted. No surprise there. Uraraka rolled her eyes. Bakugo replied with a middle finger. You have the right to remain silent. RoboCop proceeded to Sparta kick the Terminator off the building and aiming at his falling opponent with his weapon arm. I suggest you exercise it. He then fired a smart bomb missile, which struck and sent the Terminator flying into an oil tank, creating a massive explosion. Woo! Kaminari cheered. That's what I'm talking about. Victory! Not so fast, jamming EA. Kyoka interrupted his premature celebration. Just wait and see. RoboCop jumped down and landed on the ground. He inspected the burning wreckage, assuming his fight finished. However, out of the fire, the Terminator got up, now without his human skin and clothes, revealing his endoskeleton and his shotgun still in his left hand. Oh, come on! Kaminari yelled. What does it take to kill this bot? The Terminator removed the last of his clothes before opening a hidden compartment in his chest and reaching inside it with his right hand, pulling out a plasma rifle. The endoskeleton revealed machine fired it, 2 of the plasma shots hitting true, stunning RoboCop's weapon arm and right leg limp. Oh SHT, he's got his plasma rifles too. 𝐶𝐬𝐽 shouted. Knew we weren't going to end this fight without seeing those babies. Mai declared, her eyes zooming on the plasma rifles. This is bad for RoboCop. Izuku stated. Almost all of RoboCop's weapons were stronger than the Terminator's, but the plasma rifles are weapons from the future that fire bolts of plasma energy. And apparently, they stun and malfunction RoboCop's limbs. If it lands a shot in somewhere more vital, RoboCop could be powered down, permanently. RoboCop struggled to limp away into cover behind a car as bolts of plasma continued firing. Once behind the car, he lifted it up with one hand and threw it, the blue car sailing towards the Terminator, trapping its right arm into the wreckage behind it. Struggling, the Terminator was forced to tear itself away to get free, leaving its right arm and the plasma rifle with it behind. Well, that solves how to get rid of the plasma rifle. Minoma said. Though now, the Terminator is missing an arm and its endoskeleton is exposed, leaving its fuel cells more vulnerable. And on the other hand, RoboCop has an arm and a leg shut down, while the Terminator still has his shotgun. Itsuka pointed out. It's looking pretty even up. Free, the Terminator ped the gun with one hand fired, marching meanwhile towards RoboCop, as the Terminator music drummed louder. The Terminator fires shot after shot, staggering RoboCop back further and back, even damaging part of RoboCop's visor display, draining his battery level from 6% to 5%. Oh no! His battery! Pony pointed. It's so low. Come on, man dude robot whatever. Kirishima cheered on. Take him down. RoboCop scanned for a weakness, managing to find one in the Terminator's waist hinge. Eventually, RoboCop is forced into a corner as the Terminator points his shotgun at his opponent's head. No 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 no. Kaminari shouted over and over. Yes, yes, yes. Mineta shouted in contrast. The Terminator pulled the trigger. And nothing happened. The weapon was out of ammo. No. Mineta wailed. Hell yes. Bakugo roared. 9 shots. You're out. RoboCop stated. And he doesn't have a hand to reload. Kamakiri pointed out. Finish him. RoboCop's leg opened up for the cyborg to reach in and pull out an ordnance grenade. Tossing and attaching it to the Terminator's waist, the ordnance was raised all the way up to level 10 ordnance grenade. 𝐿 Setsuna cursed, accepting what's gonna happen. RoboCop's anchor ram bolts locked him in place and before he took out his hand cannon. Checkmate. He shot the grenade, causing a huge explosion that covered them both. As the smoke cleared, RoboCop was badly damaged, his left weapon arm sparking but was alright. However, before he could revel in his victory, RoboCop heard the sounds of whirring gears and machinery. He turned, surprised to see that the Terminator was still functional, crawling towards him with one arm and head and torso, though the head was turned the other way. How? Bakugo exclaimed, outraged. That's bullshit. Honestly, like, what can it even though? Sen accepted defeat and asked. Crawl and choke him to death. RoboCop lifted up the Terminator by his neck. What are you doing? He questioned. This fight is over. The Terminator then turns his head in the right direction towards RoboCop. Jesus, that's creepy. Mina shuddered. Not yet. It spoke. Out, its Arnold accent more robotic. RoboCop, at 1% charge, analyzed and revealed that the fuel cells have been ruptured. Hydrogen fuel cells. Ruptured, he declared as the Terminator's chest started to glow. What? Ida yelled, shocked. The Terminator continued to reach out and to grab onto RoboCop. You are terminated. What is it doing? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 freaked out. Doesn't he know he would destroy itself as well? It's a robot assassin, young 𝐔𝐸𝐽. All Might spoke up. One of many. It's viewed as disposable and is willing to sacrifice itself to complete its mission. RoboCop looked around, quickly trying to find a way to find a solution, before his eyes narrowed at it, his flight pack atop a crushed car. Marching to it, RoboCop proceeded to strap the Terminator to the flight pack with its own arm. Genius! David exclaimed. He means to launch the Terminator into the air to minimize the fallout of the Terminator's explosion. Oh man, that's big brain. Kaminari declared. RoboCop fired up the flight pack and the Terminator was sent flying into the air. I'll be back, the Terminator said, lastly. It would sail up for a short while after before the hydrogen fuel cells explode, creating a final huge explosion, the screen going white as a result. As if cleared, the surprisingly intact head came down and landed at the victor's feet, the red eyes still glowing. Yes. The RoboCop voters cheered as the Terminator ones groaned and sighed in defeat. RoboCop proceeds to twirl his pistol and places it back into his leg. I'll be waiting. He quipped back. Burn. Mirio hissed and chuckled. KO. RoboCop walked forwards and stomped on the Terminator's head, shattering it, before continuing to walk away. I don't think he'll be back from that one. Boomstick joked. So, I guess that's its catchphrase, right? Honinuki asked. Probably. Manga shrugged, a smiley face emoticon in his text bubble. It's a pretty cool one, though. The Terminator may have held the initial speed advantage, but RoboCop trumped everything else. Wiz explained, displaying a chart of comparison between Terminator's arsenal and Murphy's, and highlighting more of Alex's weapons than the one plasma rifle of the T. His arsenal certainly had more destructive force behind it. Itsuka pouted, disappointed that she didn't get to see the Terminator hop on a motorcycle in the fight. You think the Terminator's space rifle would be enough, but RoboCop has tanked plasma shots before. Boomstick pointed out. Well, that would have been nice to know. Mount Lady complained. In fact, the difference in survivability is very clear-cut. Wiz continued. RoboCop fell from the top of a skyscraper onto a gas main, which then exploded, and he was fine. The Terminator was blown up by a homemade pipe bomb. Boomstick compared. Bahaha. Bakugo burst out laughing, holding his sides. Eat SHT, bolt 4 brains. Ahahaha. RoboCop pushed a building-busting bomb into a warehouse, that solid brick by the way, Wiz pointed out. Which detonated in his face, and he was fine. Meanwhile, the Terminator was obliterated by the same kind of explosion. Boomstick said. I think their casual tone makes this more insulting for me. A Magiki muttered, miserably, while Mirio patted him on the shoulder. RoboCop stopped and reversed a 3000 psi hydraulic press with his bare hands. Wiz showcased the feat. Why you guys see where this is going now, right? Boomstick asked, showing the Terminator being fully put down by a hydraulic press of his own. I suppose that note of its worst fear being hydraulic presses makes sense. Izuku muttered, sweat dropping. And being part human means Murphy can think more creatively. Wiz added. adding a level of unpredictability the Terminator could not immediately understand. The true strength of human nature, imagination. Tokoyami declared. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 shivered once again, though would regret it after registering Setsuna's barely contained snickers. I will not hear the end of this. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 concluded. The Terminator almost had a victory until it blew up in his face. Boomstick said. Hasta la vista, baby. Okay, that was better. Ojiro complimented the pun. The winner is RoboCop. Wiz announced. Claps sounded, both in victory and respectful defeat. Eri was slightly bummed out that the Terminator was destroyed, especially since it didn't get a chance to change like the others. Izuku patted her head and smiled at her, quickly cheering her up. Likewise, the girls smiled at seeing Izuku look better already, sending up smiles and thumbs up to Midnight in thanks. The R-rated smiled and nodded back but raised an eyebrow, the girls flinching as they know that they fixed their mistake but still have to be punished over their stunt. They just hoped that the DMNTRX-dressed heroine was merciful. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick announced the next fight. The dark screen was suddenly filled with flames with a lone figure of a man's silhouette, the flames only revealing one of the eyes and a green cap on his head with the green L on a white circle. The screen grew dark again before another flash of background fire revealed another silhouette besides the capped man, but this one was above the ground, wider in pose, and appeared to have whiskers tails. As screen grew dark one last time before one final thing was shown, Luigi vs. Tails. Luigi vs. Tails. Itsuka repeated. So, an Italian against another anthropomorphic fighter. The hat looked very familiar. Ibarra pointed out. It was different in color and letter, but it reminded me of that Mario fighter from before. Oh yeah, you think it's his sidekick or brother? Setsuna asked. We will see soon. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said simply. After a few minutes of talking and discussing the fight, they all reconvened in their seats. Mai received a go-ahead nod from Nezu and she pressed the button for the next video to play. As it loaded, the trio of Eraser, MIC, and Midnight were very quiet, keeping to themselves their thoughts on Shirakumo, likewise antsy about how Detective Tsukochi was doing in their request to see the Warp Gate villain that was claimed to bear his name. Meanwhile, so, is that a go? Detective Tsukochi asked. Affirmative. The head of Tataro's prison, Mr. Shishikura, said, bringing up Tsukochi's request form one more time. It must be quite serious for Principal Nezu to demand such a quick meeting. The subject of a former US student's corpse used to create a villain that attacked US students is a serious matter. Tsukochi pointed out. The man nodded, agreeing with the detective, especially with what the reports they have gathered about the Warp Gate villain and his DNA revealed. Well, regardless of the situation, I'm afraid that I still must limit the visitation to 3. Shishikura revealed. Standard policy is 2 visitors at max and the man is a loyal member of the League, regardless of the nature of that loyalty. I am already being generous here, and Tataro's is not known for its generosity. 2 of your guests may come visit him, and Gran Torino may come with you and wait outside. Deal, or no? Tsukochi sighed but nodded in acceptance, aware that there was no way to convince the old head of Tataro's any further. He knew and worked with Shishikura for a long while and the man was infamously stubborn and strict about security and order, so much so that he was accused of human rights violations on his prisoners. Tsukochi was aware that his own son, Seiji Shishikura, took after his old man with his strictness of his heroic views at Shiketsu. As Shishikura stamped the request form, Tsukochi inwardly sighed, already figuring out how to break the news to the trio of teachers that were Shirakumo's friends and bracing himself for the likely loud yells of outrage from MIC and the sorrow that the 3 will likely face when the truth is plainly revealed. Third PV. The video finished loading and began with the same metal music and bloody logo. With the dragon slain and the princess rescued, the hero revels in gold, glory, and cake. Wiz began the introduction. But they couldn't have done it without a little help. Boomstick pointed out. The sidekick. Wiz revealed the fight's theme. The people's champion would be lost without his player too. Sidekicks, here. Mount Lady raised an eyebrow. That sounds interesting. A rather perfect matchup and concept for the students to see, given that most of them will become sidekicks to hero agencies when they graduate, most prevalently the big three. Ryukyu pointed out, looking down towards 𝐒𝐲, who she already accepted a position as a sidekick under her longtime hero mentor. Miruko scoffs. You all might get sidekicks, but not me. Miruko stuck her chin up, her proud face smirking. This bunny don't need no sidekicks. Really? Ryukyu raised an eyebrow at her friend. What about when you asked me for Asui or Uraraka for an internship or work study in the future? And Midoriya for that matter. That's internships, totally different. Miruko corrected her, turning her head away in huff. And I'm just curious to see what those kids got. Not like I'm expecting any one of them to impress me enough to become a sidekick. Ryukyu rolled her eyes at her friend's longtime disdain and refusal of sidekicks and team-ups. We'll see, she replied. While they talked, Endeavor turned his thoughts towards his own sidekicks, specifically his most main and trusted sidekick, Burnin. He remembered how he left her the run of the agency while he was here overseeing Shoto's training, as well as the other students, as a guest. He also remembered how loudly she complained into his ear when he informed her of this visit extending, though he didn't tell her about the device and these videos being the true reason for his extended visit. Such as Luigi, Mario's younger brother, was introduced the first fighter. And Tails the Fox, Sonic's deformed, flying stalker. Boomstick introduced the latter. So, these are related to Mario and Sonic. Izuku perked up, now more interested than before, especially revolving around his counterpart's own sidekick. So, this Luigi is Mario's brother? 𝐒𝐲 questioned, tilting her head cutely. Do you have a brother, Mirio? Nope. Mirio shook his head, still smiling, before wrapping an arm around Tamaki and Midoriya. Unless you mean a brother in all but BLD, in which case, they're right here. Tamaki blushed out of embarrassment, but that quickly changed into a bright smile. Thank you, Mirio. A Magiki replied. You're a brother to me, too. Same here. Izuku smiled brightly. The girls all cooed at the rather adorable and sweet scene between the three best friends, this and Mirio's laughter only bringing back Amagiki's blushing embarrassment and earned Midoriya's own. Todoroki smiled softly at the scene, likewise, seeing Midoriya, his first real friend and the one who saved him from himself, as brother in all but BLD, a sort of welcome addition to his family alongside his actual brother Natsuo and his sister Fuyumi. Thinking about his sister, Todoroki felt a light bulb turn on his head. It's obvious that the girls see Midoriya as more of a friend, and Midoriya isn't the kind to reject their advances. Todoroki thought, accurately assessing that a HM forming between Midoriya and the girls was inevitable. And Fuyumi has been feeling rather lonely and she took to Midoriya very well during our family dinner. Perhaps I can fix both her loneliness and have Midoriya as a brother in BLD. Bakugo meanwhile stared at the scene with an unreadable expression. To him, Bakugo thought back to their youth and how close and clingy Midoriya was to him, and how Bakugo secretly didn't mind. But then his quirk came in, and, soon after, so did the shameless praising, the ego, and when Midoriya's never came, the bullying started, and whatever brotherly relationship Bakugo and Midoriya had was permanently broken. Bakugo felt an emotion that he only recently started to truly feel, starting back since his rescue from All Might, Deku, and the others, and only worsened as the mistakes and sins of the past truly settled in his mind, regret. Hey! What about me? 𝐒𝐲 pouted, puffing her cheeks. Oh, don't be like that, 𝐒𝐲. Mirio smiled in response. I thought we settled this, that you are like a sister to me, and Tamaki. Besides, Mirio leaned in and whispered into 𝐒𝐲's ear. Unless you are a brocon, I don't think you want Midoriya as your brother, if you know what I mean. 𝐒𝐲's response for that was, for once, to stop talking, choosing instead to calm down her blush and keep down the fantasies her mind brought to life from Mirio's words. Wait, does that anthropomorphic fox have two tails? Uraraka questioned. Looks like it. Asui placed an inquisitive finger on her chin. That one should be interesting. He's also the sidekick of Midoriya's counterpart, Sonic, So I wonder which one of our classmates will it be. Now we have already proven that standard Mario and Sonic series power-ups perfectly counter each other, so, to not waste time, we're giving these second strings only what is unique to them. Wiz clarified, recalling footage from Mario vs Sonic. That's a fair assessment. Momo nodded. All it would do to bring those power-ups up would be wasting time. Oh yeah, I forgot how your counterpart beat mine, Midoriya. Mirio rubbed the back of his neck. You really tore into me. Mirio, you already did that joke. Tamaki placed a hand on Mirio's shoulder and shook his head. And it wasn't funny the first time. Bro, that hurts. Mirio fake pouted. Here's Wiz and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick announced the two. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wiz ended the intro. The first fighter the group could see the family resemblance, but it was clear where all the height went to the Mario brothers. He was of course taller and thinner than his wider, shorter brother, and where Mario was dressed in red, Luigi was dressed in green. The two shared the same blue overalls, but Luigi's green cap held a green L on a white circle. Both brothers had the same dark brown mustache, Luigi's straighter than Mario's. However, Luigi seemed more skittish and frightful than his braver, courageous brother. Luigi after clobbering Koopa, besting Bowser, and saving the princess, who gets all the credit? Wiz asked, showing Luigi performing all the said feats. Mario, of course, leaving his lanky brother with rejected sloppy seconds. Boomstick replied, with Mario jumping victoriously in the air, while Luigi is embraced by a Princess Daisy, who seemed to be like Peach, only with brown hair, an orange and yellow dress and a daisy motif. Ouch! Kaminari flinched at the statement. Is it like that here too? Unfortunately, yes. Ryukyu nodded, looking rather disappointed. Whenever one of my sidekicks manages to succeed on their own, there are still many of the media and the HPSC that would still attribute the arrest and credit to me for being associated with my agency. Many of us heroes try our best to acknowledge the deeds and efforts of our sidekicks, but it is a troubling problem among our hero agencies. Edgeshot nodded. This problem has been rightly criticized as the reason why many of those who become sidekicks ultimately stay so. Well, that sounds stupid, as Miruko growled, distastefully. I would kick whatever jackass would try to do that to me to the moon, if I was sidekick. Many of the students shivered and squirmed at the uncomfortable con of being a sidekick. While the easy solution would be to go solo and form your own agency, they have learned that most heroes who try that eventually have to close shop and become sidekicks or retire given the low public recognition and support that these new-timers would face. No doubt, Luigi has it rough. Wiz agreed. Despite being born as one of the 7-star children destined for greatness, it's not easy being second fiddle to the most popular character in video game history. They showed a rather comical image of Luigi peeking out from behind an upfront Mario, his still image making a more disturbingly morbid look. That's kinda sad. Kirishima grumbled. Now, you know how we feel. Monoma grumbled, whispered to himself. Though, despite his low tone, Izuku managed to catch what he said, feeling rather guilty for the unintentional fame his class had garnered after the USJ and how it affected 1B, especially in the sports festival. He looked over towards Setsuna and gave his best apologetic look. Setsuna noticed, but she quickly responded with waving away, wordlessly telling him that it was okay, but replied with a small smile of her own, happy at least that the boy she is crushing on showed that he cares for her. Meanwhile, Endeavor grumbled to himself, keeping down the rising feelings of insecurity and inadequacy that had dictated his path in life for too long. While he may be the #1 hero now, he can relate to the feeling of being second fiddle to someone more powerful and popular. Yet he doesn't seem to mind. Wiz revealed, surprised himself. Like a good sidekick, Luigi exists only to help Mario, never asking for his own slice of the cake. That is rather surprisingly selfless and loyal of him. Asui blinked in surprise. And kinda sweet, in a brotherly love kind of way. Background age, 26 height, 1, 65 meters, 5 feet 5 inches weight, 91 kg, 200 pounds. Mario's younger brother, citizen of the Mushroom Kingdom, one of the 7-star children trained by the Jellyfish Sisters and the Thunder God, so he's pretty much a SLV. Boomstick simplified it, morbidly. That's rather pathetic. Bakugo growled, his own insecurities of being second fiddle to someone, that person mostly being either Deku or icy hot, rising up, too. Fing, grow a pair of ball and stand up for yourself. It's surprising how often he's both wrong and right. Mina commented, finding Bakugo's comment on Luigi's loyalty to his brother as harsh, yet agreed with him on the basis of Luigi standing up for himself more. She remembered how much was the same for Kirishima and how meek he was back in junior high. In a way, but this devotion makes him the perfect teammate, helping to save the Mushroom Kingdom time and time again. Wiz pointed out. Sometimes, a hero cannot do everything on his own, and requires the help of others to prevail. Endeavor, surprisingly, spoke up. Whether it be from other heroes or your sidekicks, a team with a good synergy of trust and understanding can make the difference between defeat and victory. All Might was surprised Endeavor of all people would be the one to say this. Even with the amazing amount of change and growth the hero had undergone since his ascension to the #1 hero spot, Endeavor was among those heroes who liked to settle things with their own power and mostly let their sidekicks do cleanup or handle the less powerful criminals or henchmen, and very rarely needed their assistance. All Might thought back to Endeavor's battle against the high-end Nomu and figured that this change in Endeavor could have been the result of his victory with the help of Hawks. Bakugo took his own trip down memory to the joint training class and how he had trusted his teammates to bail him out of danger as he would do for them in return, and how this trusted understanding between him, tape arms, weird ears, and big lips earned them the fastest victory against 1B. What did Mario do to him to make him so obedient? Boomstick wondered, concerned. He's got to have some serious dirt from their childhood. Luigi may take subordination to an extreme, but he's no pushover. Wiz stated. In fact, he's not only taller than Mario, but also faster and more athletic. He can jump over 6 feet higher, plus, after studying Yoshi's superb jumping ability, Luigi developed his own variant of the dinosaur's floating technique, the scuttle jump. An interesting contrast between the two brothers. Nezu commented. Where Mario appears to be more physically stronger and durable of the two, Luigi makes up for this lacking with speed and agility, as evidence of his taller and thinner stature. Coda blinked at seeing how Luigi learned his scuttle jump from basing it off his own counterparts, Yoshi's, abilities. Mirio gained an inquisitive look, thinking over the information thus far and the counterparts thus far with these Mario characters, including himself and Nejaya as Mario and Peach. A comical light bulb lit up in Mirio's head before turning towards the subject of his thoughts, smiling, knowingly. Wouldn't that feel a little embarrassing being shorter than your younger brother? Kaminari asked. Really? Mineta raised an eyebrow at Kaminari. Look at me and then tell me if you, being only a couple inches shorter than someone, is truly embarrassing. Skills and abilities: superhuman strength and stamina, scuttle jump, super jump, green missile, Luigi cyclone, super jump punch, superhuman jumping ability. His abilities don't end with the mid-air hustle. Luigi has plenty of powerful attacks, each of which, if pulled off perfectly, increase their damage for quick KOs. Boomstick began to list Luigi abilities. The spinning Luigi cyclone, the rocketing green missile, and the super jump punch, which can send his foe up into the air so high, they never come back down. Luigi snuck up on a Jigglypuff from behind, and used the super jump punch, knocking Jigglypuff so high into the air, it cried out its name as it flew into the background. Luigi also appears to have greater ability and gain via precision. Ida analyzed. The more precise his attacks, the more damaging they can be. It will be a problem for his opponent if they get too close. Did that dude just turn himself into a rocket? Setsuna sweat dropped seeing Luigi perform the green missile. Looks like that Jigglypuff is blasting off again. Zero joked, earning a few laughs at the reference. See, Mirio. Nejaya gestured to the grinning 1A student. That's a good joke. Take notes. Mirio did just that, snatching up one of Izuku's notebooks from his bag and started to write down the title, Le Millions Comedy Gold. Izuku looked down at his ever-dwindling number of notebooks. I think I'm going to need more. He thought to himself. Power UPS Ultra Hammer Thunderhand Vanish Power Flower Poltergust 5000 Elemental Medals. Fire, water, and ice negative zone random effects ranging from dizziness, decrease enemy weight, trip foes, consistent damage, other effects. In addition, he has numerous power-ups at his disposal, including his trusty hammer and the Vanish Power Flower, which makes him invisible and intangible. Wiz revealed. Luigi could be next to you. Watching you. Right now. He emphasized this creepiness with an image of a creepy image of Luigi slowly appearing in a dark, foggy screen. Ah, stop that! Boomstick exclaimed, spooked from Wiz's words. I am finding myself liking of this fighter. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded, pleased. Me too. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 jumped in her seat. Invisihomies stick together. Of course, you two would. Setsuna chuckled nervously. Dark Shadow felt a rise in power and quickly noticed, despite his stoic look, the sudden surge of jealousy that Tokoyami was feeling right now. Although, that Vanish Power Flower looks like a very useful power-up for both offense and defense. Itsuka analyzed this time. With its intangibility, he could avoid deadly attack, and his invisibility can do the same and be a good retreat option, but also perfect for a counter or sneak attack. Reminds of your quirk, Mirio. Izuku pointed out excitedly, before flinching and lowering his tone. Why before don't be like that, bro, it's fine. Mirio waved off Izuku's concern and restraint. And yeah, I mean I couldn't go invisible, but that intangibility is 100% like my quirk. He was trained by the Thunder God himself in the powerful Thunder Hand technique. Boomstick continued. With this, he can shoot lightning at his foes, or at deadly soccer ball. Yes, 'cause I'm sure that what some Thunder God wanted for his powers and techniques to be used, it was to kick a soccer ball for a goal. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. So, where Mario seems to mostly use fire, Luigi uses lightning. Izuku wrote down. Rather an interesting and fitting choice given their colors. Hey, it's like my Princess Peach counterpart when she did that Mega Strike Empress kick. Nejaya pointed out, excited. Ooh, I wonder how cool soccer would be if we could use our quirks. It would certainly be something. Zero's sweat dropped, remembering how he and few of the students of 1A and 1B participated in a baseball game with their hero mentors, and using their quirks during the game. He then shivered as he recalled catching Lion Hero Shishido's ball with his tape, after sending Kamu woods flying, even going through Shiozaki's vines, and while he got Shishido out, Mount Lady had gotten knocked out cold when Kamu got knocked into her face and the gigantifying heroine ended up landing right on. He still remembers as he came to Mineta's jealous rant over how lucky Zero was. I don't think getting crushed by a giant chick is as appealing as he and others think it is. Zero thought. And after spending so much time in Mario's shadow, Luigi has somehow gained the ability to manipulate some sort of negative energy. Was revealed after another comical image of Luigi literally in Mario's shadow. As Luigi fought against himself. After breaking a weird floating orb with a cross on it, he began dancing, creating the negative zone, which ended up making Luigi intangible from the clone Luigi's attacks, Sprout a Flower, that caused consistent damage to the copy, and then made said copy fall asleep. Excuse me, what? Mina asked, her confused eyes blinking upon her still smiling face. Remember when Mario Brothers was about running around and jumping on turtles? Boomstick questioned. Anyway, you were saying something about physics breaking time energy or whatever. Luigi's negative zone can devastate a nearby opponent. Wiz explained further. Its effects are random but unavoidable, ranging from sudden dizziness to uncontrollable tripping over absolutely nothing. And he said that he gained this power from his negative feelings about being in Mario's shadow. Ojiro scratched at his head. Just when Momo and Ida were about to reclaim their senses and explain away the science and reasoning behind things again, this happened, and Momo had to legitimately create white flags on sticks for both her and Ida to wave around. Whatever this negative zone is, if his opponent ends up inside it, it would be rather devastating for them. Todoroki said. If they are distracted enough, it could give Luigi enough time to perform a deadly attack to secure victory. But when Luigi wants real firepower, he busts out the Poltergust 5000, a handy vacuum cleaner which can somehow kill ghosts. Boomstick exclaimed. It can kill that which is already dead. Everyone could pretty much imagine a comical exclamation point over 𝐒𝐿𝐼's head as she smiled in absolute wonder at the device. Well, technically, he isn't killing them. He's actually 𝐤ing them into a 𝐶𝐴. He has become Death, Destroyer of Worlds. Boomstick continued to exclaim and cut Wiz's clarification. So, he pretty much is a ghostbuster? Uraraka asked. It would appear so. Asui nodded. When there's something strange in your neighborhood. Mineta sang out. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. All the students sang out, even Shinsu and Bakugo, who just sang out begrudgingly. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami and Koroiro both muttered, the former of whom, upon noticing 𝐒𝐿𝐼's investment in this, made a note for himself to speak with Mai and Melissa about potentially recreating this poltergust for her. Well, he ain't afraid of no ghosts. Wiz just rolled with it and continued. Luigi walked, trembling, across a dark room until a ghost appeared in front of him, frightening him tremendously. Weaknesses: cowardly, clumsy, sleeps through important events, inferiority, complex, fails at traction, scratch that, he's afraid of all ghosts, bugs, water, flowers, the sun. Wiz listed Luigi's fears, one by one. Luigi is a coward and doesn't even try to hide it. Granted, his fears are usually justified. Usually. He ended on Luigi hopping, tripping, and falling down in front of his older bro. Tamaki immediately felt a kinship with the equally nervous and skittish man. Well, looks like Bakugo is in good company. Uraraka grinned mischievously. I told you, pink cheeks, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Bakugo roared, blushing tomato red. Bakugo felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see a floating white blanket with eye holes. Shout boo. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Bakugo laughed sarcastically, his eye and forehead twitching. Like you idiots think you could try that again. What, is it lizard girl's mouth over a floating blanket controlled by creepy bangs, again? Bakugo pulled down the blanket to reveal a frighteningly, gruesomely designed, eerily glowing, barely see-through face with sharp teeth. Wah wah. Ah. Bakugo's little girl scream had made a return as he unleashed another explosion onto the ghost. As the dust settled, the face was still there but noticeably a hologram that quickly shut off to reveal a tiny drone. The drone played a new hologram, this time of Uraraka's face, sticking her tongue out and pulling down one of her lower eyelids. Gotcha, Kaken. The drone played Uraraka's voice just as the real Uraraka said it behind him. Laughter overtook the entirety of the room, including Uraraka, laughing so hard she had to hold her sides, and not at all concerned of the enormously embarrassed and enraged Pomeranian, being held back by half their class, roaring out that he was going to murder her. Uraraka turned to her partner in crime and gave Melissa a high five, as her drone came back to the blonde inventor. Thankfully for Mineta, the purple perv had sensed this going to happen again, like it did in the TMNT Battle Royale video, and, learning from that mistake, managed to escape the explosion of the scared Pomeranian. Zero, however, all covered in soot and a tiny fire in his hair, was not so fortunate. In the end, they managed to tie Bakugo to his seat till he calmed down, and Aizawa made the girls cool it with the pranks on Bakugo, said he and Recovery Girl don't want to patch up any more kids from burns and soot stains. He's also pretty clumsy, which you'd think would make a terrible combination. Boomstick jumped in. But like the Chinese drunken MSTR style, Luigi harnesses awkwardness to make himself even more vicious. He's more powerful than he seems, murdering Goombas and Koopa by the hundreds every day. To turn a weakness into one of your greatest strengths is an admirable and impressive accomplishment. Ida declared, arm-chopping rapidly, hoping that Midoriya would write this down for him to read and perhaps get some more flexibility or to properly use his stiffness into a strength when running. Heh, it was the same with me. Mirio rubbed the back of his head. Was usually embarrassed at first when my quirk makes my clothes come off, but I got used to it, and since it makes most of my opponents distracted and weirded out, it helps me beat them quickly. So, you're an XH beat NST? Mina inquired, garnering more laughter from the students and neck rubs from Mirio. So, we're not just going to discuss how this man literally bounced his way through a floor of lava towards a star with eyeballs. Sen asked, gesturing to the screen. Luigi used a cannon on a pair of Koopa in some ice skating show with kids around. Ha ha! Before we go any further, I'd like to point out that the unmaking cannon belongs to a bunch of children. Boomstick chuckled. Is it bedtime now, Gauche. No more parents. While he laughed, 𝐻𝐻 gained a very mischievous grin on his face. Don't even think about it, young man. Both Mandalay and Deku said at the same time, causing the both of them to blush. Okay, I won't. 𝐻𝐻's face turned green from gross, in his opinion, sight of his aunt and never openly admit new father figure talk at the same time, like they were his parents. Just don't do that again. You. Feats expert in multiple sports defeated 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 discovered the grand final galaxy saved Wario from Chief Chili defeated King Boo, multiple times assisted Mario in many adventures regularly smashes soldi bricks won Mario Party by doing absolutely nothing even without it. Luigi has defeated 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿, discovered the grand final galaxy, raised a ravenous man-eating dinosaur, and even rescued Mario from certain doom on 3 separate occasions. We said. And where Mario brawls occasionally with the king of the Koopa, Luigi faced his own kingly nemesis, King Boo, and his hordes of undead specters on multiple occasions and won. Boomstick added. And also saving his big bro from said undead nemesis. Hee goes to show not underestimate a hero's loyal wingman. Mirio said, hand placed on Tamaki's shoulder. Amagiki was taken aback, as always, by just how blinding the metaphorical sun and light that Mirio Tagata shined, the very same light that he strived to emulate and surpass. He found Fat Gum likewise smiling at him with pride. Sun Eater smiled at both of his, in a way, hero mentors that guided and trusted him to where he is now, one of US elite big the Green Thunder can pretty much do it all. Wiz agreed. Luigi is one mean, green, fighting machine. Boomstick ended the analysis. And we have our own mean, green, fighting machine here, too. Asui croaked. Right, Midoriya. You mean yourself, Zu. Izuku quipped back, smiling at her. Asui blushed furiously, surprised, yet delighted at Midoriya's forwardness. Ribbit. She croaked, twiddling her fingers, cutely. Oh ho ho, that was quite the comeback, Green Bean. Setsuna floated her upper half up towards Midoriya, smiling at him teasingly. Though I'm kinda jealous you didn't say that about me, too. Setsuna pouted comedically. I didn't think it needed to be said. Izuku surprisingly continued, leaning his face closer to the rapidly blushing one of Setsuna's. Or do you miss the attention of your fellow greenette friend that much, Suna? Setsuna's face was now as red as tomato and her once teasing smile had fallen into a quivering, stuttering mess. Shut up. She stuttered out before flying her upper half back and huffing away, still blushing. The rest of the sisterhood meanwhile were in awe of the sudden change of Midoriya's attitude, showing more confidence enough to out-tease Setsuna Tokage and make Tsuyu Asui herself look so taken back. Could the pitters not be cured just yet? Momo thought. Regardless, they all admitted that seeing Midoriya banter and tease like that was really hot. Miruko had a SHT-eating grin on her face. Oh ho ho, the ball on this kid. Miruko thought, very pleased at the confident shift in Midoriya's demeanor, adding flavor to Midoriya's usual kindness and, frankly, cute nerdiness. Mama likes. Very much. However, in contrast to Midoriya's confident, grinning face, inside his mind, the army of mini-Dekus that was his subconscious were running around in a panic. It's on fire. The whole thing is on fire. One mini-Deku, face red like a ruby, wailed in horror as he and his equally red Minidekus ran around like headless chickens as the Deku Brain Command Center was in flames and overheating, while Minidekus with fire extinguishers and fire department jackets over their hero suits tried to put out the flames of chaos that Deku's momentary burst of confidence caused. Meanwhile, 8 figures watched all of this unfold with varying reactions to the silliness. From laughter from a loud, boisterous barman in a leather jacket, A kind smirk from a short-haired man with a black scar going down the left side of his face, the closing eyes of a short black-haired man whose costume resembled best jeanists, giggles from a fairly muscular caped woman, her appearance rather similar to Midoriya's mother, 𝐒𝐿, and an amused, yet happy smile from a pale, skinny man with long, shaggy white hair. One of the 8 figures instead scoffed at the scene. I still can't believe that you all agreed on this naive, skittish boy to inherit our quirk. The man with a startling similarity to a certain explosive Pomeranian, only with a scar across his face, turned away from the scene. Oh, not this again, second. Nana Shimura rolled her eyes. You lost the vote 5-2, and if Toshinori's fiery spirit there could have voted, then it would have been 6-2. She gestured to the figure covered in yellow flames with the vague shape of All Might. The boy is still overtly optimistic and naive. The second fired back, shaking his head. He will be too hesitant and empathetic to do what must be done. He is too forgiving, as well, even willing to forgive that boy. The man growled at the thought of Katsuki Bakugo, his ruby eyes holding disappointment. Captain. A tall man with tied-up blonde hair looked at bearer of the quirk before him with uncertainty and hesitance. If I recall, you two were rather forgiving to someone who moments then you wanted to kill for being related to a monster. The second perked up his head and turned to meet the kind gaze and smile of the first. Have faith, old friend. Like you did when you held out a hand to me. The boy will surpass every one of our expectations, though to us, he already has. He will put an end to what we began so long ago. Trust me. The blonde, scarred man was silent as he recalled the very scene Yoichi spoke of. He turned away, refusing any other comment, and went back to watching these death battle videos that the ninth finds so intriguing. Back to the normal world. Luigi equipped the Poltergust 5000 on his back. Yeah. I do it. Ho ho. Luigi spoke into the nozzle before dancing adorably, before accidentally bumping into a car roughly. Whoopsie. His clumsiness then caused a shelf to his left to fall down, blocking the way out in dirt and debris. Oh. Snorts and chuckles came out from the group at the rather adorably funny scene. Otherwise, the group had mostly positive thoughts regarding Luigi, from his superb abilities that stood him out from his brother, his affiliation with the undead that tickled the curiosity and attention of 3 certain revelers of the dark, and his loyalty and persevering qualities endearing him to many of the students. There were, however, some who thought unfavorably towards the Green Plumber, his skittish and frightful demeanor distasteful to certain battle-hungry and competitive students, and his clumsiness and contrasting precisely needed moves analyzed by some of the pros to be a deterring factor in the coming death battle. The second fighter was, just like Sonic, an anthropomorphic animal, only instead of hedgehog, it was fox, and a rather unique fox to boot. The young-looking fox had bright golden fur around most his body, from most his head to his pointed fox ears, to his arms, legs, and tail. Or rather tails. Attached to his back, instead of one tail, there were 2 twin tails, both large and fluffy with white tips on the ends. This white fur also consisted onto his lower mouth area, where white whiskers poked out the sides, and most of his torso, with a bit of fluff near the collar area. The only article of clothing he appeared to wear were a pair of red and white sneakers and white gloves with black rings around the wrists, but other versions showed the genetically deformed fox with a tool belt around his waist and goggles on his head. Tails, all systems go. Full speed ahead. Tails declared as he was shown playing a silver gray plane. Mai and Melissa had tingle go off in the back of their minds seeing the rather advanced version of Biplane, feeling like they were going to like this character. Born the very same day Dr. Eggman began his robot-powered takeover of the world miles per hour Dashaha. I get it. Miles per hour. Boomstick cracked out laughing. Creativity like that is why Sega is still making consoles. Ah, that's actually kind of clever. Kaminari chuckled. I guess it also fits with him being some kind of sidekick to Sonic and his speed and all. Miles was awkwardly born with 2 tails. Wiz awkwardly resumed. What a unique genetic aberration. Nezu mused to himself. Isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Recovery Girl retorted. Tuche. Nezu smirked. Though I can't help but find this situation rather similar towards our own history of the first ever appearance of a quirk that fateful day in 𝐒𝐿. Izuku perked up at the mention of the dawn of quirks, and the mention of the baby that radiated light, writing that knowledge down in case he forgot to mention it in one of his other journals. Nezu's comment on unique aberrations also perked up Melissa, she herself considered an aberration. In a world of quirks and superpowers all over, she was one of the only ones born without any special powers. An anomaly, an enigma, and an aberration more cruelly tossed onto her behind her back and the, rather ironic, shield that was her father's name and reputation. Now, seeing tales born similarly to her, it made the blonde inventor start to relate to this character more than just the inkling suspicions of him being an inventor. And she wondered if the boy ever suffered mocking and teasing for this unique trait. Then she turned her sights and thoughts towards Izuku, beside her. Just like her, he was, and still is, considered an anomaly, as well. Thought to be born and treated as quirkless for most of his life, by Izuku's admission, and manifested his quirk, a powerful and ever-evolving one at that, at an age hitherto unheard of. And had been mistreated and picked on far worse than she ever had been for being born different, quirkless. But I won't let that happen anymore. Melissa resolved to herself, looking at her notebook and her reborn and invigorated plans to be this world's first quirkless hero, just like the Batman and likely others out in the multiverse before her. I won't let anyone be treated like that again. Melissa took a page out of her Uncle Might and smiled. Not while I am here. Background full name, Miles Tails Prower age, 11 height, 80 cm, 2 feet 7 inches weight, 20 kg, 44 pounds IQ. 300 The youngest freedom fighter, the chosen one of the ancient walkers. Mere minutes after being welcomed into the world, Eggman's deadly forces made Miles Prower an orphan. Wiz revealed. Whoa, that's pretty fed up. Boomstick said, his tone slightly depressed as Miles waved goodbye with tears and raining falling. 𝐻𝐿 flinched and looked down, remembering that horrible day when he walked into that hospital room. To see the dead bodies of his parents draped in white, while his Aunt Shino hugged him, as well as the pain and resentment that grew in his bitter heart towards the whole world of quirks, heroes, and villains. 𝐻𝐿 was snapped out of his dark memories with a hand on his head and shoulder. He turned to find 𝐒𝐲 was the one whose hand was on his shoulder, looking likewise saddened at Miles's past but also concerned over him. Izuku's hand was on his head, the green-haired idol of his looking at him with sad eyes yet a smile, nonetheless. 𝐻𝐿 was then reminded of two things. The first was of the deeds of what Izuku Midoriya had done in his efforts to connect with and save him from both Muscular and himself, and showed him the kind of hero that his mother and father were and be the hero 𝐻𝐿 needed. The second was the knowledge, told to him in advance by Aunt Shino, that 𝐒𝐲 was also an orphan like him, who suffered arguably worse than him, and yet she cared more of what he was going through than her own sadness. 𝐻𝐿's open mouth closed to a whimpering smile, his eyes wetting, yet he refused to let them out right now, it would only make the two more worried. He nodded his thanks towards the two, his friend and his idol father figure, who smiled back brightly at him. 8 years later, and after some much-needed counseling, Miles stumbled upon a broken-down biplane and happily repaired the whole vehicle on his own. Wiz continued, showing Miles's image next to an image of his iconic red biplane. Well, of course. Boomstick sarcastically said. Just like all walking, talking, adolescent, two-tailed foxes can. Wait, he's only 8 to 9 years old and he fixed a biplane. Melissa exclaimed with amazement. Well, I wouldn't say I'm a two-tailed fox, but I fixed up a plane when I was little. Hatsune proudly stated. Did it happen to blow up? Ida dryly said. No comment. Mai replied. Anyway, as it turns out, that plane happened to belong to Miles' personal idol, Sonic the Hedgehog. Boomstick said, Miles looking up to the outstretched hand, finding it attached to the fastest thing alive. Sonic sped up and stopped in front of Miles, tumbling the little fox to his butt. What are you doing? Sonic asked. Ah, so that's how they met. Uraraka said. Rather a fated meeting destined to happen. I would say the same for when we first met each other, Ochako. Izuku smiled at his first, true female friend. Uraraka blushed brightly. Oh, stop it, Deku. You're making me blush. Uraraka turned away, waving her arm, Ida style, trying to play off her actual blush and joy at the comment from her crush as a joke. Green's acting rather confident, isn't he? Kyoka whispered to Momo. Yes, it could be some side effect of the pH still in his system. Momo whispered her findings back. The worst of it might have been cured by the piece, but Izuku's confidence might be the lingering effect still present. Well, as long as he isn't suffering like before, I wouldn't say I wouldn't mind more of this confident, quippy Midoriya. Kyoka admitted, while still finding the shy, cute, and precious Izuku the one she ultimately fell for. This confident one was equally as appealing to the music lover. Why running on water Sonic needed a plane in the first place is beyond me, but whatever. Boomstick shrugged. Sonic pretty much then gave the plane to Tails, and the Tornado One has been his signature plane ever since. Well, that was nice of him. Ibara nodded. But why the name Tornado One? Maybe because the biplane's propeller blades spin like a tornado. Kinoko proposed an answer that came out more like a question. It was Sonic who first suggested that Miles' BRTH defects could be used to fly by spinning them like helicopter blades. Wiz revealed. Which is obviously impossible, as they could never create lift and dash. Wiz was cut off by the sight of Miles actually flying like a mini helicopter. What? What in the Fuckashima is this? Mineta yelled, looking at the scene with wide bulging eyes. But how do? But what about? Wouldn't they just? Here. Was basically what Momo could articulate from the physics-breaking feat shown before her eyes, ignoring all the other physics-breaking things they all have seen, both in the videos and in the real world. I think we might have found the reason why the Tornado One was named that. Itsuka's sweat dropped. And so, Sonic gave his rotary but the oh-so-obvious nickname he deserved, Tails. Boomstick explained. Rather a fitting name for this adorable-looking fox boy. Midnight cooed. Don't. Aizawa simply said. Oh, hush you. Midnight huffed at one of her oldest friends. Not everything I coo at is supposed to be SXL. Could have fooled us. Mount Lady shrugged, ignoring Midnight's middle finger. Well, that's stupid. Wiz scoffed. That's like if you were nicknamed Boomstick because you just like shotguns. Don't be fing ridiculous, wizard. Boomstick replied. Well, then I'm out of ideas as to why he's called Boomstick. Sen threw his arms up. Maybe he also likes sticks of dynamite, and they go boom. Awase suggested. Get it? Boomstick. I guess. Rin shrugged, waving his finger in a so-so manner. But then why is Wiz called Wizard? Likely in reference to his skills in mathematics and science. Jirota this time suggested. As in the old saying, a wizard at this. Twin Tails' flight increases running speed strong enough to break metal combat techniques. Tails swipe attack rapid, Tails attack thunder shoot punt anyway. Aside from flight, Tails copter but blades are strong enough to bust metal, and he can use them like a turbine of an engine to keep up with Sonic's superfast speeds. Boomstick explained Tails' abilities. He can almost reach the speed of sound. It was a rather painful blow to Ida's pride that essentially someone younger, and whose tails were called copter but blades, was faster than even him and his brother. The only comfort he received was a pat on the back from Asui. So, Tails is. Well, Tails can be used for speed and evasion and even offense. Izuku analyzed, finding the nickname his counterpart gave to the fox confusing to write in conjunction with his actual tails. His flight can obviously allow him to reach greater heights than Sonic, even with the lightning shield's mid-air bounce, and his speed could be useful on both land and sky to evade enemy fire or reach a situation fast and with a good aerial surveillance. And his tails being strong enough to bust through metal must be to break open those robots from Eggman to free those animals inside. Melissa analyzed, too. I could also imagine that if he spun his tails and struck offensively, he could shred through paper, wood, and even metal too, like the turbine of an engine. But why would he then need the biplane, either? Perhaps Tails can't fly forever. Izuku pointed out. It's like using and tensing a muscle from overuse, so the Tornado One is for longer-lasting flights and long-distance travel. It's like I'm seeing a pair of twins. Kaminari's sweat dropped at the two nerds writing down their findings. Given how we all know how they feel about each other, I think this is more of a soulmate situation. Mineta whispered, bitter that Midoriya seemed to be quietly, and unknowingly at that, forming his own HM of himself, Melissa Shield, Ochako Uraraka, and maybe even Asui and Tokage as well. The purple perv had absolutely no idea how accurate and yet way off he was in his assessment. Tails pledged himself to Sonic's freedom fighting cause against Dr. Eggman, and the two became friends, almost like brothers. Wiz jumped back in. They also share a sort of teacher-student relationship, though it wasn't always clear who was the student. This was exemplified by Tails painting a wall saying Sonic says, with Sonic fixing it the says to says. Ida snickered, finding this relationship between Sonic and Tails very similar to himself and Midoriya, who just so happened to be Sonic's counterpart. It was clear Ida was the smarter of the two, though more academically inclined than Midoriya's impromptu quick thinking and analysis, and Tails shared that trait with clearly being more mechanically and technically gifted. And Ida could see Tails likely being more reasonable and responsible than his hedgehog companion. However, despite his stick-to-the-rules mentality and brains, and his position as the class rep, he often found himself lacking and following in Izuku's footsteps and leadership than the reverse. In his mind, it was Midoriya that figured out the hidden rescue points of the entrance exam, Midoriya who first won the class rep position and gave it to him, and Midoriya, and Todoroki, who found and saved him from the hero killer stain and made him see his own foolishness. It was Tails who invented the famous spin dash. Not the speedy hedgehog. Boomstick pointed out. Wait, really? Uraraka blinked, surprised. Wow, I wonder how he came up with that trick in the first place. Kyoka inquired. Izuku chuckled, surprised, yet pleasantly so of how his counterpart's sidekick helped teach his counterpart a few tricks, adding to that flip-flopping student-teacher relationship. It reminded the ninth wielder of One for All about how he emulated moves from his friends to further improve his own arsenal of skills and abilities, such as Bakugo for his agility and acrobatics and Ida with his shoot style. Goes to show that even the best of us have more to learn. Izuku thought, before blinking in surprise of his own thoughts. Here. That's a first. Thinking of myself as one of the best. I kind of like it. Tails is a genius and a MSTR mechanic. Wiz revealed. The excited smiles of Mai and Melissa showed just how happy they were that their instincts were right and that the two-tailed fox is the MSTR mechanic they felt he was. Though, I would think that him fixing a biplane when he was a 8 or 9 would give that away. Melissa thought to herself. He's so much smarter than Sonic, that he actually learned how to swim. Boomstick roasted the blue hedgehog. Ha! Eat SHT, shitty Deku. Bakugo taunted. Your own sidekick is a better swimmer than you. Hee, I guess. Deku chuckled nervously. I guess my counterpart made a great choice befriending and teaming up with him. Stop trying to put a positive spin on this. You're supposed to be made fun of. Bakugo yelled in protest. He has built several planes and combat mechs and has numerous gadgets on hand. Was revealed, images playing of Tails and his multiple vehicles and inventions. Like the projectile ring, which can pull or latch onto objects, almost like a grappling hook. And other versions had the little genius instead make grappling WHPS made of electricity for both himself and his friends. Wiz showed Sonic Boomtails forming one of these yellow electricity WHPS to wrap a pair of fire-shooting scorpion-like robots together which blew up. That's so sick. Kaminari exclaimed, eyes alit with stars. Hey, Melissa, Hatsune, think you gals can WHP something like that up for dash? Yeah, we will. Mai waved off the blonde with a dismissive wave. She registered the request and would obviously do it, but she and Melissa were a little occupied with writing everything down like madwomen. Didn't mean that it didn't sting Kaminari's pride to be so easily dismissed. Uraraka smiled as she saw Tails with the projectile ring, finding it rather similar to her own grappling hook she requested into her gauntlets, inspired by Deku's black WHP and recalling how useful it was during her, Asui, Nejaya, Ryukyu, and Selkie and Sirius in their mission to stop those pirates smuggling Trigger. Power Loader also very impressed seeing Tails' inventions, Especially his mechs, like his plane turning into some land-based walking mech. Reminded the pro of his own mech suit he built for hero work. Offensive arsenal spin-projectile ring beam bombs napalm. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 2 dummy rings, flashbang magic hand energy ball arm cannon, but despite being a super geek, he really likes to blow SHT up. Boomstick chuckled and listed all of Tails' different variety of explosives. He carries a huge supply of bombs. Big bombs, napalm bombs, remote bombs. Flashbang grenades, bombs shaped like magic rings, bombs shaped like mice, bombs shaped like your mother. You name it, he's got a bomb like it. Heh, nice. Bakugu grinned, satisfied. Let me guess, you found your fighter to root for. Kirishima smirked smug and teasingly to his friend. Zip it, shitty hair. Bakugu growled. You lost the last fight voting for that brickhouse robot, so I don't want to hear it from you. Heh, those MIC bombs are also rather similar to Link's bombchus. Izuku pointed out, looking over his notes to find his other counterpart and his weaponry, including bombs that were part rat and part bomb. He also wields the magic hand, a long-range, comical, punching weapon, and the energy ball arm cannon. Wiz showed both the comical, spring punching glove and the energy ball shooting gauntlet, which is ripped straight out of Mega Man Boomstick accused. I call copyright. Minoma declared. Dude, you aren't even the actual Mega Man, just his edgy clone. Sen pointed out. Silence. My point remains. Minoma responded. I don't know, I think it also shares a similar look to Samus's blaster. Momo said. Gonna call copyright, too. Kyoka jokingly teased. Oh, of course not. Momo blushed, embarrassed. I'm not trying to sound offended. I merely wish to state a comparison. I don't think that similar weapons from across universes would even make for copyright infringement. Momo, sweetie. Mina patted Momo's knees, calming the frantic girl. She's just teasing you. While Momo calmed down, Izuku fought his own battle to calm down this blush at how adorable Momo looked, so nervous and flustered. He built all this himself, but never a device to breath underwater. Boomstick pointed out. Kinda dropped the ball there, sidekick. The infamous Sonic drowning music played again as Tails swam underwater before ending when the timer goes down to 0, causing him to drown. Gah! Not again. Kyoka wailed, covering her sensitive ears at the traumatizing music. I feel like I'm getting a heart attack listening to that music. Setsuna shuddered, unpleasantly. Agreed. Ibara shivered. Support Arsenal Medi Bot Shield Bot Helmet Jet Anklets boosts flight speed. Rhythm Badge helps maintain balance. T-Pup Remote Robot. Unlike Sonic's speed blitzing battling style, Tails relies on logic and tactics in a fight. Wiz analyzed, revealing Tails' supportive bots. His Shield Bot fortifies his defenses, and his Medi Bot heals wounds over time. Melissa and Mai both looked very interested in both versions of the bots and agreed that, in their spare time past working on the lightsabers, that Mai will focus on the Shield Bot and Melissa on the Medi Bot. Among Tails' list of gadgets, that one that struck out to Mina and Uraraka was the Rhythm Badge. While the former felt that it would be helpful in her breakdance fighting situations, in Uraraka's mind, it would be the best tool for herself to keep her balance whilst weightless in midair. Izuku likewise felt that this is a perfectly helpful tool for him in his process to learn float beforehand. On that note, Izuku wrote down to ask Bakugu, Zero, Tsuyu, and Ochako for after-school help, perhaps tomorrow after both school and the videos. All might mention that Mr. Aizawa was going to be perhaps unavailable tomorrow, so Tsuyu and Zero would be the best to help him with black WHP and Ochako and Bakugu with mid-air combat with float. Weaknesses: fear of thunder, fear of ghosts, gets dizzy easily, over reliability on Sonic, youthful Navit lacking hand-to-hand combat skills, but he's a total wimp. Boomstick mocked. He can't fly forever, and if he doesn't have Sonic around to hold his hand, he's scared of pretty much everything. After a good thunderclap, you'll find him shivering his spiny butt off in the bathtub. Right, we should hurry, Sonic said, standing high on top of Point, addressing towards Tails, hovering beside him. Thunder and lightning went off in the background, scaring Tails, who freezes mid-air comically and grabs onto Sonic. Gah! I'm afraid of lightning. Tails cried out. I guess this is what connects both Luigi and Tails. Mandalay stated. Both are sidekicks to their more famous partners, with skill sets unique to them, but are easily frightened and codependent on their partner. I guess you were right about Tails not being able to fly forever. Melissa said, bumping her shoulder onto Izuku, who blushed and smiled nervously. Bakugo tried to keep down his own snickers at Tails's fearful appearance, how it reminded Bakugo of Deku most of the time, stumbling and stuttering upon any kind of awkward or social interaction, but because those memories were of Aldera, it quickly brought Bakugo down to a more guilty mood, since he was mostly the reason for Midoriya to be like that. Feats and strengths: top speed, 1,223 km per hour or 760 miles per hour minus tail support, 168 km per hour or 100 miles per hour. Self-taught genius technician defeated Wendy Witchcraft, saved Station Square from a nuke, defeated the Battlebird Armada, defeated Eggman on the Ark, unified the Chaos Emerald to complete the Great Harmony. Well, he is only 11 years old, and the feats he's accomplished at his age are beyond impressive. Wiz defended the scaredy fox. He's only 11. Mount Lady cried out, shocked. And yet a prodigy of science and engineering. David looked more impressed of Tails's genius, capability, and feats. Remarkable. Like being able to run 100 miles per hour without his tails, stopping a nuclear missile, and saving the multiverse by transforming into Wiz stopped his listing of his feats at the image of Tails extremely tall and buff. Don't do steroids, kids. Boomstick joked. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that. Pixie Bob shook her head. Agreed. Ragdoll exclaimed. Wiping that image away from my head, he also gained a super form of his own, when Sonic, Knuckles the Echidna, and himself powered up together via the Chaos Emeralds. Wiz continued. Using this combined power, all three managed to defeat Metal Sonic that transformed into the monstrous Metal Overlord. Hey, it's that dragon-looking form that Robosonic took during Eggman vs Wily. Miruko pointed out. Yes, and it would appear that both Sonic and Tails, along with this Knuckles the Echidna, were responsible for defeating it. Ryukyu nodded. However, while the knowledge of Tails possessing a super form of his own, in a way, it is likely to be ignored for this battle. Egdasot pointed out. Edgeshot is right. All Might nodded. If Tails could have a super form like Sonic, then it would stand to reason that Luigi could use the same power-ups that Mario took to counter Super Sonic, such as the Power Star, Metal Cap, and Giant Mushroom. The sky's the limit for this foxy inventor. Boomstick quipped. We good to go or what, Tails? Sonic asked Tails. As he worked on the tornado, Tails stopped working and sighed at Sonic's impatience. I've built a TV out of paperclips. Tails began. Yeah. Sonic went along with the rant. And reprogrammed a supercomputer using dishwashing detergent and a toothpick. Tails continued. I know. Sonic agreed. So, look, fixing a propeller on a biplane. That's about as difficult as taking a nap. Tails ended his speech by spinning the propeller, the plane starting up, the engine fixed. I did not need your whole life story. Sonic pointed out, talking louder over the engine. A simple good to go would have been cool. All right. Good to go. Tails called out. Cool. Sonic yelled. Chuckles were received at such brotherly banter between the two anthropomorphic characters. The inventors of the group easily found Tails as the character they would root for given his mechanical expertise, only highlighted further by the scene having Tails' list of even more impressive and ridiculous feats. His unique abilities, sad backstory, impressive young age feats, and large arsenal of personal gadgets also had many of the group more convinced to vote for the two-tailed fox. However, his young age, and skittish and fearfulness, made some question his ability to win the death battle. Alright, the combatants are set. Wiz began to end the analysis portion of the video. Let's end this debate once and for all. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled out. Is he just gonna yell that out like that, from now on? Rin asked. Probably. Yui shrugged. After that, while the device scanned for the counterparts, the group began to vote and bet for their chosen fighter to root for. Those on Team Luigi included 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼, 𝐼RIO, and 𝐒𝐠𝐺𝐻𝐼, the first of the big three voting for how similar Luigi and his skittish fearfulness reminded 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼 of himself, and 𝐼RIO and 𝐒𝐺𝐻𝐼 refused to comment until the counterparts were decided. 𝐿𝐴𝐾O, Tokoyami, and 𝐾OROIRO all voted Luigi too, mainly because the green Italian plumber's greater connection to the dark and the supernatural by way of his ghostly enemies and ghostly power-ups and abilities. Then came Luigi's jumping capabilities and athleticism that made Miruko, Asui, and Tiger vote for him, the first especially for his excellent jumping and cool but lightning powers, Asui for the scuttle jump, athletic bonus over Mario, and the adorable clumsiness and finesse that Luigi had, and Tiger for similar reasons but most especially for Luigi using his clumsiness and awkwardness to his advantage. While Tails had an electric WHP he liked, Kaminari voted for the naturally lightning-powered fighter that was Luigi. The Green Plumber's precision-strengthening moves would ultimately have Itsuka vote for him, Hagekyu for his invisibility, and Endeavor, who felt a kinship with the plumber who was overshadowed by his brother as much as Endeavor felt forever stuck in All Might's shadow. And for those voting for Team Tails, those most notable of them were Mai, Melissa, David Shield, and Power Loader on the obviousness of Tails' status as a genius inventor, with Melissa also voting based on her and Tails sharing a similar backstory of genetic anomaly. Kuta also voted personally for Tails, the two sharing a similar background of dead parents and as orphans, a reason that made Eri likewise choose the younger fighter. Izuku, Momo, and Ida likewise for the twin-tailed fox, the former a given to vote for his counterpart sidekick but also because Midoriya respected Tails' brains, speed, and brain over brawn fighting style, while Ida and Momo voted based on Tails' impressive speed, genius intellect. And the former of the two for Tails' brotherly-like relationship with Sonic and finding it similar to the relationship he felt towards Midoriya as a brother-in-arms. Bakugo would vote based on Tails' explosive weaponry, Uraraka for the fox's aerial superiority and gadgets she liked, Ryukyu, impressed by Tails' feats at such a young age, including taking down a robotic dragon, and Nezu, who voted for the younger fighter both for being smarter and more intellectual. Multiversal counterpart detected. The device finished. Luigi. Multiversal counterpart, Tamaki 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼. Aha! I knew it! Both 𝐼RIO and 𝐒𝐺𝐻𝐼 exclaimed. It wasn't that obvious. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼 stuttered. The two gave him a dry and plain look. Oh okay, fair enough. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼 sighed. Miles Tails Prower. Multiversal counterpart, Mai Hatsume. Hey, interesting. Nezu rubbed his chin. Though Miss Hatsume is a female, her counterpart is in fact male. Rather similar to how one of Bakugo's own counterparts was the female Rainbow Dash. Don't remind me of that, stupid rat. Bakugo grumbled, as low as he could so as to not offend the very principle that could kick him out. Woo! Mai cheered and exclaimed. Looks like Mai finally got herself a cool but counterpart. And an inventor too. If I can help, she will be my Mai. Eri declared in her head, for her longing to have one of her chosen mamas be with her papa. Didn't you already have a counterpart who was an inventor? Izuku asked, scrolling down to his list of counterparts he wrote down and finding the on under Mai's name. Yeah, your Bulma counterpart. And she's an inventor too. Yeah, but she's also my counterpart that married to not loud Pomeranian. Mai replied blankly. Screw off, dreadlocks. Bakugo roared out. I'm not happy in that marriage either. The two of you already sound like bitter exes. Kirishima whispered out. Shut it, shitty hair. Additional multiversal counterpart detected. Princess Daisy. The device added, showing the princess that Luigi saved. Multiversal counterpart, 𝐻𝐼. Ooh, 𝐻𝐼 has a counterpart too. 𝐒𝐺𝐻𝐼 exclaimed, cheerful to see her best friend with a counterpart. Who's that? Tetsu scratched his head to ask. That's one of your upperclassmen, little listener. Present MIC informed. 𝐻𝐼 of Class 3A quirk, Lightning Arrow. She can control electricity and discharge it from her hands in the shape of an arrow. Cool. Another electricity-based upperclassman. Kaminari had stars in his eyes at the knowledge of his senpai with a quirk similar to his. I hope she can help train me. What, me and the lurkers not good enough for you, Chargebolt? Mount Lady raised an eyebrow. He merely seeks a more personal grasp of his abilities, Takeyama. Edgeshot calmed his teammate. It came from a sense of childlike curiosity, not malice. Actually, Tamaki. Nejiya gained a mischievously teasing smile. It looked like Yu's counterpart had a thing for yours. Tell me, is there anything between the two of you that you have been keeping from little old me? Tamaki paled and shivered so bad, one would think he was in the middle of the Arctic with no shirt. No. Tamaki failed to say without stuttering crazily. Tamaki. Nejiya kept her smile, but her narrowing eyes was clear to see that she was losing patience. Oh, okay. Amajiki raised his hands in defeat before slumping down. Me and you have been seeing each other for a while. Nejiya was silent for a second before her resulting squeal nearly deafened everyone in the room, including Kyoka, while she had her earmuffs on. Okay, Miss Hado, while I can see that you are excited that two of your friends have become so close and wish to know more, Nezu spoke up, interrupting Nejiya from her shaking Amajiki back and forth like a ragdoll for answers. Let us continue onto the death battle itself and not leave Mr. Amajiki with permanent whiplash. Nejiya did just that, apologizing for her over-eagerness. Mirio just laughed and patted his brother-in-law but BLD on his back, while also keeping the dizzy student in place. Unlike Nejiya, who Amajiki and Yu hid this detail in fear of her, Mirio was fully aware of the hidden relationship. Or rather, he found out after phasing through to Tamaki's room to find him and Yu's sking face. Mirio was happy to hear that all of his friends have found someone to spend their lives with happily, with Tamaki and Yu together and happily so, and Nejiya and her obvious love for Midoriya. Though Mirio couldn't help being a little jealous at their progress in their love lives. Tagata never really focused too much on romance thanks to Night Eye's insistent training, that Mirio thought that Night Eye wanted Mirio to spend all his effort and time into hero work instead of romance, like All Might. But now, with Sir gone, his friends finding romance, and waiting patiently for whenever Eri could mstr her quirk enough to get his own back, Mirio wondered what life had in store for him. Though, admittingly, whenever his mind traveled to such places of attraction, his thoughts came to a certain blue-skinned, skimpily dressed sidekick he spent so much time with. After Amajiki and Nejiya fully composed themselves, the video began again with the death battle. The video began with tails flying over a grassy field, green pipes sticking up out of the ground everywhere. The 11-year-old fox hovered down onto the edge of a pipe and began scouting the area. After a few seconds of looking around, Luigi popped out of the pipe, bumping Tails off. Hey! Tails yelled out, landing on his face before getting up. Not cool. Tamaki! Nejiya playfully chastised him. How could you be so rude as to knock that poor little kid off? You're not going to let me down for not telling you about me and you, are you? Tamaki asked, depressingly. Oh, you know me so well. Nejiya smiled brightly, but to Amajiki, it was the smile of a demon. So well, I'm shocked you two thought hiding this from me would have been any better. Amajiki sighed miserably, only paling further upon thinking what Nejiya might do to Yu. The plumber jumped out of the pipe angrily to face Tails. Let's go. Luigi proclaimed, nervously. Fight. Tails started things off by pulling out his energy cannon, powering it up to fire, while Luigi powered up his own move, sparking with lightning all around him. The green plumber shot forward with a green missile, blasting through Tails's fired energy ball. But as he continued sailing towards his opponent, Tails backed up and smacked Luigi down with his tails, Luigi sliding through the ground. Nice timing. Ojiro nodded, looking at Tails with interest at their similar tail fighting styles. If those tails can break through metal, then they could assuredly catch and smack Luigi away. Luigi jumped back up, ready, while Tails readied a spin dash to charge at his opponent. Tails shot forward, but Luigi countered with his trusty hammer, hitting miles up into the air. Tails stopped in a hover, yet Luigi followed him upwards with his scuttle jump. While Tails seems to have the better aerial superiority, Luigi isn't far off with the scuttle jump. Izuku analyzed. At the very least, it gives Luigi the ability to have a near-even fighting with Tails on both land and sky. Come on, boy, fox, genius me. Mai cheered for her counterpart. Take that plumber to PND Town. You really forgot your own counterpart's name? Ida asked, incredulously. Of course not. Mai replied, before taking a few seconds of thought. It's Taylor, right? Ida face-palmed. Unbelievable. Ida muttered. The two fought in the air, striking and spinning at each other with their tails swipes and Luigi cyclones, respectively. Eventually, the two knock each other away, Tails sent further up in the air and Luigi back on ground. Luigi circled around as Tails did the same in the air, reading and goading the other to strike. Tail flew in just as the plumber tried to jump up and hit the inventor with his hammer again. Tails countered with his tails again, knocking Luigi back. Come on, man. Kirishima cheered on for a Magiki's plumber counterpart. You can't let him get away with two of those. Show him some of that spooky SHT you got. It was smart of both of them to try to wait out the other but circling around the other. Fat Gum noted. Makes the opponent antsy to strike and lead into a trap or counter. Unfortunately, it would appear that with Tails getting the upper hand twice now, that Luigi may share as much reckless impulse as his brother. Ectoplasm replied. Tails landed on the ground, tried out another spin dash, but this time Luigi struck in time, a cloud of smoke and dust clouding the screen. It faded to show Tails was launched up via Luigi's super jump punch. Now that was some power. Mirio declared, with a flex of his arms. Luigi managed to strike at the perfect moment to send Tails flying, making his attack all the stronger. Itsuka smiled, liking the progress thus far. Tails managed to recover and hovered high in the air. Whoa! Tails commented in admittance of Luigi's powerful attack. Tails flew around the battlefield from his high altitude. He then went back down and snatched up Luigi before flying back up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Luigi panicked as he was lifted higher by his overalls into the air by Tails. Is he going to drop him? Mina questioned, slightly paling at the implication. Tails might believe that with such a high altitude that Luigi would perish upon hitting the ground. Ibarra responded. Luigi stopped his panic and pulled out his Vanish Power Flower, turning himself invisible. Yay! Vanish Power Flower. Hagekyu cheered. Tails stopped his ascent, looking at where he was grabbing, and a question mark appear over his head. Did Luigi go intangible and escape from Tails and that's why he looked so confused? Nejaya questioned. Or Tails is simply confused why Luigi has vanished when Tails feels like he is still holding on to something. Shoji replied. Manga gave a thumbs up to the question mark appearing over Tails' head, a happy emoticon on his own text bubble. Suddenly, a hammer appeared. Just as Tails realized, via the exclamation point in his speech bubble, the hammer knocked the fox away for Luigi to break free. The two fought in the air as they flew, glided down, the invisible Luigi striking with his hammer while Tails pulled out gadgets after gadget, from his magic hand and Enebeam striking with the hammer, to the magic hand going through his intangible adversary, to Tails getting struck before he could fully pull out his arm cannon. Finally, Tails took out his arm cannon, again, but before he could fully charge it, Luigi simply hit him away, Tails forced to retreat back in the air. This is a cool air battle. Uraraka cheered, excited. I know, right? Nejaya agreed with her friend. Luigi's hammer can counter Tails' weapons evenly and could keep up in the air with the scuttle jump. Asui nodded, pleased at Luigi holding his own. And it seems the arm cannon needs time to charge, like Luigi's green missile. Melissa noted. That's why Tails couldn't fire it before he was hit. And that one magic hand attack didn't do anything because Luigi phased right through it. Mirio smiled. Your counterpart is fighting almost as good as me, Sun Eater. A Magiki smiled at the compliment. Thanks, Mirio. A Magiki nodded. Though I imagine that my counterpart's prowess in fighting may have come from his older brother. Mirio laughed, delighted at the implication of his own counterpart helping Luigi as much as Mirio did for a Magiki. Luigi, now visible with the Vanish Flower now used up, uses the scuttle jump again, flapping his arms and waving his legs around to land safely. He's almost like a bird trying to land. Ragdoll chuckled. But soon after Luigi landed, Tails, recovered, proceeded to drop multiple bombs down onto the plumber. "Oh yeah. Now we're talking." Bakugo roared in delight. "Blow that plumber away." That's what she said. Mineta seized the opportunity. Unfortunately, that resulted in a smack to the head from Bakugo. The bombs began surrounding the plumber, leaving Luigi to run around in a panic. Luigi then stopped before getting an idea. "Got it," he declared, pulling out the poltergust. Leiko pointed out, interested. "What is he going to do with it?" Luigi began running around, skinning up and gathering up the bombs with his Poltergust 5000, bundling them up together before firing all the bombs up at Tails. "Ooh, that's smart." Mount Lady tapped the side of her brain. He gathered them up to quickly launch them back at Tails for them to blow up at him. "Oh, come on. Just blow already," Bakugo complained. That's what she dashed. Mineta cut himself off and raised his hands in surrender at Bakugo's raised fist in warning. However, they were launched, but they were too low to hit Tails, the bombs stopping just barely underneath the flying fox before beginning to fall down. "What?" Kaminari exclaimed. "That's bullshit." "Ahaha." Bakugo laughed at the absurdity. Luigi gaped wide-mouthed and eyed as the bombs began to fall right back down. "Ftahahaha." Kuta burst out laughing. "That face. Uncle Moki's face looks so funny." Eri giggled too. A Magiki sweat dropped at their laughter but at least smiled that the two kids were enjoying themselves. "Ooh-wah." Luigi panicked again before the bombs fell onto him, his plan backfiring as they blew up one after another. "Why-wah." Luigi cried out as he was blown sky high. Bakugo and more of the students laughed, adding to a Magiki's embarrassment, just wishing for the earth to swallow him right now. After being launched up, Luigi noticed a pipe down below. His ascent slowing, Luigi stuck out straight into a dive down into it, before then shooting out, covered completely with lightning. He hit Tails with a lightning-powered super jump punch, following it up with a green missile. Followed by slamming into him multiple times with Luigi Cyclones and hitting him with his hammer. He finished the combo by transferring all of the electricity into his hands, and as Tails fell straight onto him, he unleashed a powerful thunder hand, sending Tails flying away in pain. "Luigi gotcha!" Luigi taunted, lifting his cap up. "Amazing!" Ryukyu smiled, impressed. He used the momentum of the explosion that sent him flying and his fall to rocket him out that pipe and charge up his lightning abilities to then stun and strike at Tails with enhanced powerful attacks. "Yeah. That was awesome." Kaminari cheered. "Lightning powers for the win." "It's over yet, jamming EA." Kyoka warned. In the distance, Tails groaned but got back on his feet and brought out his Medibot, beginning to heal his wounds. The Medibot Melissa smiled. After taking so much damage and being so far away, it would be the perfect time to heal up. Unfortunately, Luigi jumped in, somehow cleared all that distance, and used his Poltergust to SCK up the Medibot close to him and crushed it with his hammer. "Ah!" Mai screamed in horror at the Medibot's destruction. Sorry." A Magiki offered. Mai was held back by Melissa and Izuku, calming her down with promises to make their own Medibot while a Magiki whimpered and shivered, curled into a ball and muttering that he had seen the eyes of death. Luigi then pointed the Poltergust onto Tails, attempting to SCK him in and finish the fight, Tails trying to run away and using his tails to boost his speed. "He's trying to SCK him in," Zero exclaimed. "Then it's good that Tails' speed is fast enough to keep him away," Ida commented. But not for long. As he began to slow down, Tails threw his projectile ring at a nearby pipe to keep himself steady, and then tossed back a flashbang that stopped Luigi's Poltergust by clogging the nozzle. "It's a flashbang grenade!" Hagekyu cried out. Tails jumped in the pipe and hid. Luigi looked at the flashbang now clogging the Poltergust. "Hello!" Luigi nervously called out. The flashbang blows up, leaving the screen all white and a ringing sound clouding the sounds. The students laughed again at the scene, even Asui croaked in laughter at just how adorable Luigi sounded. The white light and ringing sounds began to fade, with color coming in to see Luigi stumbling dizzy, while Tails, now out of the pipe, was shown behind Luigi tampering with the poltergust. Aha! Genius inventor work at action. My pointed out dramatically. He used the flashbang to stop Luigi's poltergust and stun him in time for Tails to tamper with it. Melissa summarized. Smart. Luigi came to and spun around, quickly bringing out his hammer. Luigi attempted a swing but was blocked by Tails' shield bot, setting a blue force field around the young genius. Yes. The shield bot baby. My cheered. Keep on hitting it, because there is no way you are gonna dash Luigi, unknowingly, cut off my by instead quickly destroying the bot itself with his hammer, the shield collapsing. Mai was frozen mid-taunt. Melissa then proceeded to write down a note on making sure the shield bot was able to be inside the force field instead, while Izuku held back Mai from clobbering Luigi's counterpart. He still has much to learn. David sighed and shook his head at Tails' oversight. They both still do. Power Loader corrected, seeing the counterpart to Tails being eased away by Sonic's counterpart. Tails jumps away from his broken machinery as Luigi pulled out and broke a smash ball, enveloping him in rainbow-like energy. Tails begins to walk towards Luigi, but the plumber unleashes Negative Zone. Luigi danced as he activated the zone while Tails tripped in slow motion, only barely managing to escape a hit from Luigi's hammer. Revelry in the dark. The dark reveling trio sounded out. Okay, that's getting a little creepy. Honinuki sweat dropped. Tails began to fly up, attempting to escape the field. Luigi pulled out the poltergust again and tried to SCK Tails back. However, barely picked up by Luigi, as he kept skinging Tails, he finally noticed the ticking of the bomb placed into the pack of poltergust. What? Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed in confusion. Genius! Izuku gazed in awe and wrote the strategy down. Tails wasn't just trying to tamper with the poltergust, he was trying to blow it up with Luigi carrying it. That's why he got up close to him, to keep Luigi going on the offensive and use the shield bot to stall for time. Brilliant! Momo was also in awe. He must have come up with that strategy just as he was getting scared into the poltergust the first time. Are we sure that he isn't Midori's counterpart? Mina questioned, teased. Hey, don't underestimate Tamaki. Nejaya pointed out. While Zuzu is clearly the best with strategies, there is a reason Tamaki is a member of the big he may not look it, but is quite the smart powerhouse. Couldn't agree more, Heido. Fat Gum nodded, looking at his intern protege proudly. You guys. Amajiki muttered as he tried to hide his blush. Luigi stopped and tried to throw it away at Tails, only for the pack to be sailing slowly just like Tails. And because the negative zone makes everyone inside other than Luigi sluggish, the pack is also sluggish when away from Luigi. Ayama noted. That is not good for him. Unfortunately for the two, the explosion occurred and sent both fighters flying out of the field. Luigi was sent hurtling through the air, sliding to a stop in front of a pipe, groggy from the explosion. But as he got up, Tails quickly ran up to Luigi, his tails on fire briefly, and looking very angry. Oh, SCD, his cest. Setsuna snickered. Wouldn't you if you got hit point blank with an explosion? Sen asked. Setsuna raised an eyebrow and pointed down. When Sen looked to see her pointing at Bakugo, he was quickly reminded who her team went up against in the joint training class. Oh. Yeah. Sen muttered. A hair. Was Setsuna's only reply. With Luigi backed up against the pipe, the two stood face to face. Tails crouched and Luigi readied his hammer to squash Tails and end the fight, but was not fast enough as the magic hand quickly rocketed out of nowhere, impaling Luigi straight through the abdomen and warp pipe, ending the battle. Yes. The two inventor girls cheered, with the rest of the Tails voters. Goddamn!it! Kaminari groaned, slumped defeated in his seat, while the other Luigi voters just sighed and groaned, respectively. KO. Tails goes to heal himself with another medi, but as BLD still pours out of Luigi's impaled body. Well, at least it was one of the least gruesome deaths, so far. Mirio tried to pull out a bright side to this. Amajiki still passed out, horrified at seeing what essentially another version of himself was impaled by magic boxing glove. And there he goes. 𝐒𝐲 sweat dropped. Well, there goes the year of Luigi. Boomstick groaned, disappointed. While Luigi technically has more combat experience, and has survived being Nintendo's whipping boy, Tails' skills and arsenal were more than the green-capped plumber can handle. Wiz began the results. His training with Sonic makes him faster, and his superior mobility gave him complete control over the battlefield. Boomstick pointed out the mobility advantage. True. Aizawa nodded. The entire open battlefield was simply more in favor of Tails' aerial prowess, and his speed outpaced and governed the battle while Luigi had to play catch-up. Also, he has an outrageous IQ of 300, which is about as much as Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking combined. Wiz revealed, impressed. That's actually very impressive. Nezu acknowledged. Not nearly intelligent as I, of course, or even smarter than Donatello from the Ninja Turtles, who had an IQ of 637. Well, the boy is still young at 11 years old and is likely to get even smarter as he matures. All Might pointed out. Very true. Nezu nodded. Hell, Tails is stronger too. Boomstick chuckled. He can move 10 tons, while Luigi struggles to lift a large radish. I guess the strength mostly went to your counterpart, Tagata. Kirishima rubbed his neck. I suppose. Mirio chuckled nervously, as he and 𝐒𝐲 tried to wake up the fainted Amagiki. And Tails' gadgets more than make up for any of his weaknesses. Wiz added. His mechanic expertise could disable the poltergust with needed time, his long-range weaponry kept Luigi at a distance, and it's clear that even if we added Super Tails and Star-powered Luigi, the results would be the same to Mario vs Sonic. Looks like Luigi was outfoxed. Boomstick made his pun. Couldn't they have just used that one in Fox vs Bucky? Mina asked. Yeah, but remember that Fox wasn't as cunning as Bucky, so it wouldn't make any sense. Asui croaked out an answer. Also, the choked pun added to the gruesomeness of his death. Oh, right. Mina said, turning a shade green at the memory of Bucky's death. The winner is Miles Tails Prower. Wiz announced. The Tails voters let out one last cheer while the losers clapped in respect and admitted loss. Finally, a Magiki woke up. What happened? A Magiki asked. Your counterpart got impaled by magic boxing glow. Mirio quickly cut 𝐒𝐲 off from finishing her sentence at a Magiki paling again. You lost. Mirio simply said. But your counterpart fought amazingly, bro. I'm proud to have you as my brother in BLD in that other universe. A Magiki smiled brightly at Mirio's words. Plus, we both got gruesomely impaled or torn into by Midoriya and Hatsune. Mirio cheerfully pointed out. And a Magiki went down, again. Oops. Mirio sweat dropped. So, are you not going to kill him? Melissa asked Mai. Nah, the score was settled here. Mai declared. Besides, if I was mad anytime someone destroyed one of my babies, I would probably hate Muscles with the number of gloves he busted. You know you would never hate him, right? Melissa pointed out. Yeah, true. Mai sighed. He's too cute, kind, and handsome. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick began to announce the next fight. As the white words of next time faded into the dark background, 3 Pokeballs rolled into frame. The one in the middle opened up and released a white light that covered the screen, before the words came up in black. Pokemon Battle Royal. Vanajua vs Charizard vs Blastoise. Yes. It's another Pokemon battle. Kaminari cheered, excited. And a battle royal at that between the first 3 starter Pokemon of the whole franchise. Kyoka smirked. How about that? Really? Momo inquired. Well, I suppose this would be appropriate enough for Todoroki, Ida, and myself to learn more about this Pokemon game and world. Oh right, you 3 haven't played Pokemon before. Hagakure remembered. Yep, that's still sad. Setsuna called out, before acting pompous. But hey, at least we get educate you 3 plebeians further. I swear we'll never hear the end of this. Momo groaned, rubbing her forehead. I'm afraid you might be correct. Ida groaned, as well, his arm reaching high chopping speeds. Well, don't keep us in suspense. Play it. Mina called out. Mai looked up to receive the nod from Nezu before clicking play.